Chapter 76, Into the Quantum Realm. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag From her logs and the digital stamp on her credit card, Ava Starr was currently having a few weeks off from any assignments and was on her way back from grocery shopping. I let myself inside her apartment and sat down in an obscure corner and dimmed the lights a little, even going as far as bending away the excess light coming in my direction. 1. The doors were unlocked and she walked in with hurried steps, hungry, but as soon as I sensed that she was about to change her clothes, I decided to speak. No perverted scenarios for this android. Ava Starr. Definitely not the scream I had half expected, as she currently had a gun to my head with a knife in her other hand. Who are you? She asked while slowly flicking on the lights to illuminate the whole room, all the while not even blinking for a moment. Not how I got in here, I asked as I crossed one of my legs across the other. Why not just approach her like a normal person? Well, I just felt like it. 2. You're already inside and it's also easy to pick a lock. She replied calmly, fingers just a little push away from triggering the gun in her hand. I won't repeat myself. Who are you and what do you want with me? Without beating around the bush or any further theatrics, I answered her and gave her a brief rundown of my reason for being here. My name is Vision. I'm a member of the Avengers and I'll keep it simple. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't been forthcoming in their promise of help and that's exactly what I want to offer. She looked at me without showing a single emotion on her face for a few seconds before she replied. And how can you succeed where S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been forthcoming? Because unlike them, I don't have that much on my plate, nor will I give you a single excuse for 10 years, and I also don't think that I need to convince you of what exactly is your worth to them. I laid it on the table as plain as anybody can put it and gave her the choice to make a decision. And what do you stand to gain from this? Do you want me to work for you instead of S.H.I.E.L.D.? To kill for you, she said as she took a few steps forward, her body vibrating through states as she did. Data. I need as much data as I can get from you, and no, I don't want you to work for me. I'll still help you since that's my offer, but whatever you do after is up to you, I answered her. The scientist of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Bill Foster had no idea what they were trying to do, which was the reason why none of them could help her to what she wanted, though the latter did do a good job on slowing down her molecular deterioration. If not, she would have been lost years ago. Why me? I reckon you could have found a mutant or two with the ability to walk through walls. Why me specifically? Now she was just a few feet away from me, unafraid probably because of her faith in her ability. Why you? Simple. I don't know who else suffered from a quantum wave that destabilized their molecular structure to complete shambles like yours. This was the reason why I needed her. I could have gone ahead and just shrunk myself subatomic, but if there was even a 2% chance of me increasing my knowledge on the elusive realm, then I'm taking it. Who said Kang's presence was the only thing I was cautious of in a quantum dive? I have no idea what kind of organisms and viruses are there, so I'm betting everything on increasing my chances of a successful quantum dive. 3. How sure are you in helping me find a cure? She asked. Desperate. 100%. That or I'm 1 or 2% off, I said with confidence. Curing her was not a problem at all. What I wanted was how the chaotic way she exhibited her quantum properties. 1. People like me or Kitty Pryde have a seamless molecular deconstruction when we use our abilities, but in a way that was false quantum shifting, as the quantum realm itself was a chaotic void space. If she enters the quantum realm, can she easily navigate it by connecting with it if she can safeguard her consciousness? These are the type of questions that I wanted a near practical answer to. About leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., you don't have to worry about them, as I'll make sure to take care of it on my side. So what do you say? Degree. Are you sure about this? Ava asked as I pushed her inside an enlarged capsule that I tweaked to read her molecular fluctuations and just how these her molecules were from their natural physical makeup. Yes, just bear through it, okay? Well, obviously she agreed, since this was something she's been looking for more than a decade of, suffering from the excruciating pain she feels when her molecules start falling apart. As for how I am going to cure her, let's just say I'm going to have to pull a Shang Tsung on her. 7. I turned on the machine and started downloading the basic. The individual known as Ava Starr is having her biological makeup being dragged between two different diverse vibrating frequencies, and since Earth's physical laws can be easily suppressed by those of the subatomic space, it's affecting her and forcefully and haphazardly breaking her apart, hence the pain. The current energy reading from her shows that she has no clamp on it except a forceful shutdown. Synchronizing your energy absorption, electromagnetic manipulation and quantum shifting abilities will help you siphon the abundant chaotic quantum energy that she's saturated with. Of course, it's all wavelengths. Everything, material and immaterial, vibrates at their own specific frequency, and if you can vibrate at that frequency, you can achieve a similar state as the object whose frequency you are vibrating at. But with the infinite expanse of the different levels of the quantum realm, it was bound to have an exceedingly infinite range of frequencies, since it's formless, stateless, and the lack or unfettered effects of physical laws. But Ava was vibrating at a level that if care wasn't taken, forgetting about just being subsumed as part of the quantum realm, she might very well just become a part of every existing reality. She could go anywhere, anytime, in any state, to any point, or just out of the very universes connected to the quantum realm. 1. She's a fucking walking, breathing, and almost dead quantum boom tube with a theoretically multiversal built-in map. The only downside to it, in respect to her, is that she just doesn't have the mental capacity to download all that spatial coordinates. She'll sooner fizz away into nothingness than register a single spatial coordinate. I opened the hatch of the capsule and caught her body from falling and winced in pity as I felt the pain she was feeling as she wheezed for air. Tell me you got what you wanted. The look in her eyes told me she wasn't taking no for an answer. Don't worry, I think I got more than what I bargained for, I said with a smile while helping her up. 1. So, meaning it's time for me to fulfill my end of the deal, and it comes with two choices, the first being I'll help you tweak your ability so that you can easily control it, while the other being I take it away permanently. I proposed, but she didn't even spend a second to think about it and made her decision. Take it all away. Saying nothing else, I gave a mental command to start the process. Rerouting all excess energy influx to the Mind Stone, synchronizing energy absorption, electromagnetic manipulation, subset, and quantum shifting abilities together. The temporary fusion of the three abilities has produced a new ability, quantum siphoning. Ava screamed in agony as I fused my own quantum property energy with hers and started siphoning all the abundant quantum energy she was drunk on. To her it probably felt like ripping open a decade-plus scabbed wound. For the first time in forever, my head hurt from the sensation going through it despite the fact that the Mind Stone was drinking up everything else I couldn't handle on my own. It continued like that for a while before everything subsided and simultaneously stopped with a sweaty, heaving and delirious Ava in my eyes. Haha, sorry about that, I said, apologizing for the pain she felt as I felt her tethering on the edge of losing her consciousness. I promise you'll feel better when you wake up. 1. I placed her on a bed and fixed some drips into her before leaving to the other end of my workspace. Are we good to go? Affirmative. Proceed with quantum shifting. Hit me. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Facing Kong 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. You're a human. The old woman screamed with an excited shock after I told her who I was, and I was honestly expecting some heavy distrust. 1. Well, kinda, I said with both legs crossed as I sat in the empty air, space. Let's just say I owe your husband one, so I figured I'd get you out since I'm here anyway. And that was basically the whole gist of it. With the Mind Stone safely stored away and my worries of having someone nullify its abilities has drastically lessened. She was about to answer, but then her face showed regret and indecision, and inwardly I was already hating whatever it was that she was cooking up in her head. Can I ask you for a favor? She asked. Depends. What is it? She took in deep breaths to calm herself down. I want to help them. Her voice this time was full of conviction, and it was then that I understood where everything went wrong. The time in here and the time out there were in a constant state of flux against each other, so instead of the Janet Van Dyne that readily left when the time to leave came, this one looked as if she was still knee-deep in helping their rebellion against Kong. Obviously this is not a good outcome, whatsoever. You could leave to see your family right now, and yet you want to fight a rebellion instead of jumping at the chance to see them. Why? I will give anything to see my family again, but I have to fix what I helped start. She let out a self-deprecating laugh before going on and telling me about her and the whole Kong fiasco, which only served to confirm my assumptions. 1. I just want to try my best to help them as much as I can. But correct me if I'm wrong. You said you destroyed this core he needed, so there's no way for him to leave the quantum realm, so there's no need to run it in his face, is there? 1. She sarcastically laughed at that, knowing fully well that Kong deserved any and every bad thing that should happen to him. I sighed upon seeing how she looked resolute in her decision, which only served to twist the knot already twisted inside my stomach. Remember what I said about being a hero is hard because of their tendency to poke their nose into things that they have no business in. Turns out Janet Van Dyne is suffering from an exposure to it. I mean, that's how she got in here in the first place. Simples. It's all a matter of plus and minuses. I don't know what's this whole deal with the Kongs is, but I don't want my timeline erased because Mini but actually bigger Thanos is the vengeful prick, and when he gets out in the future, he'll make sure to find Janet's timeline and have her pay for double-crossing him. I'm extremely cautious in fighting Kong due to all his future tech, which is definitely better than anything I have. Energy manipulation? The dude's a master at it. 2. Let's just get this shit over with. I looked at the smiling woman and urged her over before whispering under my breath. Should have brought Wanda and Pietro along. Degree. We arrived at the base and the people were immediately notified, which ended with us being surrounded, but Janet managed to calm them down to listen to her explanations. They seemed to have a lot of distrust against humans, which is understandable considering all Kang's actions against them and their home. 1. Even though I could understand what they were trying to say, and I could easily read their intentions, so I knew when they were insulting me and when they were rejecting my trustworthiness, but I said nothing and just let them say what they wanted. From a third-party point of view, their actions are all justified since Kong did slaughter them by the droves and forced them out of their homes. Vision, these are Cruller, Jendara and Guaz. 1. I didn't have anything to say, so I just nodded. The others cleared out, leaving only the 4 of us in a room, with Jendara being the first one to ask a question. Why did you decide to help us? You have no reason to help us, so why? I groaned at the question and stopped any of them before they asked their questions. The only reason I'm here is because of the grandma sitting over there. That's all. I'll help you deal with Kong as much as I can. Whatever that amounts to is something I can't promise. 1. Cruller snorted at my words, probably annoyed at the laid-back tone I used. And how do you expect to deal with Kong? If Kong was that easy to deal with, then we would have done that ages ago. And that's something I can do nothing about. Though I'd advise you to speed up whatever preparations you've had on the works. How are we even going to get past the barriers? Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of foot soldiers he has at his beck and call. Jendara said with gritted teeth as she glared at me. And do you think you can actually fight Kong? Don't misjudge your worth, human. With that she left, followed quickly by Guaz and then Cruller, who looked at Janet for a moment before exiting the room, leaving behind only me and Janet. They are right, you know. Janet looked at me, and for the first time, I actually felt pain from her. Kong, he's too strong. Ever since he rebuilt his armor, he just destroyed everyone who tried to stand in his way. If you're that worried, I can go back up and bring a lot of people to help fight, I suggested, but she shook her head. Who knows how much time would have passed by then. True. I can't track the time in the quantum realm. I don't think anyone can. And there's also the fact that unknown years might have passed on Earth by the time I arrive, which was why I needed to learn how to navigate the time-space stream that runs through a specific section of the quantum realm. 2. Then we make do with what we currently have. That was the only choice we had if we wanted to fight. I mean, the probability of losing is up there. I gestured to a height above my head which made her let out a small dry chuckle. If you're so gung-ho about fighting, I take it then that you're a good fighter? I still have no idea what you can do. Her words died down as everything in the room floated up, including her, with lightning and light constructs dancing around. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure I can carry my own weight if it's required, I said and made everything disappear with a snap of a finger. And about getting past the barriers, I think I might be able to do something about it. So how about it? Want to give another go at it? This is easily the craziest thing I've ever done, I said while hiding in a quantum pocket and below me was the technological city of Marvel, Axia. 1. Channeling a ginormous amount of energy from the Mind Stone, I started using my density manipulation to increase my weight to the limit I could and then increased my size with quantum shifting, further increasing my mass. Trying to plan a strategy around Kong was useless so we went for the only thing we had, a surprise attack. One Kong definitely didn't put in his calculations. Despite the energy buildup running through my body, I still deemed it not enough and used my electromagnetic manipulation to notch up my magnetic pull towards the ground. By now, it looked as if a sun was shining inside a very dark room, and without further ado, the sky split open and a gigantic human ball was dropped right above the city of Axia. 1. A magnetic field is being erected to negate the force you are currently exerting, which is enough to destroy the city. Would you look at that? Hacking attempts to break through city defenses are all unsuccessful. Well, that's Kang's empire's main control center. Makes sense that he'll have it heavily protected. Nearing the dome that was already laid and covered over 2/3 of the city, I smirked. Right before my body touched the dome, I disappeared once again and teleported past the barriers, now falling through a rapidly decreasing 2 kilometers which continued for a few seconds before everything became silent as I hit the ground. 2. Boom! Double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Vision vs Kong. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Kong the Conqueror POV. He watched as the city he'd built from the ground up, one of many thousands, went up in the hot plumes of a mushroom cloud. For a few seconds, Kong stood stunned as the shockwaves crashed against his palace and sent alarms blaring through this part of the city. At least the structures that still remained standing after the abrupt chaos. Identify the cause. He finally said to the nearby quantum knots, futuristic android sentinels that were under his control. He watched the picture-by-picture frame of the man that caused the explosion instead of the energy bomb he had thought was the cause. Energy readings, though slightly different, bears a 91% similarity to the bioorganic synthezoid known as Vision when ran across the database. The Avengers. Kong snarled at the knowledge of the perpetrator and the likely reason they had for attacking. Scan the entirety of Axia for the presence of other members of the Avengers. No other member of the Avengers, aside from the identified Vision, is in the vicinity of Axia. So only that primitive machine and those rebelling ants. The irritation on his face faded away to make way for an unperturbed calm. I think it's high time I permanently curb these annoying insects. I think I can find 1 or 2 uses for an Infinity Stone. Purple armor pauldrons materialized over his shoulders and the next moment he disappeared, his mind on only one goal, to show the terror of the conqueror. Degree. The Vision POV. Pulling myself out of the kilometer-wide hole of my ground zero, it took me a few seconds to shake off the dizzy spell that was currently doing a tangle inside my head. This was the first time I've ever generated such a level of destructive output since becoming Vision, and I have to say that the feeling I got after regaining my bearings was as if I just took the most satisfying dump ever. It was just that damn satisfying. I have to say that I never expected to come across any of your ilk during my time here. I couldn't even bring myself to feel surprised when I turned around to find the all-too iconic character known as Kong the Conqueror standing behind me with arms held loosely behind him, that and the fact that I wasn't getting anything from him. Not even when he appeared behind me. Well, what can I say? Arriving fashionably late is all part of the superhero gig and all that shit, I said with a shrug as multiple notifications fang out in preparation of the fight that was about to happen. You're different from the other Visions I've met and killed. Every precaution and modes of attack are primed and ready. Fuck this monologue. And that was how Kong saw a giant fist covered in an electromagnetic barrier that smashed squarely against his face, further destroying the ground we stood on as he shot backwards like a punctured balloon. I didn't let any delusions go to my head in respect to Kong taking any substantial damage from that, so I teleported to the place he landed, knees raised for a stomp, but I completely missed as he disappeared only for me to get blindsided by a bitch slap from an energy beam. What the hell was that? An unknown form of energy. Caution is advised as it appears to be immensely dangerous to be in contact with. Yeah, you don't have to tell me about that twice. Whatever energy Kong was using was one hell of a buster, as I could still feel the phantom pain even after the impact. Kong appeared before me, hands alight in whatever blue energy he was using, aiming to shower me in them, but a single metal command from me raised the molten metals under us to form a barrier between us. I also cracked up their magnetic field to deflect any sort of magnetic or electrical wave aimed at them, but Kang's beams just straight up disintegrated them as if made up of bubbles, forcing me to teleport out of there. You attacked me unprovoked. Don't resent me for aiming to erase your existence. I heard Kong speak, but I wasn't interested in hearing what he said. Shrinking further to a microscopic size, not that it made any difference to Kang's attention on me, I shrouded myself and this time appeared under him. He immediately reacted to the punch that was coming but tried to dodge it, but he completely missed it as my enlarged hands appeared from a smoky portal at his side and punched him with a deafening boom. I was about to continue with a follow-up but found myself stuck by some type of bounded field. Faster than I could react to what was happening, my vision became frazzled as some huge and painful crashed into my body. Warning? Warning? Warning. Damn, what's happening to me? Error notifications filled inside my head as I forced myself to stand up despite the screeching feeling that felt as if my skin and bones were grinding against each other like metal. I hastily pulled myself to dodge another shot of that beam. I stacked multiple magnetic fields together in a pyramid sequence and punched at it without delay, causing a wave of superimposed magnetic frequency to shoot at Kong while obliterating everything in its path. I flew up into the air and shot a wide-range laser beam from my eyes as an overcompensation, but I could give two shits about things like that at times like these. A quick glance around the city showed me the chaos that was taking place in every sector of Kang's utopia as the rebels rushed in to face off against the unending wave of robots under Kang's control. Pushing those thoughts away, I channeled electricity through my whole body, causing it to cackle in yellow and blue lightning, and dived towards Kong, who looked more pissed than hurt. That armor of his is such a cheat. He rushed at me and the both of us collided midair with a sonic boom, pushing the other a good space backwards, but none of us relented as we both were upon each other again with punches, kicks, and energy blasts to throw the other off. Even though my physical strength far eclipsed Kang's, and also my mobility, it meant nothing to him as he proved durable enough to shrug off almost anything, energy blasts and all. Trying to get into his armor was a laughable endeavor that didn't even result in any feedback. Overexposure has resulted in rapidly disintegrating molecular integrity. The hell? Shouldn't my quantum shifting and molecular disintegration nullify such an effect? The properties of Kong the Conqueror's energy are unknown, and it is effectively bypassing all laid down defenses against such an event. Fucking hell. Telekinetically picking up one of the random body parts lying around, I increased its size to over 300 meters and sent it towards Kong. I used the chance created when Kong blasted through it to teleport to his back and drive a vicious backhand to his face and send him crashing before he had ample chance to react. I need something concentrated. I had no time to properly deliberate between the wisest course of actions against an opponent like Kong, who needed but a single moment to turn everything around. So I opted for throwing everything I could come up with at him until something clicks. Physical phenomena possess extremely low compatibility with quantumization. Hence it is currently impossible to fuse electromagnetism with quantum siphoning. Recalculating. Low compatibility between quantumization and physical attributes. Fusion is impossible in the case of density manipulation, telekinesis, technopathy, molecular deconstruction. Just get me something else. I shouted internally as I crashed deeper into the ground, only to phase through it as a building fell into where I had crash landed. Rushing towards Kong, I wrapped myself in a repelling field but covered my hands in an attracting field and threw a punch at Kong, only for it to be efficiently blocked by a reflective barrier that was the opposite of what my hands were covered with. Recalculating. He tried grabbing my cape, but his hand went through it, so I quickly grabbed onto his butt. That turned out to be a wrong move, as the moment I made contact with it I was crudely shoved backward in a burst of energy. Query resolved? High compatibility found between form shift and quantumization. Fusion is possible. I couldn't focus on the new notification as Kong layered it into me in a two-step left-right combo with an underkick that sent me skidding backwards. Whatever energy Kong was using was seriously hurting me in every way. My inner thoughts were resonating with the same frequency like that of a scrambled channel, severely reducing the seamless efficiency of my mental partitions. He tried gaining on me by warping to my position, but it was something I fully expected, so the moment he appeared in front of me with his energy-colored face, I held him in a telekinetic hold and bombarded him with electricity, and then joined my two hands together, transforming them to a gigantic blaster straight out from a Transformers movie, and hit him point blank, blanketing the entire area in a blindly white light. The entire landscape around us was reminiscent of one straight out of biblical Armageddon, with fire and molten lava across the vast patch of land. The armies fighting around us had long evacuated or spread out from our center area. I looked at Kong, who looked worse for wear, with something flickering around me, probably what protected him from being evaporated. Honestly, this guy was more irritating than anything else. The amount of weapons he had for any type of situation was nothing short of terrifying. I have to say I'm pretty impressed, and rightfully angry so, that a single member of the Avengers had pushed me this far. Boo. I fired another energy blast at point blank after teleporting to a few meters away from him. Like I could give two shits about your feelings. Chapter 80, Vision vs Kong 2-1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag A wave of blue energy in the shape of a dome blasted everything away from Kong, and for the first time since meeting the enigmatic dictator, I could finally feel the eclipsing hate and contempt he held for me, but none of that made any difference in our current slugfest. 1. Anything notable about the result of quantumizing my form shift ability? What even is a form shift? Based on the reaction it has with effect of quantumization, it can be safely said that it takes the attributes of whatever it is acting in tandem with. A stray thought came to me as I looked at Kong, whose telekinetic powers were surging in such a haywire fashion. What if he wasn't exiled? What if he had access to all his tech? The resources that he could find in the quantum realm were very limited, and he also didn't have access to his time device, unless I would have been dead 10 times over. Enable fusion. Running sequences. Recalibrating the Mind Stone's effect on quantum siphoning. Molecular deconstruction has been affected. Shapeshifting has been affected. Fundamental force manipulation has been affected. Fusion and assimilation is underway. Caution, due to the current environment being the quantum realm, a level of restraint is required in order to prevent any unforeseen fusion with the realm. In the event that such a thing occurs, it is highly probable that connection with the Mind Stone will be lost. 1. Fuck. My involuntary scream died out due to the loud screeching sound that echoed inside my head. It felt as if all my limbs were being mushed into paste and then pulled apart and then shoved into a shredder while my mind was still connected to it. Possibility of fusing with the quantum realm has been greatly reduced due to the now broad connection with the Mind Stone. Caution is still advice. Idiot. Quantumization in the quantum realm is just inviting your demise. I ignored Kong in favor of running a scan on my body, and while I didn't look any different from before, the feeling I got was vastly different from seconds ago. No matter. This doesn't change the outcome in the slightest. He hurtled all the debris and metal parts at me, but I easily dodged them and just as easily took control of them as they sailed safely past me and sent them back to Kong. My movement this time was instant, as if I had always been standing in front of him. I punched him hard in the gut while channeling the quantum energy through my body. Even surprising to me, my hands actually punched Kang's armor and not the force field he's been using since the fight began. Damn. I whistled as my head started downloading new information concerning my state with every action that I took. It felt as if I was some sort of quantum god, since I was currently taking the properties of the place and embodying it. Of course there were still a fuckton of limitations, but at least this was something that I could work with. 3. I guess I should count myself lucky for hiding the Mind Stone in a link-neutral subspace with the quantum space. Whatever energy Kong was harnessing was something similar to Wanda's chaos magic in that it can negate the Mind Stone's effect, but his was more overwhelming. You destroyed my life's work, and you think you can just walk away like that? Kong said in an aggrieved voice as he tore off his cape. You will make a very nice addition to my collection, of that I can assure you. 1. That'd require me to be dead if I understand the context of your words, and that's something I'm not keen on experiencing. Haha, I forget. He laughed in mock amusement. You heroes and your silly ego that makes you feel entitled, infallible. 2. You're drawing quite the perfect picture of yourself there, man. I retorted. He didn't react to what I said and just looked at the vibrances around his arms and looked at me like an ignorant man who made a fool of himself for his lack of understanding. 1. Who do you think will be left standing after all this? He pointed at the rubble of a city surrounding us. I shrugged. I don't know about you, but I have promised appointments with some people that I can't miss. How truly unfortunate and repulsive. He said under his breath and fired 2 blasts at me, but I had already erected some sort of quantum field around me that was barely holding up against Kang's beams. It didn't matter, however, as I created an axe made out of lightning and hurled it at Kong, forcing him to let up on the pressure. The moment he gave me a little respite, I pushed forward with both of my hands enlarged with quantum energy. He tried warping away, but I got to him first and punched him, which he surprisingly blocked, but unfortunately for him, there was nothing he could do about the second punch that snuck into the other side of his face for a healthy reassurance. I intercepted him whenever he tried moving away and pressed forward in my attack. There was an instance where he tried attacking me when I was too close into his reach, but while the attack made his way home, it hit nothing as I literally burst and dissipated into the air, only to reform a few meters back. Kong was running out of steam, and we could both tell. First of all, whatever tech he was building to escape the quantum realm was mostly destroyed by now, either by our fight or Janet did something right. Meaning the only way for him to get out was by killing me and harvesting the method I used for his escape. Since I was currently exhibiting the attributes of this realm, it meant that I could also manipulate it to a very limited degree with extreme caution if I don't want to be sucked into it. A whirlpool started forming above us with lightning strikes in increasing magnetic pull as the whirlpool swallowed us. Before he could take a step to clear out his obstructions, he received a blast from me from under the ground that sent him flying into the air. Sending him back down where he started from, but I wasn't about done with him. Catching him by the leg before he landed on the ground. I smacked him against the ground with a loud boom and a lightning strike before blasting him to the side, where I was already waiting for him with a gigantic bat that I pelted against him from above, digging him straight into the ground. 3. The entire place exploded in a blue blast from Kong, but I was already clear from the area around the blast, only to be gone the next second as the blast subsided and joined my hands together and brought it into Kang's back that had him coughing out large amounts of blood. 3. I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and without waiting a second, pumped my quantum energy into his body for a brief moment and then phased him out of his suit after ensuring he experienced a temporal imbalance before his suit helped him fix it. Away from his armor, Kong was just an elite fighter with future knowledge. Even after it couldn't be clearer that he didn't look that phased. 1. What do you think happens now? He asked me with defiant eyes. You die, I said. Do you think you can shoulder the consequences of killing me? Are you even sure I will die? I raised an eyebrow at him, but then remembered that some Kongs could download their memories into other Kongs and control their bodies, essentially becoming immortal. Well, sort of. 1. I guess I'll live with the consequences then. He tried to move, but I held him in place and directed a surge of energy inside his body that slowly started disintegrating him. I was beyond tempted to dive inside his memories and harvest everything I can, but something held me back. 10. I am not strong enough. I have no idea about the capabilities of the Council of Kongs, and the fact that they play around with the reality stream of the multiverse was a big deterrent. If they were to know in any kind of way, since they'll definitely know that this one is dead, that I took his memories, trust me, I'll be dead before I shrink back to Earth. 4. There are even Kongs that could see through the eyes of other Kongs, so yeah, I'm not taking that chance. And besides, it's not as if Kong memories are the only way to get stronger, but I'm pocketing his armor. 3. With Kong dead, I teleported to where I could feel the only human aura and appeared just in front of Janet, making the old woman jump up with a scared yelp. Vision, are you okay? Yeah, just a little stuffy, I think. I said as my eyes surveyed the rest of people around her, weird alien life forms. What about? He said. !! 1. RY-. He's gone, Janet. Disintegrated to dust. I said, cutting her off. If that's all, we should get moving out of here. I believe I've had enough quantum adventures for the time being. I didn't want to waste any time here, since I'm also worried how much must have passed during my time here. Before she or anyone could say anything else, I wrapped her in a magnetic field and immediately activated my quantum shifting, and we were gone in the next instant. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Overdue cleanup. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Vroom, fist. Space shriveled and hummed for a brief moment before spitting out 2 people. one in a protective field, while the other crashed into the ground with how abrupt the ejection was. Should have disabled the form shift before activating quantum shifting, he complained as he massaged his head to calm the throbbing headache he was feeling. While Janet was stunned to be back in the human world, Vision rushed towards the monitor and checked the time and date, only sighing in relief after realizing that he was only gone for 2 hours. Did I ride the nearest time stream because I was in a quantum form shift? It is the nearest thing to a mutual relationship I have with the quantum realm after all, he pondered. He disabled the barrier around Janet and went to check on Ava and found out that she was still soundly asleep. I'm guessing you want to see your family, he said while turning to the other audience in the room. I would very much love to, but how long? She asked with a quivering voice, scared of what the answer might entail. 28 years, Vision said crisply. It's not exactly a good track record, but hey, at least they are still waiting for you. She hadn't even met them yet and she was already in emotional distress. The string woman who wanted to go against Kong was now trembling in passionate fear at the thought of meeting the family she was separated from for almost 3 decades. Without saying anything else, Vision once again wrapped her in a protective film and flew out the window to return the original Wasp to the Pym family. Degree. After what could only be explained as an heart-wrenching bittersweet emotional episode that'll put any reality TV shows and K-drama to shame with their poor performance, Vision was finally able to detangle himself from honest yet gratuitous atmosphere of the Pym household and immediately took his leave before someone else drew him in for another hug. The Technopath Signal U put a tag on registered some movements and was last traced to be somewhere around Manhattan. Seriously? Not even a shut-eye. Vision let out an irritated sigh and reviewed the information on it before ultimately deciding to check it out. Not even spending more than 5 minutes after returning to the compound, he left towards where the ping was last registered. He would admit that the whole debacle with Kong put him on edge even before he entered the quantum realm, but despite everything, he ended up something that was bound to bring him facing odds against some outrageously powerful group. He had been playing it safe for some time now, waiting for something to happen before he takes action, always reacting and being passive in acting. Compared to the Kong he just faced, what was the government or even some unruly scheming mutants? Break his flimsy firewall. With a mental command, his technopathic conscience instantly shattered the firewalls and security the technopath had set up for their system's network. They tried forcefully locking me out of the system or even isolating my movement, but everything they did was laughable to me because it was like trying to tell a fish not to swim inside of a part of the river you marked as your own, a completely fruitless. Degree. A lanky man with a low fade cut was sitting in front of a monitor playing a video game when all of a sudden alarms started blaring across the room, forcing him to quit the game and hack away at his keyboards. His face paled almost immediately as he started receiving multitudes of notifications and warnings about his network being hacked at an impossible speed. We're having an attack, he shouted to gain the attention of the others hidden in this base while his teeth clattered against their numerous siblings as he saw the entire monolith of information he had spent years building being speared repeatedly with absolutely precision. While the others in the base were wondering how to respond to such an attack, he put his hands on the screen of his monitor and closed his eyes and dived into the digital world, a beautiful world of building blocks made up of zeros and ones. But now that beautiful digital wonder was nothing more than a nightmare to him as he saw yellow code he couldn't read for the life of him, a first, systematically tearing through his life's work. Leader is going to kill me. He came to an astute deduction and panic gripped his fragile heart twofold, spurring him further to try to slow the foreign code. Inside the digital world, he could be said to be only short of a god given the freedom that you could anything you wanted in here, or at least that's what he thought. The very second he attacked the machine code, he found his movements restricted, which was the height of impossibility inside the digital world. He almost screamed out in abject horror when he found that the code was actually trying to hack him too. He pulled on everything he had to pull himself out of that death space before he got eaten. Degree. Not knowing he had severely traumatized someone, he mentally continued to break through everything and anything in his way until the entire network of the Brotherhood was laid bare in front of him, but he did not have the chance to go through as he approached the place the signal was sent from. Not even caring for niceties and making light talk, he crashed through the roof and also the next 3 floors until he landed inside a full of some panicking mutants while some were just a decision away from baring their fangs. He scoured the entire building but didn't pick up on Magneto, who he was planning on confronting, but that didn't matter all that much. Who are you? Someone shouted, but Vision just ignored him as his eyes scanned everyone and cross-referenced them with what he had just gotten from their network. Hey, you deaf or what? One man walked up to him with a defiant look on his face only for Vision to instantly identify him and someone who could instantly create clones of himself. The man known as the Multiple Man, or Jamie Madrid, fell to the ground like a puppet free from his strings, after experiencing a forceful mental shutdown that immediately lit a fuse in all their heads as they no longer cared about who the stranger was and immediately attacked him. As in void of all light, as solar flares danced around his body. Sunspot. Who the hell do I dash? Roberto da Costa's words were cut short as he felt his windpipe blocked as a thick heavy hand grabbed his throat and threw him out of the building just the same way he came in. He could sense some incoming mutants from outside the building, no doubt reinforcements, or maybe they went on an errand. Having taken care of everyone here, also knowing the real reason why they were here today. So if someone were to ask Vision right now if he hates the Brotherhood of Mutants, then his answer would be yes, because they actually were caring less and less about the Who race and more about themselves. Trying to carry out a terrorist act was not something to be excited about. Landing outside, he saw 2 other people who were running towards the hideout but stopped as they saw him, only to resume their charge with renewed vigor. Sunspot wasn't here due to how far Vision's punch had sent him flying, so Vision was now against 2 mutants, one who could shoot out shockwaves from his baby while the other could change his limbs into long electric whips. The first to get it was the one with the whip who tried to bind Vision, a very wrong mistake which he quickly quickly learned as Vision just tugged him forward and used the back of his hand to hit him to the sides, effectively knocking him out with one hit. The one with the shockwave ability stopped his charge and moved backwards to get some space between them and released a loud wave from his mouth that destroyed everything in its path only for it to hit against Vision's barriers. He tried again but it was the same thing and was about to try for the third time when he lost sight of Vision before his own view started shifting until he crashed into the ground. That just leaves one. Vision muttered as he stared in one direction that had a burning black dot that was getting larger as it came closer. Where's Magneto? Vision asked Sunspot, who just flew back. Hearing Vision's question, anger and embarrassment washed through him at the blatant disregard only for his innate ego to talk control. How about you try to beat it out of me? Vision only looked at him as if he was a fool but nevertheless aimed to attack. Much obliged. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Curb Stomping 101. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Sunspot rushed at Vision, who still looked calm and composed with his heart beating in rage and trepidation as he tried to understand how everything went to shit in a matter of minutes. He and the others with him had received a distress call that someone had hacked into their network, and before any of them could make sense of what was happening, another call came in that someone just broke into their temporary hideout, and by the time they had arrived, the man who he finally identified as Vision had already subjugated the entire hideout. And now here he was, just knocked out for a brief moment only to come back to find the two guys with him taking a nap while the man eyed him boredly. He just hoped the leader would come before this guy took him down. Is Magneto on his way here? Vision's question drew Sunspot's attention back to focus, but the young man remained silent, to which Vision just shrugged. I doubt he'll leave such a sizable workforce to be apprehended. Does he know what we are about to do? DaCosta shook his head and his body blazed in resolve to hold him down for as much as he could. He shot black-dotted yellow blasts at Vision, but the latter remained unfazed in the face of the attack and dodged them with the slightest movements and used his hand to swat away the last fiery projectile to the side to join the background of explosion noise. If he could, DaCosta would have sweat dropped at the nonchalance he was being shown, but it all served to bruise his ego, which angered him even more, causing his flames to burn brighter. Joining his hand together, a large torrent of swirling solar energy gathered in his hands and shot towards Vision, but to his astonishment Vision disappeared from his sight, which was followed by a jolting pain against his jaws that felt as if he had been smacked across the face with an invisible truck. He found himself telekinetically suspended midair with Vision appearing in front of him like a ghost. It was then that he understood. They never stood a chance. His heart that had been beating wildly like a drumming prelude to despair suddenly deflated in relief as he heard the voice of his leader. I'll ask you to leave him be, so that we can have a civilized talk. Degree. Vision POV. I looked at the mutant pariah as he slowly descended before stopping a few meters away from me. A wave of my hand sent Sunspot crashing into the ground and digging a rather long trench. I hovered towards him until I was but an arm's reach from him before stopping. Stop what you're trying to do. And pray tell, what is it that I am trying to do? He asked in a cold voice that showed how no-nonsense his character was. The Statue of Liberty, the city power supply and the drainage. This guy was trying to drown the city in domestic chaos and have them implode on each other. First of all was the national symbol, which I wouldn't give two shits about, so that was out. He was also aiming to destroy all city lines and the energy stations, effectively drowning New York in perpetual darkness, and the worst part was the complete destruction of the city's drainage, mixing the city waste with the reservoir, contaminating all the natural bodies of water both in and surrounding the city. This guy actually wanted to destroy New York by setting it back a few months from the rest of the world. Just that alone will drive people away from the city, foreigners won't come in, and all the big industries based in the city would accrue tremendous loss. A devious masterstroke that affected everyone, both rich and poor alike. I could feel the tremors from the magnetic waves rolling off of him, but I maintained my cold face and waited for him to call his retreat. And why do you think I should heed your words and retreat? He finally asked after engaging me in a staring contest moments prior. Because I'm asking nicely. Well then, and I'm hoping he can be reasoned with. If he proves to be the iron-headed dick he was in the earlier days of X-Men comics, then I'll just have to fold his ass. Just because he's one of the leaders of the mutant kind doesn't mean no one else can take his role. Quite arrogant are we. I could feel the increase in magnetic pull all around me, and even the metals underneath the ground were rattling as they started responding to Magneto's ability. Unfortunately for you, you are not someone sufficiently capable enough to give me an order. Hard heads. I shrunk and appeared a distance away from the place I had been hovering at, which had been attacked by skewering metal constructs. A lightning bolt formed in my hands, which I hurled at him with a sonic boom, forcing him to mold a metal block for defense. I fired an energy blast at him and watched as it blasted through the already weakened defense, only for it to crash against the magnetic field barrier he had covering him. I whipped my head towards their hideout as I felt the human signatures inside it disappearing at an alarming rate, only to find that they had a teleporter who was busy evacuating them. Do you really have the time to be unfocused when fighting against me? Even without looking at what was heading for me, I covered my hands with a repelling field and punched it away. Frankly, I do. His ability really should count as an environmental hazard. The magnetic field around him suddenly gained a huge attracting force that started attracting all nearby metallic materials towards him. Even those with low magnetic properties found themselves defying gravity. Seeing the progressing damage a simple application of his abilities were causing, I flew towards him with the aim of keeping things within an enclosed range to prevent more structural damage. I punched my way, unimpeded, through all the things he sent at me in a bid to slow me down until I closed in on him and phased through the blockade he erected and made physical contact with his magnetic barrier, which sent him blasting towards the ground that caused a small mushroom cloud. What about it? He grunted and pushed himself off the ground and started his salvo of attack. Instead of just hurtling things at me, he started breaking them down and reshaping them to create some kind of metallic spider web dome that covered the both of us with over 100 meters of space. I weaved through them with each, phasing through some and blasting others, while making my way to Magneto, who was doing his best to increase the distance between us. I brought my hands together in a clap that released a huge sonic wave that crashed into Magneto, but he gathered himself the next second, but I was already upon him with a condensed ball of energy at my fingertips that encased his magnetic barrier, destroying it after a short stalemate. Magneto now was looking worse with surprise, shock, and apprehension as he finally understood what was happening here. He might be an Omega-level mutant, but this variant of him was nowhere near the level of his stronger version. He must have thought that just because he could fold the Avengers then he'd be able to do the same with me. How innocently stupid. Still, he didn't give up, and even now I could feel the very earth under my feet releasing slight tremors as his desperation was pushing the limits of his control. He dropped 4 metal columns that caged me from all sides, and just as I was about to question his intelligence, the 4 metal blocks each started emitting large amounts of magnetic push that aimed to crush me at the center. Even without using my abilities, just my physical body was capable of bearing acting forces multiple folds over this. I smoothly phased through it and shrunk down to an ant size, making Magneto lose sight of me only for me to resize behind him and use my own electromagnetic manipulation to break past his magnetic field and grab him by his cape. You know the drill, and so do I! Exclamation mark. A crater formed around him as a result of my slam, and if not for his quick reaction of re-erecting another protective field around him, I grabbed him by his helmet and brought him up to my eye level and noted the brief frightened tremble that involuntarily passed through his body. Now this whole curve stomp could have been avoided with a simple conversation, you know. I removed the helmet to look at his face, which was middle-aged, differing from the late 60s mug I was expecting. Super soldier physique. Good to know. You think you won anything? He looked at me with clear eyes and asked. I only smiled at him before looking at the herd of incoming helicopters from different new channels and the police force. While I was briefly distracted, someone appeared behind Magneto and grabbed him to teleport away, only for his eyes to roll to the back of his head as he fell down unconscious. Your getaway ride? I asked the stunned mastermind, who had been hoping to use a literal get out of jail wildcard, not knowing I've had my eye on his chauffeur, who has been speculating from a 2 kilometers distance since the beginning. I don't know about you, but I have spontaneous cases of stage fright, so we'll be making our backstage exit before they get here. A single mental command from me easily broke through his impressive mental defenses and put him to sleep just like his teleporting subordinate, and we all disappeared. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Settling Past Scores. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. I made a makeshift holding cell for Magneto and the teleporter using Sarah's gene-suppressing serum by filtering it into the venting system for those 2 particular cell blocks. That action also gave me the inspiration to create something like the pipeline cell that was used for holding metahumans in the Flash series. With Magneto out of the picture, I contacted Raven and informed her in case she wants to try and take a pie of what was the Brotherhood without Eric at the head. I sent a structural blueprint of the design of the ward to Stark, since he was the one funding everything after all. There was the Raft, a very secure underwater supermax prison in the Atlantic Ocean, but that was just a super facility, and there were some types of mutants that it couldn't hold, and that was where the ward was different. I already planned to incorporate Sarah's gene-suppressing serum into every cell block and cuffs in the ward. With Banner and Sarah doubling down on further exploring the serum, there is no doubt that they'll find a way to increase its effectiveness, while I'll have ample time to build my own bone tube. But before that, I think it's high time I start clearing our closets and airing everything out, specifically the closet of Steve and Natasha. I understand Steve's apprehension, but if it comes down to a fight between him and Stark, no one is going to interfere when they start duking it out. Sometimes a couple of good punches can simplify even the most complicated scenarios. As for Natasha, hers was a lot simpler since it basically features a drug bust and a shakedown. The timeline can go to shit and I don't care. After all, this isn't the MCU I grew up watching. As for Ava Star, she woke up when I was busy dealing with Magneto and waited for me until I came back before she left. At least this way she can live the normal life she always wanted. Steve, Natasha, I think we need to talk. I sent them the message, and a few minutes later they both entered inside my workspace with confused faces wondering why I called them. I'll keep it simple as much as I can, I said, and brought up 2 different sets of holographic information. The first contained a few pictures of Bucky, while the other was of a woman with dyed white hair. What are these? The first to ask was Natasha, and the look on her face was a pretty cold one that demanded a good explanation. Steve remained quiet, but I could tell he wanted the same thing. The main focus here are James Buchanan Barnes and Yelena Belova. That doesn't answer why you are looking into them. Is that what we are doing now? Looking into each other's past? Natasha cut me off with a glare, but I remained unfazed. Yes, I do, if both are working for terrorist organizations and tasked with assassinating high-profile targets. From where I'm standing, it's only a matter of time before the entire group learns about this, and, well, I think anyone can paint a vivid picture of what will happen then. I said before pulling up a video of Bucky killing Tony's parents, leaving the both of them stunned. Where did you get this? Steve was uncharacteristically defensive, but I wasn't about to budge or come to a compromise. Regardless of where I got it, the fact remains that we need to do something about the 2 of them. Why her? Why is she one of your targets? Natasha asked. Because just like Bucky, she's being mind-controlled. It's kind of an overused plot, but it's pretty efficient until it isn't. Natasha grabbed me by my arm and stared at me seriously to see if I was joking. Not that I ever had such bad taste in jokes. You said she's being mind-controlled. By who? At her words, another image file of a man she easily recognized, but there was something wrong. He's dead. Clint and I made sure of it. Unfortunately for her, the man known as Dreykov was not only alive and healthy, he was running an advanced Black Widow program. Trust me, he's very much alive. His daughter too. Well, sort of. I quipped. I then turned back to them to address the main issue now that the introductions were out of the way. Getting Barnes back is not a problem. Even helping him get back his memories is something I can help him do, but before you jump into heat of fire to bring him back, it is imperative that Stark knows about it. Tony wouldn't understand. Steve denied my suggestion, but I wasn't having it. Whether he understands or not, whether he aims to kill Bucky or not is up to him, not you, Steve. Or are you going to hide this from him forever after you've rescued Barnes? He fell silent at my words, but he was inwardly bubbling with frustration. My words might be harsh, but that was the best, no, the correct thing to do. The frustration Steve was feeling slipped through the cracks for a brief moment, but that brief moment was all it took for Steve to put a dent in my wall before storming out to hopefully clear his mind. That's one done. Now for the second. Explain. Was all she said as she took a seat in front of me, prompting me to roll my eyes. Other than verified surface information, I don't know anything else other than the fact that Dreykov restarted the Black Widow program and enslaved all the widows under him with some sort of chemical, including your sister. I told her all what I knew, which was bare bones at best. After listening to all what I had to say, Natasha remained silent for a while before looking at me and asked a question I fully expected. Why? You had to have looked into my past to find out about this. Why did you do that? To her question, my answer was just as crispy and clear. I think most people forget that I'm basically a somewhat good version of Ultron. All of Ultron's memories are available to me. You can do the math from there. While somewhat true, it was ultimately a lie. But there's no need to make this more complicated than it already is. You know, when I left the room, I took it as cutting away that part of my life forever. You abandoned her. Well, yikes. I'm not that good with emotional pep talk, so if that's what she was expecting, then we'll just be stuck here looking at the other until one of us grows bored. Thankfully, Natasha was someone who didn't need any to pick up her slack for her. Get a good night's rest, Natasha. You sure as hell look like you need it. She flipped me off with a laugh as she left the room, once again leaving me to my lonesome thoughts. In the meantime, let's get started on that boom tube. The first thing I needed to do was review the compiled data of my time in the quantum realm. Maybe a few experimental test drives down there to get a clearer understanding of how the coordinate mapping is interpreted down there. I spent the whole night going through equations upon equations, but none was viable, and I haven't even gotten a direction on how to go about it. The other thing I needed to do was build a machine that worked in an identical fashion as the Ant-Man suit, one that can go quantum since that's the route I'm taking. Come in. The doors automatically opened after I sensed Natasha standing outside wearing her combat suit, looking primed and ready for some kicking-ass mission. Is it time already? I joked before turning away from the screen in front of me and took in Natasha's current getup. Anyone else coming? She shook her head and gestured a finger between me and her. It's just going to be the two of us. Should be a piece of cake, right? I didn't question the reason for her decision and just went along with it. It's her mission after all. Where is she now? She asked as we boarded the Quinjet and took the pilot's seat. Currently in Bucharest. Probably a mission. Definitely a mission. She corrected, to which I nodded along. Do you know who she's targeting? She asked, but I shook my head. Don't worry. We'll be able to immediately identify her once we touch down in Bucharest. I wonder what the reunion between two estranged sisters will look like. I said while muttering the last part in a whisper which she heard and snorted. Probably will involve a lot of guns and knives, she said with a fallen face before punching the Quinjet to accelerate at near its top speed. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Sisters Reunion 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. We landed in Bucharest incognito with a retired Black Widow looking as if she was on a kill mission. Do you have her location, Vision? She asked as we made our way into the less populated part of the city. The moment we entered Romania's aerospace, it's not as if they are overly cautious of cameras and electronic devices. That and Romania's covert military and special forces are not on the same level as that of the new and improved Red Room. I looked at Natasha and shook my head in sympathy at the emotional waves I was getting from her. But despite her emotions being in a constant state of flux, she easily kept it from flying off a certain limit, a testament to her high mental fortitude. You've been silent throughout the flight. Want to get it off your chest? I offered, knowing fully well she didn't need it, and her next words told me so in clear context. Are you trying to give me a therapy session? She asked with a chuckle. Worried about my mental state and the mission at hand, she added. I laughingly brushed the serious edge off her question and replied, far from it, believe me. I know you're not feeling compromised. I acted as if I didn't catch her eyes narrowing. Just wanted to hear your story. She scoffed in faux annoyance. I thought you allegedly know more about us than we do ourselves. Well, ouch, ouch. Received loud and clear. We continued in silence before Natasha broke the silence as she saw the direction we were walking in. Her target is a foreign ambassador, she asked as we walked inside the Saudi Arabia embassy building. That I don't know. She looked around the place and glanced at me before muttering, neat trick. It's my version of a classic notice me not. I'd recommend it as a must-have for any world-class aspiring assassin. We exchanged light banter as we made our way unimpeded up the floors. Drawing closer to the room, the camera's last picked up Yelena entering. Why again did I offer myself assistance in tagging along? Well, I don't want Natasha or Yelena to blow up the flying fortress that was the Red Room. 4. It would make a better base than staying grounded on the compound every time, given that I quickly finished the teleportation station I'm building. You want to go in first or should I? I asked her as we stood before the door of the room Yelena was staying in, currently going through some files. Natasha gave me a half-amused glare at hearing my words. You seem to be having more fun than warranted. Well, I'm about to witness the special ops version of a sisterly catfight, so you can't really blame me, I said with a shrug. 4. Fair. I silently unlocked the door before she got a chance to while mouthing a thank you her way, taking care not to trigger any of the intruder alarms her sister had in place. Degree. Natasha Romanova POV. Keeping her breath steady and silent, Natasha entered the room where she could already hear the faint sound of someone tapping away at something. She had no delusions of how this was about to play out, so she steeled her heart further and approached while cursing Vision. She heard the tapping stop. Already knowing she had somehow alerted her sister, she barrel rolled on the ground, avoiding the gun that should have been directed at her head, while pulling hers out and mirroring her assailant's action. She couldn't even bring herself to be surprised upon seeing the face of the girl she had once called her sister, only this time she was doing it from behind a gun. I guess the feeling is mutual since we're both doing it. I bet that bastard will probably say something like us being true sisters or something. I'm guessing you won't drop the gun if I ask nicely, will you? Before Yelena could pull the trigger as a memento for their tear-jerking reunion, Natasha closed the gap between them and used the butt of her gun to hit Yelena's fingers coiled around her gun, making her lose it, but that meant nothing to the official Black Widow as she grabbed Natasha's extended and twisted it, forcing her to drop her gun too. The two wasted no second exchanging glances as they shifted their gears into combat mode, their decade-plus experience being brutally exposed as they struck at each other without holding the slightest punch back. Grabbing the hands trying to reach for her shirt, emphasis on trying, Natasha gave sharp jabs to the elbow and shoulder joints in fast succession, weakening the arm of the amount of force it could generate for a while. Yelena dragged her hand back and tried freeing it from Natasha's grasp by using her other hand only to be jerked badly as Natasha's legs kicked her unprotected abdomen. For Natasha, however, she didn't show any emotions on her face when blocking Yelena's punch or tanking the clean hits the other party got as her mind trained in on quickly finishing the fight. Months of fighting against Vision, who had perfectly copied her entire body structure, entire fighting style and experience, and who had also taken it upon himself to increase it by a few notches, was something that could only force the deadly assassin to take her combat mastery to the next level. Yelena wasn't a mutant with unnatural abilities, so she had little to look out for. Quickly dodging to both sides to avoid Yelena's blade, she baited her into an opening, and when she took it, all she needed to do was dodge before stepping into Yelena's space and used something Vision taught her in correlation to her knowledge of the human muscle and nervous system. With her middle finger slightly extended from the rest of her balled fist, she used the middle joint of her middle finger to jab at specific points of Yelena's body. Arm joints, underarm, shoulder blades, spine, and her abdominal sides. Yelena fell like a stack of cards as Natasha contracted and loosened some of her muscles in what Vision had so aptly called chi blocking. 3 minutes, 41 seconds. She didn't react to the out-of-nowhere commentary and just proceeded to knock her sister out. She looked at the beeping device strapped to Yelena's wrist and frowned. I think they've made out that she's been targeted. Quite fast, don't you think? Vision let out of him as the device flew into his hands, causing him to break out into a smile a few seconds later. So what are we going to do about her brainwashing? Though she tried to play it calm, she couldn't help but worry. Her experiences with mind control were not the best, and sometimes she wonders just how she became cool with being around Vision and Wanda, knowing fully well their expertise with said ability. The former being who he was, while the latter was the very same person who put her through a severe case of mind rape. Leave that part to me. It's one of the reasons I came along after all. She rolled her eyes at his nonchalant comment, not that she could argue with it. Well, let's get out of here before someone reports the noise from our fight, she said, and walked out of the room the same way they came, with Vision carrying Yelena over his shoulders. So what next? She asked after they got back to the Quinjet. As far as she was concerned, this mission was far from over. The task given to her when she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was to kill Dreykov, destroying the Red Room organization altogether. Now not only was Dreykov still alive, but so was the Red Room up and running, with apparent upgrades to their mental and technological programs. She got dried red on her ledger, and God knows she'll thoroughly wipe it out this time. Depends on which one you prefer doing first, giving your sister a mental mani-pedi or blowing up Dreykov's ass to high heavens. Oh, he definitely was having fun with this. She looked at Yelena and then made the obvious choice. Help her out first. I want to hear her personal account. She looked at her watch as Vision did his thing and couldn't help but let out an irritated groan. It's not even afternoon yet and it's already proven to be a long day. Science sure has come quite the long way in less than a century. She heard Vision say, more to himself than anyone else. Based on what I'm seeing, this is deeper than any mental conditioning you went through, or even what Hydra did to the Winter Soldier. Props to Dreykov, I guess. She had thought it'd take some time given his words, but it only took him a few seconds before he said he was done. The both of them stood in silence as they watched the still unconscious Yelena. Sue, you're gonna wake her up, or should I? One more sassy word from you and it's a bullet from me. Chapter 85. Estranged Sisters 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag Steve Rogers POV. Bam, double exclamation mark. Rip. Damn it all. I cursed at the fourth punching bag that I've destroyed since I started going at them a few hours ago. 2. I was trying to ease my frustration and stress, maybe clear my mind, in the best way I know how to, but it's not working as every punch I take seems to bring back only flashbacks of memories I thought I had put to rest a long time ago. 2. Gunshots going off. Bombs and smoky sky that made the eyes hurt. The biting cold of winter as we laid on wait under the snow for hours just to ambush a contingent of reinforcements. I pushed those thoughts as far as I could from my head and hung another sandbag and started again with slow hits. I couldn't even throw more than 2 punches before images of a fight that happened last year forced its way into my head, not caring of my efforts to clear my mind. You okay, Cap? I heard Sam's voice, which forced me to stop and take a breather. Something is definitely wrong, because the only time I've ever seen you like this was when we had Hydra on our asses. That prompted a smile and a soft laugh out of me, but unfortunately this was different. Maybe not in difficulty but in complexity. Well, you're not entirely wrong. I caught the bottle of water he threw me and drank in large gulps. So, what's got you so down that you're taking it out on those? He said, pointing to the heap of sand and torn leather bags lying around. I didn't say anything and just played the video Vision gave me. This was something I never expected, what no one expected. It isn't exactly a public secret that Tony's parents died in a car crash, leaving him orphaned at a very young age. But according to the video I was currently watching for the 17th time, Bucky was the one who framed the murder as an accident. This is bound to set him off. I mean, it's Tony. The entire reason he was initially scraped from the Avengers Initiative was due to his volatility and being quick to set off. A record that made him a close runner-up to Bruce. What are you going to do then? Sam asked, looking unsure of how he should react. Guess it's not only me. You gotta tell him, Cap. It's Tony we're talking about. As long as something like this, he pointed at the video, is out there, all he needs is a reason and he'll find out. Fucking hell. I couldn't help but curse. 7. Wadash. Zip it, Sam. I groaned as he burst into hardly suppressed snickers. I picked up my phone and dialed the first number that popped up. I grimaced at the sight of my hands slightly trembling, something that didn't happen even when I was fighting against an alien invasion. Tony, can you come over? It's important. I said as soon as he picked up the call, not even giving him the chance to reply with his usual quips that I've never understood. I caught Sam giving me a look I couldn't understand. What? Huh? Oh, nothing. Just wondering if it'd be appropriate to place bets if it ever comes down to a brawl. Dunno why. 2. Maybe I shouldn't have told him after all. Can you just shut up for a second? Don't worry, Cap. I'd place my bets on you if it ever comes to that, he said while giving me a few pats on the back before leaving. 7. Degree. Vision POV. I have to say that the conversation the two sisters had, with one bound, was not one I was expecting. It was somehow stale, cold even, like a discussion rather than whatever kind of talk I had in mind. It felt like a business deal, lacking any sort of emotion as both sides focused on the cons of what the next part of the mission brought as they traded information. What more should I have expected from two estranged fake sisters who also happen to be world-class assassins? So what are you going to do next? Yelena asked while massaging her wrist and shooting a dead stare at Natasha. Was there any reason for cuffing me so tight? I couldn't take any chances and risk you escaping. You are a Black Widow. Are you not? And the redhead just lied through her teeth, not even appearing bothered by the fact that it wasn't standard handcuffs. Too bad I can't continue watching such primetime drama. It appears you have some company, Yelena. Want to meet your sisterhood? They might be worried about you. I heard Natasha snicker while the girl I was addressing looked between the both of us as if she couldn't decide who was more unbelievable. 2. Do we really have the time to deal with the widows? Natasha asked, but Yelena cut me off before I could reply. If the other widows know about my capture, then we need to get out of here. They might be forced to send in the taskmaster, she warned. Natasha asked with raised brows and folded arms. The so-called enforcer you mentioned is tasked with retrieving or eliminating stray widows. Yes. In case you guys care about my opinion, then I'd suggest we get to the Flying Fortress as soon as possible. It's not actually a surprise to me that I couldn't get into the Red Room when I tried, with the reason being the same as that of Von Doom's Latveria and to an extent, Wakanda. They were not using the same digital space as the rest of the planet, but that can be easily taken care of if I get within proximity of it, or physical access to it. I'm still holding off on asking why you are so eager to go there, but I agree. We need to move rather than staying in one place and exposing ourselves to the possibility of being tracked. Natasha went ahead and fired up the Quinjet for takeoff while I watched the movements of the widows who were making their way in our direction, ignoring Yelena who just stood there until she decided to ask what she's had on her mind for some while back. We're currently going to attack the Red Room, right? Yes, I answered simply. 1. With just the three of us? She asked again. Yes, I replied again and had Natasha address her doubts before she bombarded us with them. Don't worry. With Vision here, we've already achieved half of whatever it is that we're going there for, she said matter-of-factly. Yelena looked at me with curious interest and a healthy shade of wariness. It's not because of Natasha's words, because I can tell she's been wary of me since she woke up, watching every single movement I made with discreet glances. After uploading the coordinates to the craft systems, I sat beside Natasha and just enjoyed the journey while also reviewing the calculations that I've been running up in my head since the day before. I could feel that Natasha didn't want to have the impending talk she knew Yelena would ask, which was the whole reason she was flying the plane even though it had a borderline AI to take care of the autopilot. Still want to ask? She suddenly said out of nowhere, which made me smile but shook my head. I don't think I'm the one who's been dying to ask a very essential question, I said as I corrected the quantum coefficients with a reverse of Earth's geographic coordinates after making a few changes to it. Yeah, she said it with such a straight face that falsely showed how little she felt. I doubt there's anything to talk about between us. At the end of day, it all comes down to the options we were dealt with and the choices we made from them. My reply to her was given in the same tone she gave hers. But that's from your own standpoint. You were lucky to have made the choice you did, Natasha, giving you the chance to become who you are today. You don't know the options she was given, or the choices she made from that, or the choices she hoped she could have. We only get one such chance like this in life, Miss Romanova. I looked at her in one of my rare moments of seriousness with her involved. Sometimes making it count is harder than we think it is. Unlike Natasha, who was more than ready to burn all bridges with her past life, I could feel Yelena tightly clinging onto her, so I was doing this for her sake more than Natasha's. Natasha didn't say anything else and just focused on steering the Quinjet in the direction of the coordinates of the Red Room. Who knew redheads were this stubborn? I only sighed in relief at the time frame I gave myself for this mission, which will extricate me by the time the toxic drama and feelings would be barred out. We should be done in an hour, tops. Chapter 86, 1 down, 1 to go 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag General Dreykov POV. General Dreykov, we have a deserter. That had been the call he received, which had prompted him to send his most prized creation to eliminate the defect. Even though he had worked the Red Room from the under up and elevated it to a position it has never reached before, he still couldn't stop the defective assets that creep up every once in a while. He had sent a squad of widows for a branch mission in Bucharest, Romania, to eliminate some key pieces that had finally lost their value in his chessboard of control. Each widow had a time and place assigned to them along with a target to take out during the 4-day mission in Bucharest, and today was supposed to be when the last target was taken out by Yelena Belova, a prized asset. Unfortunately, one that proved to be as defective as her sister, despite their talents. His inner monologues were cut short by an intermission from the command control. General Dreykov, the location we last received the signal of the deserters tracker is empty. He frowned at the update he was transmitted. That shouldn't be right. Any forceful removal or tampering of his widow's tech and trackers should have sent it a feedback and automatically registered a few protocols already put in place for such events. His frown increased as he searched through Yelena Belova's data network and found that she had been marked, but no protocols to facilitate her capture and slash or elimination were activated. He didn't know why, but his heart rate skipped a beat faster at the memory that flashed through his mind, much to his consternation. Pass the command. All widows are to return to the Red Room. The mission has concluded. He gave the other to the leading widow of the Bucharest mission. 1. He hated the fact that a single memory of a long past caused him to act like this, but since he was yet to understand what had happened to Yelena Belova's receiver, then there was nothing for them to do out there in the field. Return. He gave a simple order to his taskmaster and was about to busy himself with the statue of his compromised widow, only for the proximity alarms to be triggered. The worst part was that it was the semi-automatic alarms that went off before it forced the other alarms to signal the intruder alert. His system's warning too went off, notifying him of the attempt of a hacking attempt, sending an urgent message to return to all infield widows, and then rang a code red throughout the entire aerial-based Red Room. Kill an intruders on sight was the simple order he gave them before focusing back on the hacking attempt. Degree. Vision POV. There were other easier ways to do this, but that almost meant time-consuming and all-round planning which was not needed. With that being said, leave Dreykov to me. I have some unsettled scores with him, Natasha said by cutting me off. Wasn't even thinking about it, I said after phasing that entire Quinjet into the Red Room, which involved a little quantum shifting and molecular deconstruction. It did set off some proximity alarms, but it didn't matter. What matters is the pair of sisters having a little bonding time as they carry out their shared revenge, and what better way to do that and letting out the piled up tension from the ride than by running through a whole squadron of widows. You're not planning on helping out? Yelena asked me, wearing a genuinely shocked expression on her face. Oh, I'll be helping out, I clarified. Just thought a warm-up would be a good exercise while I take a tour around my base. I need to case it and factor it into my already running equation. Her shocked face morphed into a dead serious one, as if daring me or telling me to stop joking around. You're joking, right? Just take it as one of all those missed bonding chances. With that, my form faded away as I shrank and phased through the walls to complete my self-given mission. Of course, I wasn't about to allow them to fight the whole base of mind-controlled widows, so I'll be knocking out a few as I go along. Degree. Yelena Belova POV. He's actually joking, right? I asked Natasha as the eccentric guy just disappeared before my eyes, which wasn't the only thing I've seen him do. Come on, let's go. We have no time to waste, Natasha called out as she walked away, not looking worried a bit about Vision's abrupt disappearance. Don't worry about Vision. He knows whether or not he has a part to play. Our focus should instead be on Dreykov. Is this what it means to be an Avenger? As far as my memory serves me right, they made no plans for infiltration or attack after they established that the base was the next thing they were attacking. I looked at Natasha as she hurriedly made her way forward with confident yet experienced steps, mind 100% focused on the mission at hand. If we survive, then maybe. Eyes peeled. Multiple hostiles incoming in your direction. I flinched as I heard Vision's voice inside my head, but Natasha signaled me to hush, which made me relax after seeing her nod a little, meaning she could hear his voice too. I couldn't show pity to these widows despite the fact that I was like them mere hours ago because we stood on two different sides. Hurry up. Ignored Natasha's call as I held the twisted shoulder of a widow and slammed her head against the edge of a wall. I felt a kick to my back and winced before turning back and blocking her second kick, and swiped off her two batons before hitting her on both sides of the head with it. Degree. Vision POV. Red Room network access granted. Completely ignoring the General Dreykov, who was kicking up a panicked tantrum, I proceeded unhindered and took complete control of the flying star-shaped fortress. I was also rewiring the psyche of all the widows I came across, which resulted in a whole base full of confused as hell femme fatale. Well, not all of them, as I caught sight of some of them hightailing it the fuck out as soon as they composed themselves. I didn't stop any of them because I had no need to. Excuse me, passing through. I laughed at my own insensitivity as I slowly made my way towards Natasha and co, repeating my mental cleansing on every knocked out widow I saw. I'm actually glad that I didn't have to blast through the entire base, killing every widow agent I found, because of the bailout ticket the brainwashing gave them. Fury is going to have a field day with this. Or Maria Hill. SHIELD will definitely try and recruit as many widows as possible, and so will any military organization that gets a whiff of this. It's all up to the widows if they want to go into special ops, since I'm basically giving them a free slate by restricting and propagating their data to any third party. Why not invite them to join the Avengers? That's Natasha's job, and besides, what are we going to do with hundreds of black widows? It might have worked out if we had expanded, but that's obviously not the case, so they can enlist for future recruitment. I walked into Natasha and Yelena fighting against Taskmaster and told her to be surprised when I found them getting their ass handed to them. Well, mostly Yelena, but it was still an impressive combat feat. Dreykov was typing frantically away at his keyboard, but he wasn't getting any response, which had the man tethering at the edge of losing his mind. I had the room on lockdown to prevent him from trying to escape. Degree. Natasha Romanova POV. She easily identified the way the girl, Antonia Dreykov, who was now a brain-dead killer named Taskmaster, fought. It felt as if she was fighting the version of her Avengers teammates bar a few. 6. She was a grown woman. She knew when to feel guilt for her actions and when to look at it with indifference. Drawing out a pair of adamantium blades, extra add-ons courtesy of Vision, she twirled them around her fingers and welcomed the taskmaster who had drawn out her own pair of daggers and attacked Natasha with them, only for her blade to suddenly feel light as Natasha effortlessly cut through them. The sudden imbalance created more than enough room for all of them to react, but the taskmaster fell short as Yelena blindsided her with a pair of stunners, leaving her wide open for Natasha to deliver a killing blow with a slash to her throat. 5. Antonia! Double exclamation mark. Dreykov screamed as he saw the geyser of blood that spurted out from his last living relic, signifying her permanent departure from life. You ungrateful vermin! Awdish's praised shouts were silenced with the shot of a gun and bullet in his skull. Don't call me ungrateful when I had the courtesy to send you alongside your daughter. It's more than you ever did for me, she said with an emotionless tone as she stared at his dead body. Your face still remained as disgusting even to your end, she remarked upon seeing the unsightly expression on his face as he died. She stared at a corner of the room which suddenly shimmered as Vision looked at his invincibility. 5. Not this time, I'm afraid. Though I'd like to ask how it feels to assert your revenge. It's not something I have any experience with. For educational purposes, so to speak. He said plainly, no undertone or hidden meaning, just genuine curiosity. Natasha took a second to contemplate on how she felt before answering. The satisfaction comes during the first few seconds of doing it. Right now I just feel, meh. She took one more look at the two bleeding bodies in the room. Thinking about it now, only one good thing came out of all of this, and it's not this. Probably could have spent my day doing something else. Vision nodded and then turned to the younger widow. You. Honestly, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I just escaped years of brainwashing less than an hour ago, and the person I want to kill is already dead, along with his cursed organization. She took a deep breath to compose herself but failed doing so. How about asking me again after a day or two? I need a rest for all this. Fair. He agreed, already in the middle of relocating the base back to compound. You're kinda weird, man, you know that right? What kind of name is Vision anyway? Don't got a name or something? Yelena complained with a fed-up expression on her face, earning laughs from the other two people in the room. Chapter 87, an important choice. When they got back to the compound after spending over an hour flying, what welcomed them was the tense stare-off between Steve and Tony, with Steve having a pleading look while Tony's was mostly an impassive cold face. How long has this been going on? Vision whispered to Wanda. For quite a while now. Did you know? She asked. Vision nodded but excused himself after seeing the tension state of the room. It was better if they just let everything air out on its own. Where have you been since morning? She looked curiously at the new face, who was dressed in a gear identical to Natasha's Black Widow's, that came in with him and Natasha. She followed him to the open clearing behind the main building complex and looked around, seemingly confused why they came outside. I've been out acquiring a new base of operations. That and being Natasha's wingman for a change. Not only Wanda, but everybody else who came outside after seeing the shadow that was cast over the entire compound looked slapshot as the flying fortress that appeared out of thin air. Vision. Just what the hell were you and Natasha up to this morning? Degree. The appearance of the new base did take Tony and Steve's mind off the issue at hand as Tony went ahead to check out the new base while Vision left for his own thing. Well, said Thing just happened to be having a talk with Magneto, and also breaking the news to Wanda and Pietro. Quite a quaint little box this is, don't you think? Eric Lind's said after inspecting his holding cell and coming to the conclusion that his ability wasn't working. How does it work? Whether he expected an answer or not, Vision did give him one. Basically, the cell has a mutagene-suppressing serum being filtered into the venting system. A few hours outside of it and your abilities should return. It is still under the prototype phase, so you should be expecting a little upgrade to your temporary residence. The mutant leader's mind calmed down a bit after hearing that, but he looked at Vision skeptically, wondering why he purposefully let him know that. If you're wondering why I told you that, then my simple answer would be that it makes no difference to me if you know about it or not. And not just you, it applies to everyone. After all, what is anyone going to do if they know the Avengers facility has a specific cell for mutants even as strong as you? Eric couldn't help the involuntary laugh of derision that escaped his mouth after hearing what he thought was overconfidence and arrogance. Though he knew what Magneto was thinking about, Vision made no comment about it and focused on why he was here in the first place. Why were you trying to destabilize the economy of one of the world's most prominent cities? The billions of dollars that would have been spent just to revitalize New York and make it sufficiently passable to live in had he succeeded, would have affected the entire country, even the world market. As if you'd understand my goals. Eric snorted upon hearing the man's hypocritical drivel. You only side with them because you found yourself on the good side of the public, no, the world's, opinions. Vision sighed, knowing fully well that this talk was not going anywhere anytime soon. I really don't have the time to argue with you on the topic of racism, not when your actions, had they been successful, would have further shunned the mutant populace worldwide. It doesn't really need logic to understand something as simple as that, Vision said. If things went according to his plan, most of the people wouldn't concern themselves with mutants in a year's time. It's not like it would disappear totally, as that was virtually impossible, but it would be lessened to an incredible degree than what it currently was. As Vision was about to leave, he stopped and looked over his shoulder to stare at Magneto and gave some departing words. While I trust them to make their own choices, I won't tolerate any sort of manipulation or lies from you. This will be your only warning, Eric Lind's hair. Magneto was confused by what Vision meant and couldn't ask him as Vision was already long gone. Luckily, he found out just what he meant in the next few moments after two people. It's been quite the long 48 hours, Vision thought as he finally found himself on the cusp of success on his research on quantum translocation, aka teleportation, aka his very own boom tube. If not for his seemingly unlimited stamina, which was due to his existing nature, he was sure he would have passed out on numerous occasions given all that has happened in the time frame of 2 days. First was spending however long that was in the quantum realm, then fighting Kong, then coming back and stopping Magneto's plans and rickrolling his group while I was at it, and now laying waste to the Red Room. I deserve some kind of premium timeout ticket pass. You sure do. Vision raised his head from where he was tinkering with Kang's armor, trying to disassemble whatever it was made up of, and saw Wanda with one of the weakest smiles he's ever seen her with. You could have given me a heads up, you know, she said without any heat in her voice, which made Vision breathe out in relief. I accept full faults for that. Though in my defense, I'd rather not be the one to break that to either of you. Wanda nodded, part of her understanding why he had thought so. It really came as a surprise to both her and Pietro upon finding out that their real father was one of the world's most dangerous men alive. Admittedly, and she also confirmed it, Magneto had no idea that their mother became pregnant after one of his past trysts. It was likely that her mother too was unaware of it and had met her father, the one who had raised them, shortly after, blissfully unaware of the true father of her pregnant children. Whatever the reason might have been, I don't want to care about it for more than it's worth, she said and rested her elbows on the headrest of the chair Vision sat on, watching him slowly going back to his work. And Pietro. Wanda chuckled at that with a fond smile on her face as she recalled how Pietro had quickly thrown it behind him, worrying instead for her as a responsible older brother. He's fine. Probably out for a run to get the lingering thoughts out of his mouth, she said before looking at the armor he was tinkering with. Where'd you get that? From the Red Room. Oh, this? Nah, I got it from this 31st century world conqueror exiled to the quantum realm. It's really an indigenous piece of tech. Vision looked to his side to see Wanda looking at him with a look that made him realize where he'd fucked up. He went to the quantum realm alone. He'd once told her about his plans to go to the quantum realm and she'd expressed her interest in visiting the Nexus dimension in an offhand comment that he'd easily glossed over. He was about to answer but stopped as he started receiving a couple of notifications, informing him of his success in deciphering the key to interplanetary spacetime travel. Anything wrong? She nudged him with her shoulders as she felt him mind running at speeds she couldn't pick up on before something caught her attention. Hearing Wanda's call, Vision gave her a content smile. I just finished figuring out the spatial matrices for building a quantum translocation station. She rolled her eyes at his words. And let's just pretend that I don't understand all what that meant for a second. In simple words, a beam me up station to almost any location on Earth. Neat. Now it was his turn to snort at her lacking reaction. That reminds me, what's up with you? You feel different. Different how? Was there something wrong with him that he wasn't aware of? Wanda closed her eyes and brought her hands to his head and let wisps of her magic dance between them. She continued for a few seconds before retracting her hands. Something happened to the Mind Stone? I can feel it but it feels somehow far away. It's like you are finally separated from it. I can't feel any of its apparent presence on you and it looks as if you are growing an independent presence separate from it. She was about to voice her concerns but Vision's next words assuaged her worries a lot. I disconnected myself from the stone. I'm only drawing the necessary energy from it when I want to use or boost my powerful abilities. He then briefly explained what had happened in the quantum realm and the solution he came up with. It's also the reason why I want to figure out how Kong powered this armor of his, as the energy it emitted did hamper the stone's abilities and also harmed me quite a bit. As long as you're alright. She breathed out softly in relief and then leaned in a bit to rest more comfortably against the headrest. They remained like that for a while before she spoke again. I guess there's nothing holding you back now with this, is there? No, there isn't. He replied. This opens up a lot of choices for me, and gives me more avenue to make a few more important ones. And the meaning behind her question was something they both fully understood, and while they've been ambiguous in respect to this particular topic for quite some while now, weighing the effects of any decision they made regarding it, with both of them putting it out like this meant only one thing. I'm about to make one right now. Not fast, not slow. They both had enough time to react with a clear head if they were against it, but they didn't, and so their lips mashed together in a slow, moderate-paced kiss. In this moment of time they both stole for themselves. They stopped thinking about anything else and focused on the feelings currently being transmitted as their lips danced a tango of heating passion. They continued like that for a minute, fully salivating the electrifying sensation of their first kiss. That was something else entirely, Vision said as he stared at her eyes that suddenly gained a red tint. Another on dash. Hashtag 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 A/N. How was it? Too on the nose, or was it out of nowhere? Seriously, you gotta let me know. Chapter 88. BoomTube. Get. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. The days following destruction of the Red Room passed quickly, with everybody being busy in one way or three other. Since none of them could continue putting it off, Steve, Tony and Sam went to rescue Bucky and finally shut down the Winter Soldier project for good after getting the location from Vision. With Vision assuring them that he could unwind Bucky's brainwashing, Steve no longer had any reasons holding him back from saving his long-lost friend. In the same vein as the first trio, Natasha and Yelena finally had their long-needed talk, which Natasha had been putting off because she knew what exactly it was going to be about, and she was right. No one knew anything about the extent of their talk or the decision they made, but at the end, Yelena decided to go look for their parents and air out the demons in her closet. Natasha also took some time off. Whether it was to follow her sister or clear her head, no one knows. Sarah and Banner were fully engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the X-gene, and an input from Vision was what gave them the direction they were currently going at. Vision's thought had been whether the effects of the suppressant could be replicated but with light and frequency instead. For some reason he was confident that it could work, and coupled with the rather extensive study he's done on frequencies, the two lumberhead scientists readily dove headfirst into it besides other things. As for Laura and Davis, they were by far the most free bundle of the group, so they just laze around or mostly hung out with Vision, helping him out as he started building the translocation station. When it came to the resident twin, Pietro, much to his irritation, became the official courier service of the group, running errands to different parts of the country. Wanda, on the other hand, besides spending time with Vision, was mostly off doing heroics, which was something she's taken quite the shine to. She quickly became the bane of every criminal across the state, destroying multiple cartels and crime syndicates, including that of the Kingpin, who was currently behind bars with a troubled psyche. Atop the Flying Fortress, which was renamed as the Overwatch by a certain someone, said certain someone was rounding up the receiver panels that were fixed in different parts of the Overwatch to pick up quantum signals. That should be the final touch. The refurbishing of the Overwatch was coming along slowly since no one had the time as of recently, and it was simply impossible for only a handful of people to do alone. Quantum network connection established. Calibrating Earth's geographical coordinates to the established network. Successful. Calibrating quantum tunnel pathway to the established network. 12%. Aerial and land-based receiving panels successfully registered to the established network. All systems are online and functioning at efficient capacity. Translocation through quantum tunnels is now possible. Notifications after notification rang out as soon as he turned the device on. He felt the fleeting satisfaction of accomplishment before a call cut short his immersion. Sir, Dr. Banner is asking if they can turn on the quantum tunnel from the ground base. Oksana, a retired Black Widow, asked. Yes, tell him we'll be coming through it. Calibrating quantum tunnel pathway to the established network. Successful. Give me a third-party review on the completed project, Oksana. It's simply revolutionary. She started after skimming through what she knew about what was just accomplished. I guess it'll help a lot in reaching areas in distress around the world. But I guess the main question is whether this is going to be publicly released anytime soon. This was a question Vision already had an answer to from the very beginning. Definitely, but not anytime soon. Since we have the monopoly on it, it's only natural enjoy its benefits to the fullest, and by the time we distribute it to the world, we'd have made sure it's completely secure and no one else can take advantage of it. The Overwatch had 2 travel stations, each with the capacity to carry 10 people at once. Overwatch, set destination, compound. Coordinates set. Travel sequence starting in 3, 2, 1. Vroom, I feel lightheaded. Oksana reported as soon as they found themselves in the compound's quantum station. It's a normal reaction given that it's your first time experiencing something like this. Trust me, compared to the other possible experiences, this isn't even worth mentioning. And might I ask what those could have been? She asked with a bit of hesitation, and Vision's answer proved her right. One is experiencing every tiny bit as your body gets folded to subatomic size and forced through a neutral space. That, or feeling your body being dismembered to every individual atom, forced through a quantum space, and reliving it again as each dismembered atom gets joined back upon successful travel. Silence reigned between them as they stepped out of the station to meet Banner, who was simply awestruck at something this revolutionary, while Sarah took the medical scans of Oksana from Vision. This will help them understand more the effects of quantum traveling on humans. Hey there, Laura. The girl nodded and followed behind Vision as he went ahead to make breakfast for her, since he had been working all through the night of the previous day. During the breakfast, something on the news caught not only his attention, but also that of everyone else who had been listening in. Due to the recent spontaneous events, most of which have been severely hazardous, a summit of world leaders in the coming months and a list of countries have accepted to attend. The most surprising of all is the news of the ruler of Latveria, Dr. Victor von Doom, expressing his interest in the upcoming summit. And then there's that. Vision said as the newscaster went on to list out some more countries that will be in attendance, a list which also contained Wakanda. And with that, whatever remained of canon is finally thrown out the window. Degree. Vision's brunch was cut short when the news suddenly changed to a video of a rhinoceros version of Iron Man wantonly shouting profanities as he destroyed all the police cars that tried stopping him. Not that they were having any kind of success at it. And there goes my morning. He could have just left it to Spider-Man, but based on what he was seeing and given the fact that he was currently in school, it'd take him at least 5 minutes before he could swing over after using the bathroom excuse. 5 minutes where the current death toll would have doubled. This should take a minute. He stepped inside the quantum tunnel and beamed himself to Rhino's location and walked out of the portal that formed a few meters from the man. Dash. Before he could finish his third word, his prided armor exploded into bits and he found himself restrained in metallic bonds. In his confused state, he looked back in the direction of the man, but the newcomer was already gone while he found all his limbs in 4-inch iron cuffs. Hell. Vision walked out from the station having already given up on his food and went back to cracking Kang's armor, well opening up since he'd already cracked it. Upgrades over food. Would you look at that? Only 7 seconds. Degree. With Magneto seemingly gone with no news of his whereabouts, as the news had no idea of who caught him or even if he was caught, the Brotherhood, after not hearing from their leader for a few days, slowly devolved into chaos as each of his closest followers tried to force the other members into following them. But they forgot one thing. They were not Magneto. They had neither the charisma, determination, or power that Magneto commanded with his sheer presence alone, causing the once closely knit Brotherhood to break down into smaller groups as each followed a leader of their own. This is not going to work out well for us. You guys know that, right? One of them complained to his group after they narrowly escaped the rest of the Brotherhood after they made their decision to defect. Known. Not one of their wisest moments, that's for sure. You think none of us know that? Another one shouted in frustration, causing the others to hold them down. Guys, calm down. I think I might have found a good solution to this. They all turned to look at the one who was talking. Someone reached out to me, a dude named Essex, and he said we could work for him. He also promised to help us increase our powers. I don't know, but that sounds too shady. The first guy said, followed by nods from the rest. Come on, guys. It's not as if we have anything more to lose, besides we're mutants. We can escape if things become rough. Under his reasoning, the others gave in and agreed to follow him, promising themselves to bolt if things turned sketchy. Chapter 89. The Invitation 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Vision POV. So what's the reason for all this? Steve asked after we all got seated in the conference room of the Overwatch, facing a number of floating pictures with highlighted information next to them. Tony and Steve were already back, along with a retrieved and rewounded Bucky. The other super soldiers were a lost cause due to how scrambled up their minds were, so they had to be killed off. Their original personalities were long gone, and while I could create new ones for them with Mind Stone, that was a can of worms I had no interest in opening. Possible recruits for the Avengers. That one is a high school kid, Vision. Even without looking, I knew who exactly had been pointed out. 3. Well, his track record will say otherwise. Not to mention that the only people present in this room who can beat that kid are me, Banner, Wanda and Pietro. So I'd say he's much less a kid and more of a teenage powerhouse. I added. The others looked surprised but said nothing else and just continued looking through the files. It says here that this guy is blind, and also a lawyer. I'd put in a see no evil joke had we been discussing something else. Tony said, not even bothering to cover up his amusement. 4. A black man with super strength plus being impervious to bullets and all external factors, what's there not to like? Sam added his 2 cents. 3. The files they were currently going through contained a brief rundown of the individual's basic info and then a summary of their special trait and vigilante activities. The people I picked up weren't much, only consisting of a few people from a rather extensive list that I had initially compiled. Vision? I'm not so sure about this guy. The person who voiced his concern was Banner and the person he was pointing at was none other than Frank Castle. 5. Must be because he hasn't met the guy, because there's no way you can hate Frank Castle. 1. This version of Frank Castle was already done with his whole vendetta scheme and was currently working as mercenary. Normally I wouldn't have added someone like him due to him being only a human, but I think I can change that in the future. Sure, he's a little rough around the edges, but I think he'll be a great addition. That's if he agrees in the first place. I then gave a brief rundown of his backstory to them and let them form their own opinions of him. 1. This is good and all, Vision, but why are you this? And why now? Stark asked. 1. The goal is to have the Avengers serve as a hub between all superheroes in the country, possibly even the world. It'll create a seamless flow of information, and also with the technology present in our hands, crime will reduce at an increasingly diminishing pace. That's dangerous waters you're treading into, you know. Centralized power is never a good thing, more so in a group like ours. The responsibility that comes with it isn't something we can easily shoulder in the event of a fallout. He gave his concerns, valid ones, and it seems that this is also a major concern for a lot of them gathered here. I shook my head at his insinuation because what I was planning is completely different. It won't be a centralized power structure because though they'll be affiliated with the Avengers, we'll have no say in what they want to do. Just as we are each accountable for our actions as well as the actions of our teammates, so also is the same with them. Basically what I'm trying to do is extend a hand to them, and if they accept, then obviously they will have to follow a few ground rules. 1. This was also the reason why I omitted people like Deadpool and even Moon Knight. The former for his penchant for giving the middle finger to rules of any kind, and the latter because he is still in hibernation. 6. I am not one of those guys who try to be pessimistic at every turn, but I know when something will blow up bad, and this is one of it. 1. Everyone turned silent at Bruce's words until Steve broke it with a question he directed at me. What is the end aim of all this, Vision? Change. Revolutionary change. Rather than the present diversity, I want a community of heroes working together with the same future goal in mind. This is just a start, of that I can assure you. 1. Degree. I would have picked anyone else rather than recruiting Peter Parker. I was currently on a roof, looking over a section of the city where a bank was being robbed, only for the webbed hero to swing in and stop it. All in all, it ended up with 7 web cocoons webbed to the ceiling. He was about to swing away, but he suddenly spooked and turned in my direction. I guess the spider sense can also pick up projected malice, at least above a certain threshold. It's you? He shouted in surprise after the haze fell over his eyes cleared and he finally recognized me. Who are you? Gone was the cherry tone of his friendly neighborhood Spider-Man persona, and replacing it was a sharp edge I never knew was there. It'll probably help if you stop showing such blatant hostility. I came here to extend a hand of association and goodwill of sorts. He scoffed atop the ledge he perched on, his eyes fully focusing on my every movement. Yeah, sorry pal, but I'm not buying whatever it is that you're selling. Not even if it's an Avenger invitation. His phone suddenly vibrated and his eyes widened as he saw the newly downloaded app on his phone that bore the Avengers icon. Obviously it does more than listen to the police scanners for your extracurricular activities, and in case you accept, there will be a prompt that'll direct you to the Avengers compound upstate New York. He called out to me as soon as I started flying away. You are an Avenger. Sticks and stones, young Padawan. Sticks and stones. That's not even Yoda. 10. Boom me up. Order affirmed. Degree. After leaving Peter, the next place I headed was a house I was quite familiar with, unintentionally. Vision, so nice of you to visit us. Come in. Janet opened the door with a wide smile on her face and directed me inside her home. So what brings you here? I doubt you'll ever come for a spring visit. I'm a little irked that you're right, more so since this is not a social visit. Ha ha ha, as stiff as ever. Well, Hank and Hope are inside, so it looked like I intruded on some quality family time as they were all bundled up watching movies, plus Hank's face and his visible irritation said it all. Finally got your arrest permit? He asked sarcastically, but I ignored him and sat on a chair before I opened up the conversation with something I knew would get all their attention. I figured out interplanetary spatial traveling by quantum tunneling. The entire room fell silent and I could feel their brains switching off from its leisurely ways to spinning faster than a talkie aeroplane as though to just see what exactly it was at hand. The first to speak was Hank, and his outburst wasn't something I quite expected. You fucking bastard. I knew nothing would come from anything related to that damn Stark. I could feel it was exasperation mixed with frustration and anger. What do you think will happen when they get their hands on something like this? It'll be another retelling of Iraq. 1. Oh that. No wonder his frustration was higher. Rest assured, the only person on the team who can figure it out is Stark, and even he won't do something as stupid as that. But that's not the reason why I came here. He finally calmed down and we moved to a more spacious room while Hope served tea, without the help of ants this time. So why are you here? And I guess it's related to what you first said, which is obvious given that you not only stole my research but also the technology of my Ant-Man suit. He grumbled the last part as he sipped his tea, earning rice miles from everyone. You can take the theft as payment for bringing your wife back home in record time. I said, earning myself a stink eye which relented in intensity after a look at his wife. I came here to extend an invitation to the Avengers Initiative. He frowned at that but didn't trigger another outburst. Under whose direction? You, Stark? Or somebody else? Under mine. I answered, surprising him. You are quite the big shot. It comes easily when you're trustworthy. He chuckled and nodded, and then Janet asked, you said an invitation. For who? Us, or the Ant-Man? Hope's attention was pricked and I knew she wanted to hear, and that was exactly what I gave them. The Avengers, in agreement to the suggestion of member Vision, hereby extends a formal invitation to Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne to its initiative, and also a mutual invitation to Ant-Man and the Wasp to its gathering of heroes. Chapter 90, The End Goal. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Peter Parker POV. Peter felt conflicted as he looked at his phone, more specifically the app that the man conveniently installed on his phone that increased his crime-fighting efficiency in the last 2 days. From picking up simple distress calls to trigger alarms that signified robberies or other crimes happening in this part of the city. It also marked the fastest swing route he could take, which was weirdly accurate, making him speculate that the man knew more than his name, much more that he knew exactly how fast he could swing, from simple freestyle swings to him pulling out all stops. It was unsettling to say the least. It's also making me lose sleep and skip classes. Is this what addiction feels like? He mused as he munched on a burger. He wasn't that overly naive to believe that killing was wrong, he just never entertained the thought, never will. He was just a 14-year-old kid after all. Maybe the reason for his inner conflict is because the person who died, was killed, was the father of his childhood friend, who just so happened to be a mass-murdering psychotic goblin-themed villain. Should I visit a therapist? He was forced to pause his thoughts as he received a notification from his crime-fighting pager that was also conveniently spider-themed about a breaking and entering on East End 3rd. Aw man, I hate swing stress eating. He slipped off the bridge and free fell till he was a few feet from the river below before spewing a web and swinging his way to the location on his phone. He arrived at the house in just 2 minutes, surprisingly at the same time as the robbers were getting on their getaway ride. Hey guys, wait for me. Peter screamed as if he was part of the robbers, which confused them for a second before their face turned ashen. It's the bug. Shoot him down. The driver shouted at his 3 crewmates in the car. Me, a bug? I guess that'll make you guys bugglers then. He webbed the first gun that peeked out from the car and swerved to the other side to evade the line of gunfire. Bad joke? Sorry guys, but I think I might be going through one of those big decision stages in life, you know. Hearing the siren sounds of the approaching police cars, he decided to stop the car chase as quickly as possible. He was feeling like engaging in another awkward conversation with the police. Floor the gas, man. He's gaining on us. One of them shouted and tried taking a few shots at the swinging costumed man, gaining quickly on them, frustratingly missing every shot he took. Unfortunately for him, before he could take cover after emptying his rounds, a sticky web latched onto his shirt before he felt a great tug that pulled him out of the car. Before he could understand what was happening, he found himself securely webbed against a wall. Hang on tight for me, yeah. 30 seconds before the cops completely catch up to them. With that information, he exerted more force in his swing and propelled himself faster, and the moment he was in line with the front seat of the car, he changed his direction and stuck 2 webs to the side of the car and shot himself, leg first, in through the open window and out through the other one, along with the driver who was knocked out and webbed to the ground. Before the car could go totally out of control, he swung himself towards it and landed on top of it. Before his spider senses could go off, he entered in through the front seat and quickly webbed the 2 of them in the back seat and finally parked the car. Spider-Man, get out of the car with your hands behind your head. He sighed and just relaxed in the front seat, humming a tune to himself as 2 of the officers slowly walked towards the car with guns drawn. Unfortunately for them, just at that moment a metro bus drove past the car which Peter silently attached a web to, letting the bus freely pull him away, much to the astonishment of the 2 police officers. Catch you later guys. He hitched a ride on top of the bus, knowing fully well that the cops wouldn't chase after him, and contemplated his choices. Honestly, he would have said yes to joining the Avengers at that very moment had it not been the guy who killed Harry's father that gave him the invitation. I mean, I can always check it out, right? I wonder what type of hack they have, and how did that guy even install this on my phone? His mind blissfully drifted away from the dreary thoughts as he remembered the type of people on the team. I wonder if they have an atom splicer. Degree. Vision POV. I looked at the ID card that Stark gave me and looked at him with a look that plainly asked if he was joking. What is this? Guess all that processing power can't process a government-issued plastic card after all. Huh, who knew? He said and tapped my shoulder in mock pity before walking past me. For the record, I would have figured out the quantum tunneling effect in. He checked his watch and shrugged, give or take 39 hours from now. Unfortunately, Pepper had me tanking government sanctions from 13 different countries. And how does that explain this? I pointed at the ID card in my hand. What? Pepper and I picked out the names. I wanted to go with Matthias but she disagreed, not mentioning the fact that I never asked you to get me an identity. What made you think Alexander Davizian Simons was a good name to choose? He gave me a confused look, one I could tell was obviously fake, and asked, "You don't like Alexander?" "I don't like Davizian," I said plainly, but the eccentric man just chuckled and waved it off. "Come on, it's a running joke," he said. I for one don't like my supposed name being considered a running joke. I ignored him to focus on the armor in front as he started going through my files. Despite already cracking Kang's armor and retrieving the few techs he had stored in nanospaces between each metallic molecule of his suit, what I was having issues with was finding how I could fuse with the energy his armor was using. The techs he had were so few and weren't all that great, when compared to my expectations, which was understable since he was banished and had to build all what he had from the resource-starved realm he was locked in. As for his armor, well, I'm fusing with it as soon as I find a way to replicate the coefficient of the unknown energy he uses to power it. It's very hard to scan it that even the energy from the Mind Stone gets disrupted, sometimes completely destroyed, yes destroyed, when it comes in contact with it. That's the armor you got from the Kong guy. Tony made his way to get a closer look at the armor. The reason he knew about Kong was because I uploaded his information to the Avengers network that I manage, one that all members of the Avengers have access to, excluding the ones we recruit. They would need a level of clearance for that. I didn't go too deep into Kang's information or the time travel, also the multiversal travel option of it, lest I alert the Council of Kangs of our awareness of the wider multiverse. Yes, I'm trying to fuse my energy quotient with that of the armor and see if I can. If you can gain total control of the resulting new energy, that can work since you are an energy being at your core, he said, but suddenly frowned as he looked at the absurd numbers and molecular bonds of the energy powering us Kang's armor. This will open up a whole new field of science. Hey, want me to tag along with you on this? He suddenly asked out of the blue. I guess the reason why he isn't just involving himself is due to some sort of code between fellow researchers. Rather than answering him, I asked a simple question instead. Why? You might have the Mind Stone that boosts your processing and learning power to higher levels, but don't forget that the basis for all the knowledge you possess is derived from human history. And where are you going with this? Even you are prone to making mistakes. And besides, it's me we are talking about. I scoffed at him but still gave him a reply. I'm almost done with the energy fusion, but I guess there's still a lot of uses it might have. It is energy we're talking about. That seemed to pacify him and I was about to do a round of testing, but his next question stopped me. You know, the superhero hub thing you suggested is a really good thing for everyone if it works out as planned, but it also made me wonder if you've already got a blueprint figured out for the superhero side of our world. I looked at him with renewed surprise and couldn't help but smile. You really want to know? It's a surprise, you know. I hate surprises. He quipped back. Trust me, Stark. It's better if you see it as it plays out. He frowned and spoke solemnly. You don't know it all, Vision. Thinking you do is sure to bring about another Sokovia effect. I shook my head at his worries and replied him, that's where you were wrong, Stark. You thought yourself the only one suitable for the task. I'll be doing the opposite. How? The same way I did for the Avengers, but on a more global scale. It's all about connecting everything together. Tell me, if everyone has equal access to everything as long as they can afford it, what do you think will happen? He frowned deeply as he thought about it for a split second and came up with the answer. True, but what if there's no profit to be gained from it? What if it becomes so normal for everyone to have access to? This time he was stumped and couldn't come up with an answer. It wasn't that he did not know the answer to my questions, but he did not know what the answer meant to my solution. It's simple, Tony Stark. The answer is transparency. The difference between the elite and the normal people is that they have the power to restrict the populace to certain resources and knowledge, but what if the line that separates them becomes transparent, that anyone can get there as long as they struggle for it? His eyes shot up in realization. The difference between them will become common. So common that no one will care about it. But what about social order? No matter how distasteful it sounds, some people have to be rich and others have to be poor for society to function. Now it was my turn to laugh because what he said is such a funny thing that no one ever really thinks about it. People are lazy by nature, Stark. If today everyone in the world starts from zero and receives $1 million, what do you think will happen? Do you really think that they will all be worth $1 million before the end of the day? I didn't let him answer and just gave it to him straight. It is human nature to continue wanting, but this want differs for every single person. Just the act of them buying something from someone will put that person ahead of them, and before long society will fall back to where it is now, a few at the top and the majority at the bottom. Know this, equal chance doesn't mean equal outcome. No race has 2 first-place winners. But what I have planned out is nothing so dreary as what I've just said might sound. Chapter 91, Light Work. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Surveillance systems have detected a group of previously marked mutants quite a distance from their designated base of operations. Any known reason for that? None detected? Well, you know the drill. Tag M. Order affirmed. Having a part of my processing unit running an automated artificial intelligence network really is the highlight of being Vision. I wonder if the original Vision ever did something like this or made it a manual action. Probably the latter. If the members of the Brotherhood are breaking up into smaller groups, then it'll no doubt speed up Raven's recruitment. Now what method should I use to take care of Shaw? I pondered but quickly remembered something crucial. Who should I put in his place? It would be redundant if I just take him out and let someone else take his position. I need as many influential people, or to have them in influential positions in society before I start actively implementing the plans I have for Earth. Just having Tony and Raven, plausibly Emma, is barely even enough. The only people I currently have that would be intelligible for the position apart from Tony, mostly due to his status as a public hero, are Aurora Monroe and Eric Lenshair. The former would have been more desirable if not for her current position as a teacher at Charles's school. Eric was more viable for the position solely based on who he was, but the thing was that most of the club's inner circle members are unaware of the presence of mutants in their group, which is already slowly changing. Hopefully Eric comes around by the time it does. Let's leave that for now. I walked down the hall towards where Wanda and Laura were watching a rom-com series. Give me Trask's location. Target Bolivar. Trask was last identified in the vicinity of a secluded valley. More in-depth information about the environment of his location are currently unknown. That's okay. The two of them turned to me as soon as I entered the room with Wanda breaking into a smile. Want to join us? Sorry, but I can't at the moment. That's okay. You need anything? Yes. I'm going after Trask, and considering the fact that he most likely has been mass manufacturing his sentinels, I need a partner for this one. Though I meant it for Wanda, that didn't stop Laura's eyes from gleaming with excitement. Wanda on the other hand frowned at the mention of the sentinels, but she nevertheless agreed. I should definitely start empowering the present members of the Avengers. Peak human isn't going to cut it anymore, and I don't want to go after everything I deem a threat just because the threat level is higher than their combat capabilities. I ended up taking Laura with us because why not? She is clearly bored with being stuck at home with nothing to do. We teleported ourselves to the outer part of the valley where Trask was last identified, but something about the place just seemed off. Grrrrrr. You feel it too, huh? Laura's low growl was more than enough assurance for me to know that something definitely was up. A barrier of sorts have been identified by the Mind Stone in the western direction. Of sorts? Does it carry a familiar energy buildup? Analyzing energy constituent. Failed. Let's go. I led them towards the place I sensed the barrier, but upon getting there, I was surprised to see nothing except a natural forage of grass and dense trees. Wanda, can you feel anything? I asked. She focused her senses, causing her hands and eyes to gain a red glow, and tried to see if she could pick up anything. She turned to me, looking unsure, and spoke. Other than a faint buzzing feeling, I can't feel anything else. I see. The barrier was right in front of us, but apart from the Mind Stone picking it up, even Wanda couldn't actually sense it. I tried phasing through it, but it actually resisted, which was surprising to say the least, even going as far as trying to repel me. Drawing power from the Mind Stone and bolstering up my phasing abilities with it, I forced my hand into the barrier and tried to rip open a tear in it. This seemed to work, despite the lightning that the barrier started spewing out as I started tearing a hole in it, and I opened a big enough hole to what laid on the other side of the barrier. Incoming dash. Watch out. Something slammed into me as soon as the Wanda's shout and the notification appeared. As soon as I opened the tear big enough for a person to pass through, the barrier destabilized and pushed me backwards with the resulting explosion. You destroyed the barrier? How? I heard the voice of a man and turned to the direction of the voice and knew exactly who I was facing just from the getup they wore. Sorcerers. Are you okay? Wanda and Laura came to my side as they saw the new group. I'm fine, Wanda. It took me by surprise is all. That aside, I addressed the group of 5 dark-cloaked sorcerers. Care to tell me your connection with Bolivar Trask? And why would a group of sorcerers be working for a human scientist? The one at the front, who was presumably the leader, snorted at my question and asked one of his own. Why are you trespassing here? Unfortunately for you, your answer and reason hold no importance when I rip it out of your head before killing you. The 4 people behind the man drew up red magic circles while the man prepared to leave. Probably to get Trask to a safer location. I contemplated about whether leaving Wanda and Laura to face off against 4 dark sorcerers and the incoming sentinels for a split moment and made my decision. Wanda, hold them off for how long you can. If you can't, call Pietro. There's a squadron of sentinels approaching. Make sure Laura doesn't get overwhelmed. You're not that different from these sorcerers, I said before shooting off and phasing through everything in my way. Seeing the magic portal opening at Trask's location, I controlled the metals around Trask and used it to wrap around him before flinging him out of the shed he was hiding in. The man frowned upon seeing what I did and turned to face me with magic circles covering his hands as he recited a spell before shooting it towards me. Fuck off. I blasted all the smoky chains that shot out from every direction, trying to bind me, and increased the weight of my hands and punched him squarely in the face only for me to pass through him as he dissipated into smoke. Without even knowing where he went, the metals binding Trask covered in a human-sized coffin and flew from where he was into my hands before shrinking and entering into one of the pore-sized compartments in my body. You. The man appeared at where Trask had just been and glared at me. Do you know who you risk offending with what you just did? Enlighten me? Spears from the metals around him tried impaling him only for it to be stopped by magic shields. It seems like the Mind Stone does have an effect on magic, but it's minimal at best if it's not being directed through me. Brute forcing it is. The only thing I have to watch out for is him escaping. He tried to pull me towards himself, but I easily resisted him, having greater telekinetic power and the Mind Stone, so I rushed towards him instead with an attracting field covering my hands. He tried blocking my punch with his shields, but my hands easily shattered them and punched him. My hit connected for a brief moment before he turned into a black cloak, escaping just as the resulting boom from my punch blew everything around me apart. Unfortunately for him, he failed to fully escape from my punch, which was evident from the blood covering his mouth as he appeared a few meters from me. Not giving him a chance to pull a rabbit out of his ass, lightning shot towards him, followed by a laser beam. He quickly pulled at object and absorbed my attack before sending it back at me, but I ignored it and let it harmlessly crash against my body, offsetting it with magnetic barriers. He tried carving out something with his blood on his hands, but his hands was slower than me moving, earning him a blow he couldn't guard against and sending him crashing through trees. Warning. Foreign intrusion detected. I looked at the blood on my fist and found out that it was bringing out black smoke and trying to drill into my flesh, but I just changed that part of my body to machine parts and it quickly subsided. He tried pushing himself up but choked up blood as my hand extended faster than he could perceive and shot open a hole through his body. Which order do you belong to? Hehe. Cough cough. Only death await you for standing against my lady. I blasted him to bits as soon as I saw his skin turning gray. I already have inkling of who he worked under as soon as he mentioned his lady, but it didn't faze me as much as I thought it would. Definitely should learn magic after this. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Fighting against sorcerers. You can find +15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. POV, Wanda and Laura's location after Vision left. Wanda felt her heart speed up a bit after knowing that the people she were facing were sorcerers. She could already feel the faint tremor signaling the arrival of sentinels. I'll try to hold them off as much as I can, but don't hesitate to call Pietro or Davis if you start getting overwhelmed. Okay, got it. The young girl nodded and the gleam in her eyes changed as her claws shot out in welcome of incoming robots. The group of 4 sorcerers attacked at the same time, 2 aiming for Wanda while the other 2 for Laura, but the Scarlet Witch reacted in tangent and created shields in Laura's direction while a red palm was conjured up in front of her to stop the attack coming from her. You all are facing me. The palm shrunk to a slightly smaller size after blocking the attack and divided itself into 3 additional appendages that floated around her. Confidence or ignorance. Your words sound foolish regardless. One of the cloaked sorcerers, a woman, spoke with contempt dripping all over her words. Wanda did not bother replying with her words. Instead, a scarlet red aura covered her as she attacked. The reason why sorcerers were feared wasn't actually because of how strong they actually were, but rather the complexity of their spells, which was the reason why older sorcerers were feared and generally perceived as being stronger. But Wanda did not dwell on it based on the sole fact that she believed she could overpower their complex magic spells with sheer power. Whoever said a sorcerer is needed to beat another sorcerer? The palms around her shot forth to the sorcerers while an 8-headed red lifelike snake appeared behind and hissed with bone-chilling ferocity. What in the 9 hells is the sorcerer who spoke out of fear and surprise was blindsided by a palm that hit him directly in the stomach and sent him into the ground. Zakro. Before he could pick himself up or receive aid from his allies, one of the serpent's heads slithered around him and bathed him with a mouthful or red hex blasts before swallowing him, which led to a new development. The head which ate the man gained a bit of black hue, vividly differentiating it from the other head. Hiss. He says your friend was thirsty, now the others are eager. Wanda said with a sadistic grin on her face that no one knew she had, not even Pietro or Vision. Damned witch. Oh, come on now. Throwing names already. A more destructive salvo of attacks began as the trio of dark sorcerers put in all they could to kill Wanda while the witch's eerily cold red eyes bore through them as she sought another prey. They all involuntarily shivered, almost paralyzed, as they met Wanda's stare that felt like a demonic serpent's gaze. On the other side of away from where Wanda was engaged in a battle between the 3 sorcerers, Laura's eyes glanced at the sentinels she was engaged with utmost caution. The collar of her suit extended and covered her entire face with a pair of small sharp feline ears at the top of her head. Instead of her normal pair of 2 adamantium blades on the knuckles of her 2 hands, an extra adamantium blade extended in their middle, making it 3 blades on each hand. Apart from that, adamantium claws extended from the tip of each of her fingers and toes. The Thundercat mode was something new Vision came up with for her suit. It used the enhancing properties of vibranium, stimulated using tiny jolts of electricity to enhance Laura's all-round senses and reaction time to over 5 times of what he considered her most optimal state. With heightened danger senses and ears that picked even the most minute sound around her, Laura's destructive capabilities far exceeded the highest bar of what she could achieve on her own at her age. Dodging the plasma blast from one of the sentinels, she blitzed forward with clearly inhuman speeds and used her shorter height to her advantage and targeted the legs of the 2 nearest sentinels. The moment the first one fell, she ran up its body with feline ease, effortlessly dodging its vain efforts to grab her. She lopped off its head and jumped away from it the very second it exploded. The other sentinels immediately gained on her, some shooting plasma rays while the others simple elemental attacks in the form of blasts. She couldn't dodge all of them, but she could tank them because of her suit, and release concentrated bursts of kinetic energy to a far larger degree than her suit normally would. A sentinel tried attacking her from behind, but a tail pierced its energy core and slithered back into the suit a split second before it exploded. I told Vision not to add a tail. She inwardly complained and groaned as she looked at the unending number of sentinels. She already killed 7 sentinels, but compared to the increasing number around her, it was negligible. The hair on her body stood on their ends and the tail subconsciously shot out and wrapped itself around a nearby tree and pulled her towards it moments before a concussive blast destroyed where she was just at. Intense buzzing sound. An atomic destabilizing frequency blast maybe. She identified the reason why her senses flared. Vibranium was by no means infallible, and Vision made sure they knew the type of attacks that could affect the suit and the degree of damage they might sustain if they were to be exposed to such attacks. She might not have thought too much of it if the suit was in its normal form, but the Thundercat mode worked on electrical discharges that enriched her body with the vibranium properties of the suit, meaning that a molecular destabilizing attack could possibly affect the electrical discharges and temporarily stun her. They are learning fast. She could see that the other sentinels were already changing their form of attack. Seeing that they were all charging up the same attack, she tapped her belt and 3 tiny metal discs extended into her hands. Before the sentinels could fire off their attack and turn her into sitting duck, she threw the 3 discs in a different direction. The sentinels were eager, and the moment the first blast was fired, the discs expanded to a bigger size and released a magnetic wave of its own that made their attack to go out of control and explode in their hands. It is basic workmanship to have solutions to any possible defect your work might have down the line. Laura swiftly attacked the nearest sentinel, digging her claws into its body before latching herself onto another one, pushing herself to kill as much as she could before they regained their motor functions. Her movement could only be perceived as a black blurry splotch by the naked eye as she moved from one target to the other. On Wanda's side, despite being under the raging attacks of 3 sorcerers, It wasn't like the sorcerers were having any better a time against her. The only woman in their group had lost an arm to one of Wanda's Hydra heads. She was forced to cut it off the moment she got caught to save herself. Unfortunately, such a wound was a glaring disadvantage in the battle as a whole. The rotating palms around her had long turned into vile thin hands with sickly elongated claws, shrinking and expanding at will, and had increased from 3 to 6 and were all attacking one sorcerer while the other 2 sorcerers each faced off against 4 heads of the Hydra. The blackened head, salivating for another taste of its prey, struck fiercely against the shield of handicapped woman, forcing her to grit her bloody teeth as he desperately defended herself as she was unable to dodge. Wanda's eyes gleamed at the opportunity and pressed the attack harder on the woman, but instead of using 4 heads like before, she commanded all the other heads to attack only the woman as her partner tried dodging an attack that wouldn't come, realizing all too late that the expected attack wasn't aimed at him. The woman's face paled white as 8 pairs of eyes bore into her with maddened intensity as they attacked. Her shield failed pitifully under the force of the Hydra, and her body got snapped into 8 parts before she could let out any despairing screams. All 8 heads let out shrill heart-wrenching hisses before turning to the 2 remaining sorcerers, 6:2, keeping them in slithering reach in case they tried pulling out an escape pass or conjuring up a portal. Since it's just the 2 of you, maybe I can push myself more without too much caution. As soon as those words left her mouth, the hearts of the 2 sorcerers stopped as despair ate away at it with ravenous impunity. Everything around them gained a red glow and the ground was uprooted, but what abandoned all thoughts of escape were the huge red constructs formed with rocks that crawled out of the ground. They all had disproportionate limbs, some even without heads, each holding different types of barbed chained weapons as they surrounded the 2 sorcerers. How about it? This is my current limit and I need willing puppets to test out its effectiveness, she said with labored breaths as trying to control all the constructs seamlessly took a huge mental toll on her. She was definitely going to wake up with a headache. Before the sorcerers could curse at her with their last breaths, all the chains were thrown at them with humanly impossible speeds that they went directly through the sorcerers' bodies. An interesting point was that any chain that collided with another chain either fused together to become one or just passed through the chain fluidly. She let the Hydra snack on the sorcerers as she sat down on her butt to catch her breath. I'm definitely having Vision carry me back, she said with a smile as she saw him approaching Laura's location and clearing out the hordes of sentinels stalking around the little cat. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. First Recruits. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. After decimating every single sentinel coming from the magically created underground storeroom that was also magically warded to prevent any type of outside interference, i.e. via magical scrying or digital spying, he shrunk the old Gen Master mold and left the storeroom to assist whoever was in need of it. He was actually surprised to see Wanda not only holding off the sorcerers on her own but also killing 2 in such short time and having the other 2 at death's door. He arrived at Laura's location, pleasantly impressed as she managed to kill 23 sentinels despite being surrounded on all sides. Unfortunately, she was running on fumes due to using the suit's Thundercat mode and pushing herself above Natasha's but not close to Steve's level. There's no way she can shrug off such a large amount of adrenaline high for long. Vision flew through the 3 sentinels who tried to block his advance, swiftly killing them and landed beside Laura. Hey kiddo, nice work. How about taking a rest and letting me finish it off? He asked in a light-hearted tone, but Laura once again proved her stubbornness and shook her head in refusal. I can still fight, for a little while longer, she said, before adding the last part after receiving a sarcastically raised brow from Vision. Suit yourself? With their connection to the Master Mold severed, they could no longer learn from each other and download more information about their enemy, turning them into sturdier but slightly advanced robots. Vision had no use for them, so he pulled no stops as he pulverized them, expending himself more as soon as Laura finally tapped out. He cleared the entire forest of sentinels in minutes and they both made their way towards where Wanda was resting while also watching them. You look really spent out, Vision commented while Laura snickered silently at Wanda's irritated eye roll. Ready to leave? Yes, but I think I need someone to carry me. She looked at him, silently beckoning on him to carry out her expectant wish, but she met his deadpan look instead. You are a grown-ass woman, Wanda, he said, but the sitting witch just let his words smoothly slide off her as if his words were meant for another person other than her. This, she called out to him, but he just turned to Laura to see if he was the only one affected by the absurdity of her request, but the little lady just shrugged, showing zero interest in their banter. When did you start behaving like this? He asked absent-mindedly as she picked her up, but then added before she could say another word. Don't worry, I still vividly remember. Quantum tunneling activated. Vision boomed them up to the Overwatch while Laura went down to the compound soon after to rest there instead. It could also be that she left for an entirely different reason. Sleep. He took her to her room and let her down after she tapped his arm. I think I need a shower, she said with a suggesting and teasing smile. That's an interesting idea to say the least, he said as a visual representation appeared before he threw it away, but Wanda already had an idea of what just flashed through his head. Well then, see you later. Some of the recruits finally decided to visit and it looks like Steve is with them. Also it seems Natasha is back from her little sabbatical. He kissed her lips and her forehead, which she passionately returned before he left her. He smiled as he left her room and boomed himself down to the compound below. It was his for them to take their relationship slowly. They were both adults and knew what they were trying to achieve with this relationship of theirs, something far more deeper than lustful skinship. After arriving at the base, he easily located Steve with a hyper Scott Lang, an embarrassed Hope, and the out-of-element 14-year-old Peter Parker. Vision, I was just about to call for you, he said with twitching lips and a closed-eye smile that told Vision all what he needed to know. I guess even Steve finds it hard to deal with hyperactive people. After successfully delegating the task at hand to his robotic team member, Steve expertly blended into the background and faded away from there. You guys actually came. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks for accepting the invitation, Vision said and directed the three of them to a room as he knew they had specific questions and he was ready to provide the answers he had. The person who opened up the discussion was Hope, who asked the basis for any other follow-up questions concerning the invitation they were given. You said an invitation to join the Avengers while maintaining our individuality despite being members. How would that work exactly? It's quite as simple as it sounds. Most of the founding members, barring Stark and Thor, barely have a life outside this cause, but we can't expect that from anyone that joins us, so what we are extending is basically a free pass to use our facilities and resources free of charge as long as you are into heroics. Vision's explanation gave them a pause as they digested what he said, but Scott quickly became confused and asked, "Wait, sorry for doubting you, or possibly offending you." Vision waved off Scott's concern. "Don't worry, just ask whatever you have in mind." Seeing he was cool with it, the diminutive ex-convict voiced his genuine confusion. "If we are getting everything from the Avengers, facilities, resources, and hopefully a salary too, what do you guys stand to gain from this?" This was the basis for every negotiation and human interaction: profit. But to Scott's question, Vision simply smiled and answered, "Nothing." "Nothing? Then why are you inviting people? Inviting us?" Hope asked with slight suspicion, but Vision did not mind it and further clarified it for them. "When I meant nothing, I meant that we need nothing directly from you other than you continuing your heroic activities. What we aim to create is a network of heroes, first across the country and then the world, but that's still a faraway goal, so baby steps as they call it. So basically you just want us to continue fighting crimes and you'll also be making your resources available for us to use and even give us an identity as members of the Avengers." Peter, who had been silent for a while since Vision came, finally couldn't contain his voice and asked bewilderedly. Vision nodded. "We might be called the Avengers, but we are not all-powerful, which can clearly be seen with the New York alien invasion and the most recent battle of Sokovia. We can't be everywhere across the country or even the state, so we decided to help those local heroes, helping them efficiently fight their fight and take certain measures to safeguard their lives while also creating a wider network for sharing information." The offer was good, so good even that it felt like a scam, which naturally made them suspicious since, well, no one with a substantial level of self-worth ever feels comfortable when given handouts, not to mention the biggest of handouts. This was the first layer of Vision's plan, which ultimately put an end to the first phase of his Ultron protocols. "I have one more question. How is the recruitment done?" "It is done by us after extensive research into the prospective recruit, and that is me also admitting that we combed through your personal data before sending you the invitations. I hope you understand that we can't risk an initiative like this without being as thorough as possible." Despite their misgivings, they understood why it had to be done. Since they were putting themselves in a space of mutual trust to other people, the first person to be blamed in the event of any betrayal will be the one who processed the recruitment and those who approved it. These are the stipulated guidelines you should follow should you accept our invitation. A sheet of paper flew towards them and they caught it and read through it in the next few seconds. "This provides complete autonomy if that's what you prefer, but sharing information is crucial, almost a necessity even so that others using the network can always be informed. About the pay." Scott scratched his head embarrassingly, but Vision didn't mind it a bit. Not everyone is financially capable after all, but them choosing to be heroes despite it is something genuinely commendable. Housing, feeding and clothing will be completely taken care of, even family vacations, as well as a monthly salary. Jobs will also be provided if you need one. Done. Can I sign here on this paper? Scott was all for it. What other offer could compare to this? After a few questions to clarify smaller details, mostly from Hope and sometimes Peter, they all agreed to join quite enthusiastically, and when Vision mentioned that they would get an upgrade on their suit immediately after they joined, well, all the more reasons they believed they made the right choice, and they did. Chapter 94, Meeting the Ancient One. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Vision POV. The recent squabble with the sorcerers a few days ago, who I think are a part of Selene Gallio's Order of Black or whatever that cult of hers was called. This was the only logical answer I came to after basing my query on the fact that Bolivar Trask's only connection to magic came from his connection to the Hellfire Club members, Shaw and Buckman, and given Selene's fondness of the children in the club, she usually helps them out with a few of their problems that they find hard to solve on their own. Logically speaking, I don't have much to fear when it comes to facing off against Selene, but that was just the logical part of my brain talking. Common sense dictates otherwise, and in this scenario, I'll gladly with common sense. As for the issue with the recruits, Scott and Hope had no problem with it, with the latter saying her parents will pay us a visit anytime soon. As for Peter Parker, I linked him up with Stark after I noticed how reserved he acted when he came, which was just out of character for him. Unsurprisingly, the both of them quickly took to each other, with the younger one perfectly complementing Stark's sense of humor and his intelligence. As for Natasha, who finally came back, she didn't actually miss out on anything because I kept her fully informed with everything notable that happened during her absence. According to her, Yelena was all for joining the Avengers, but she had a few bridges to mend, so it'll be some time before she comes around. In the same vein of people coming around, Steve apparently had taken Bucky to some dead location to let him heal after the extensive number of damages that was done to his psyche. Even though I healed him, the scars were still present and he'll have to come to terms with everything he did when he was under inner peace and all that Kung Fu Panda energy voodoo. I mean, he is part machine. How do you deal with that? Can you please shut up, Pietro? I'm just saying, you know, what if he has welded metal scraps instead of a dash? One more word from you, Pietro, and I swear I'll kick your ass halfway across the city. Sheesh, sorry. Just saying it's weird is all. I ignored the though provoking conversation between the twins following behind me, as if my focus was not on their barely hushed conversation but on something else. At least they had the decency not to involve me in it. What are we doing? Well, since I have not the slightest idea on how to get in contact with the inner sanctum, I just led them on walk all over Bleecker Street, but despite circling the whole block 5 times over, I still haven't found the building with the seal of Vishanti as its skylight. Hey, this? I don't want to ask this because it should be plainly impossible for you, but are we actually lost? The groan was a reflex action at this point because just the notion of me getting lost even with a Google map was very embarrassing for me. Not necessarily, but yes. He looked a little surprised at my admittance but ultimately just accepted it. Vision got lost? Hey Wanda, I guess your relationship choices isn't the only thing that is weird. Just because of Petro's increasingly frustrating comments, I switched from my human look and changed back to my original robotic look just so I wouldn't have to deal with the emotional turbulence I felt in my human form. There was nothing I could do about that as my human form was actually the product of injecting the Hulk serum into my organic cells. In other words, I was more receptive to emotions when I'm human as that just a diminutive size of my Hulk transformation. It's a magically warded building, Pietro. We can't find it unless we are magically inclined or if they want us to find it. Better. Sometimes operating on logic really is the best. So you had to change form just to give me that answer? No shade though. He snickered and just looked around while I ignored him. Just as I was about to start my 7th search for the New York sanctum, everything around us cracked like glass, which alerted the 2 behind me as they got ready to confront whoever was attacking us. The slightly relaxed as they saw me doing nothing and followed my line of sight to a specific direction and saw as the world cracked further and 2 garbed men appeared from the cracks and addressed us. The Ancient One will meet you now. A portal appeared behind them as they beckoned on us. Let's go. Logically speaking, I didn't question anything that was happening and just went ahead with it because I understood one simple fact with this display. We are fucked. Even now my senses weren't picking up any anomaly, and that is as big a red flag as any for me. Stepping through the portal, we did not arrive directly inside the sanctum but in front of the building itself. The very same building we've been seeking for the past hour. Did we shift spatial dimensions? I pondered as the 2 sorcerers led us inside before going their separate ways after they led us to a staircase. I guess we are going up the stairs then. The moment we climbed up the stairs, I noticed that the airflow here was completely different from what it was 2 steps ago. We switched locations. Truly, when I turned back, the stairs we walked on seconds ago was gone. Okay, that's creepy, Pietro said as he looked around. Please, this way. An old man called us and directed us across an open courtyard and led us to a room that looked like the merge between a library, office, and weirdly a medieval kitchen. So to what do I owe this pleasant visit, Stone Bearer? The old man that directed us here asked after he directed us to middle of the room. I expected this to a certain degree, but I'm glad this universe isn't so MCU-centric. The Ancient One. I asked just to be sure of his identity, but all I got in return was a silent smile reply. The purpose for our visit is to learn the mystic arts, mostly her. I pointed at Wanda and he followed it and looked at her with a gaze of interest before he frowned ever so slightly. Well, this is interesting, to say the least, he said, and then looked back at me with a neutral gaze and asked a question. Why do you want to learn the mystic arts? Even though our knowledge is made for everyone, not everyone has the right partake of it. My main concern is for her to be able to learn from the sanctum. As for me, I only want to learn how to control and manipulate energy. Even simple pointers will be enough. The look he gave me was unsettling even for me, making me subconsciously understand just who was standing in front of me. He moved his gaze from me and walked towards Wanda and opened his hands to her. Give me your hands, little one. Trust me, I won't hurt you. Wanda looked at me, to which I nodded, and she placed her hand on top of his open palms. The Ancient One closed his eyes for a few seconds and then looked at Wanda with a softer gaze. Your heart is steadfast. I guess this is the start of another story for this old man. Guiding an apostle of Than. Now that's what I call a twist of fate, he said with laugh at the end, making me sigh in relief as the most important part of my visit has been taken care of. As for you, Mr. Simons, though the sanctum has its rules, it is still a fact that our knowledge is to be propagated, but the nature of that rule lies solely on the discretion of Sorcerer Supreme. I might be able to teach you a thing or two, but you won't be allowed access to our teachings unless you want to join us here at Camartage. If it had been any other time, I wouldn't have hesitated and would have agreed to join as a student of Camartage, but time was a luxury I lacked at the moment. And besides, what I currently need when my arsenal of abilities are put into question is control. I want to learn another way to harness and control the abundant avenue of energy sources currently available to me. Thank you. That's more than I could have asked for. I gave my sincerest gratitude. As for the Vessel of Chaos, she'll be staying over until she masters the first part of her training. He spoke, and then added as he noticed the frown forming on Wanda's face. Don't worry. I'm sure you won't have that much of a hard time considering what you are currently capable of. What you really need now is a crash course of the type of energy you are harnessing. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Insight to Energy 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Pietro and Wanda left the wizened old man and Vision alone after he called one of the masters under him to direct them out and show them around where she will be staying for some time. Left alone in the room, Vision found himself under the scrutiny of the old man in front of him that actually pressured him in a way he didn't understand. I've been faced with an enigma concerning your existence for some time now, but rather than me whining in my own thoughts, I find that it's better to just ask you and hear it straight from your mouth. He started. Who are you, Mr. Simons? The evolved ego of an infinity stone or the byproduct of another of humans' experiments? He asked. Faced with such a question, Vision's face showed no emotion as he returned the stare he was being subjected to. Who am I? He asked. The simple answer would be that I am Vision, but that's probably not what you meant. I guess if you really look at it from all angles, I am indeed the byproduct of a series of coincidences stacked upon each other until it gave a viable reason for my birth. Basically, I am who I am. Who I'm not, I will never be. 9. At Vision's answer, the Ancient One burst into a round of laughter. The look he gave Vision was no longer one of appraisal but one of amusement. 2. Quite the profound words there, young man, but you're right. Only you can define your existence. He picked up a towel fan and called out to Vision as he walked away. Walk with me, Mr. Simons. Following the Ancient One, they passed through a few courtyards while Vision quietly followed behind until the Ancient One broke the silence. What do you think confirms an entity's existence, the mind or the soul? Vision was about to answer but paused as he found out those two answers contradicted each other, so instead of picking one of either, he thought about it on his own with the aid of his own superior processor. The Ancient One didn't mind the silence and swished his fan at different intervals as he led Vision into a building with low lighting. Figured it out yet? The reason why this particular question stumped Vision was because it was directly tied to his existence. Did he possess a soul or was he just sentient energy? When he transmigrated into this universe, he wasn't a normal human or even an alien species, but instead he found himself being composed of digital codes before being granted a self-serving ego by the Mind Stone. He seriously pondered on it and decided to go with the answer that resonated with him the most. I believe it is sentience of the mind that confirms existence. The mind, huh? Well, I think it's the soul. He stopped before a huge wooden door and looked at Vision with a facial expression that looked as if he was the only one privy to a particular funny running joke. But you know what? Both are correct and wrong at the same time. He didn't give Vision the chance to ask another question and walked into the room after the door opened on its own accord. The room they entered was a great library with towering shelves of books on every side of the hall-like room. The few students and masters who saw the Ancient One bowed to him in respect as he walked towards a particular section and pulled out 2 tomes before handing one to Vision. You can only read this at specific times and you are not to leave with it. Vision wanted to ask what he meant earlier, but seeing that he wasn't going to expand further on it, he saved it to future conversation and wanted to ask it. He looked at the door and the book and only took a second before he found a seat to sit on and started reading through the tome. The tome was a journal of a wandering mystic over 3,000 years ago and contained detailed writings on his understanding of the energy of the universe. Vision did not scan the whole book out of respect for the Ancient One, neither did he rush through it. He flipped through the thick bindings page by page, taking his time to read every single word, sometimes twice, and before long he felt as if he could clearly visualize the life of Zack Naren as documented in the book. 1. During his conscious trance, he felt the Mind Stone pulsate, but he ignored it for now and focused on his reading. Unfortunately for him, his time was cut short and so was his trance as the book closed on it and glowed with a faint golden energy. A little effort from him and he could shatter whatever protective spell was covering the book, but that would be blatant disrespect, so he picked up the book and kept it back from where the Ancient One took it from. He didn't bother greeting the librarian, who looked to be meditating as he left the library, and traced back his steps to the abode of the Ancient One, finding Wanda and Pietro seemingly waiting for him in the courtyard before the Ancient One's house. Damn, this place is hella dope. I would have stayed and tried to figure out this magic thing, but I don't think I can right now. Pietro whined as soon as he saw Vision, while Wanda had a wry smile on her face as she had been subjected to his whining and random bouts of boredom. 1. Are you guys done with whatever you went off to do? Vision asked, to which Wanda nodded. I'll be moving in the next few days. What about you? Did he agree to help you? Yeah, though I seem to have a time limit imposed on me, but that's more than I can ask for at this point. He answered. Is the Ancient One inside? They shook their heads and told him that one of the masters said the Ancient One was currently out attending to a few tasks. Seeing that they couldn't see the Ancient One at this time to thank him, Vision decided to go back to their base. They asked one of the older masters around on how they could leave, and he told them to go back through where they came from, and that was what they did, and surprise, surprise. The stairs were magically back in place, but none of them commented on it and just walked past the door and left the New York sanctum. Degree. My lady, we have lost contact with the group tasked with protecting Trask, and a survey of the place showed that they were all killed. All of Trask's research were found destroyed too. A woman draped in all black sensuous royal garb sat on a golden throne and looked at the kneeling servant who was reporting the destruction of the base that little boy Shaw begged her to secure. 4. She was a little interested in the potential of the sentinels they were building, so she agreed and did Shaw a favor, but now not only was the man missing, but 5 of her subjects were found dead too. The recent happenings in the Hellfire Club have been rather interesting. Maybe I should consider checking out the new changes and entertain myself while at it. Each of her words sounded so sensual that both men and women who did not know her would find themselves ensnared in its seductiveness. But the kneeling servant shivered in fright as each of her words hammered into the eardrums. Leave. They scurried away with trembling steps, much to the woman's amusement. Selene Gallio, the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club. 4. She tapped on the armrest of her throne, and a fog of deathly darkness flowed from under her throne and gathered in front of her and formed a mirror with eerie designs, showing a desolate valley with scattered scraps and upturned earth. Such a unique magical trace. 2. No 3 attackers. 2 of them possess very unique magic signatures, while the last one feels almost normal. A mutant probably. Now this is interesting. She licked her lips at the prospect of acquiring 2 users of unique magic. Though one felt familiar, she still couldn't remember where she had felt it before. It looks like the human world has gotten interesting again. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Don't make her cry. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag Sarah Kinney POV. Sarah took in deep breaths to calm down the nervousness she was feeling as the car pulled up to the driveway. Mom. She heard her daughter calling her and felt her smaller hands wrap around her own tightly as if trying to help her in any way she could. Mommy's fine, sweetie. Just seeing daughter trying to comfort her made her berate herself and pushed all her nervous feelings aside. How could she show such a vulnerable expression when her daughter was sitting right beside her? Get your shit together, Sarah. You are doing this for your little girl. You guys good back there? Steve asked as he turned off the car and glanced at the mother and daughter duo who were sitting in the back of the car. We're fine, Steve. I was spooked for a second there, but I'm good now, Sarah assured and glanced at the huge building in front of the parked car. Natasha, who was riding shotgun with Steve, smirked as she knew exactly what was going through the single mother's head. You don't have anything to worry about. Sarah, Steve and I are here for the off chance things spiral out of control. I heard that he's a pretty violent person. Her confidence couldn't help but waver ever so slightly as she said that, but all she got were two full smiles from Steve and Natasha. Trust me, if he so much as makes Laura sad or cry, then nothing is stopping Davis, Pietro, and Wanda from raining down hell on him for hurting their little sister. And honestly, I think you're overthinking things too much. Hearing Steve's words, her confidence soared to an all-high peak as she remembered that she had a new family and her daughter had people who genuinely cared for her. She kissed her daughter on her forehead and they both alighted the car along with Steve and Natasha, drawing more curious stares than they already did when they drove into the school. The children who had been curiously looking at them were forced back to their classes as Charles arrived to greet the visitors with Ororo following behind him. Captain Rogers, it's a pleasure to have you back here again. Please, call me Steve, Professor. This is my teammate Natasha and this is a friend of mine and her daughter, Dr. Sarah Kinney and Laura Kinney. Steve did the basic introductions after shaking hands with Charles and Ororo. Despite his curiosity, Charles greeted them and gave them a brief introduction of who he was and Ororo behind him. As Charles invited them in, he voiced his thoughts as he saw how the mother and daughter were looking around. Mr. Rogers, am I correct in believing that the reason for this surprise visit is because of Dr. Kinney, or more specifically her daughter? He noticed that none of them reacted to his words other than the simple yes Steve gave, so he said nothing else and directed them to his office. Please make yourself comfortable. All of them took their seats except Natasha, who stood behind them and leaned on it. So, how can I be of help to you? He asked after taking a quick glance at Laura and then at Ororo, but even she had no inkling of why else they would be here if not to ask for help for the young girl. Unfortunately, the two of them were thrown out of the loop when Natasha asked a question completely out of the left field. I'm sorry, but is Logan around? We want to have a brief word with him if possible. Charles felt his curiosity growing higher but accepted her request and sent a telepathic message to Logan, who was making some auto repairs in the garage. He's on his way. Would that be all? He asked, and Natasha nodded with an appreciative smile, making Charles wonder what sort of connection Logan had with the red-haired woman. The door to the office opened a few seconds after and Logan walked in with an oblivious look on his face, but suddenly he stopped and looked at the other people in the room as he picked up a weirdly familiar, yet at the same time unfamiliar, scent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Logan looked from Steve to the smiling Natasha and then to the seated Sarah and then automatically stopped at the 13-year-old girl who just so happened to be staring intently at him just as he was doing. Oh. The gears in Charles and Ororo's head spun and weaved several loops of stories and landed on the same one as soon as they saw the way Logan and the girl were having a stare-off. One in shock and complete confusion at the bizarreness of a gleaming fact that he suddenly found himself mentally denying, while Laura just stared at him, in complete confusion of what she was supposed to do next. First of all, can we all take a seat? Charles had no choice but to cut the growing tension, especially when he felt that Logan might say something completely insensitive and worsen the already complex situation they all found themselves in. Logan dumbly sat on a couch, his eyes barely leaving Laura, the girl that felt so much like him, and he ended up asking the only question on his mind. How? Despite being just one word, his question carried everything they all wanted to ask. He looked at Sarah and then Laura and quickly spotted the tiny resemblances, but that confused him even more because he didn't have any memory of ever being with a woman resembling Sarah. Sarah, noting how volatile the current situation could escalate, answered him, so that get started somewhere. Genetic grafting and culturing. Cloning. Ororo gasped softly at those words. Unlike her, Logan had a completely different reaction as deeply buried memories threatened to unearth themselves. It was a continuation of the experiment that grafted adamantium into your skeletal frame. They were trying to recreate an army of unkillable soldiers and based the entire research on your DNA and tried to clone you from the ground up, but all of the cloned specimen ended up dying very quickly, leaving only a single embryo behind, but out of fear that it would die too, I grafted my own DNA into it and watched it grow up into her. My daughter. You worked for them. Logan didn't know why, but the question just escaped his mouth, but Sarah denied it. My participation wasn't by choice, as they mostly abducted us or forced us into submission by targeting the loved ones of those of us who had families. Being the only survivor of the experiments, they decided to pause the cloning and study her as much as they could to decrease their chances of failure when they restart the cloning experiments again. I tried taking care of her as much as I could, but ultimately it didn't amount to anything. At least that was until they started grafting adamantium into her bones that I couldn't bear it anymore and planned to sabotage the entire research. She paused a bit and managed to crack her first faint smile since entering the mansion. Fortunately, someone beat us to it and saved us. As Sarah finished her recap, the room once again fell silent, but Xavier's side had no idea where they could start processing everything from, especially Logan. I brought her here because I believed it was high time you knew of her existence. Whether you want to accept her or not is totally up to you. Same thing goes for her too. I have done the only thing I could do, which is raising my daughter and giving her all the love I can. She spoke and then held Laura's shoulders that were slightly trembling. She looked at Logan, whose eyes told the story of the number of emotions he is currently going through after hearing he had a child. A cloned daughter. I know it might be hard for you right now, even unfair to you to a great degree, but all I ask for is that you please consider her when you make your decision. Right now, only 3 people were in the room as far as Sarah, Laura, and Logan were concerned. No one else mattered right now, something they all tacitly understood, so they all remained quiet. Who was still out of it, snapped his eyes back to focus as he felt the faint trembling of her shoulders and the silent sobs that were threatening to bawl out, and his heart clenched. Despite him not knowing how he felt for a little girl, he knew instinctively that he stood to lose something priceless should any decision he makes be the wrong one, and so uncertain of what choice to make, he followed his baser instincts one more time and not only surprised himself, but everyone watching, as Laura cried, while enveloped by his arms in a hug. Chapter 97, Alternate Protocols. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. The week following Vision and the twins' visit to the sanctum went by like any other, apart from a few notable changes that took not just him but Pietro and Wanda too by surprise. At the very least, it was a welcome one. While the exact details were unknown to most because of the respect for family privacy, the fact that Laura started going to Xavier's mansion for her daily education spoke more than was needed. Just knowing that the estranged immortal was at the very least interested in being whatever type of father figure he could to her was a very much appreciated sentiment. At least a certain group of like-minded individuals didn't have the reason to be a little persuasive. Wanda had already started her magic lessons in Camertage, and with it came a lot of slightly overdue status change. At least the prelude to one. When did you have enough time to do all this? Seriously, Bruce? That's what you're really asking? You do realize I'm an advanced AI code, right? Multitasking is our whole thing. Vision blowing his own horn aside, I think the real question is how you came up with all this, and why? Natasha asked as she looked at the holographic vials and the information tagged on them. Oh, that? Easy. I just branched out from all the data banks I've downloaded from all the bases we've raided till now. As for the why, well, I seriously don't believe I need to answer that. Steve, who since the starting of this impromptu gathering had remained silent, finally opened his mouth to speak. I know I really shouldn't be saying this given how we arrived at. Is all this really necessary? The others, mainly Natasha, Steve, and Sam, looked at Vision, who had just presented what he called an empowerment program in a way nobody had expected. The three in particular, bar Steve to an extent, remained at the human level when it came to overall abilities. Even Tony, though completely human, could level a city without breaking a sweat if he so much as put his mind to it. Now that he was already fucking with nanotechnology, but just for simplicity, then yes. All this is necessary, so I guess we should be expecting another invasion for your stone anytime soon. Tony shifted uncomfortably in his seat as he remembered how he had suffered two huge traumas in both fights. It's actually worse than that. Vision corrected. Worse? What is worse than a surprise alien invasion? Sam asked, not liking the sudden ominous foreboding one bit. Subjugation, or worse, annihilation. As astute as always, Vision chimed in. Sure, he's seen and read stories where they triumphed over universal adversaries with their original strength, but just like those, there were also an infinite number of realities where they, along with the planet, were turned to dust. If the abilities you are seeing are not up to your taste, then tell me. I'll do what I can to alter their molecular properties. Vision stated. Tony suddenly looked invested in the topic after hearing Vision's words. Did you crack the mutagene code? Vision shook his head much to Tony's disappointment, but his next words abated that disappointment by a few levels. Most of the serums were made after studying my own abilities and also reviewing most of the research materials. So rather than saying I fully cracked it, you can say I have a level of success in altering the mutagene. Ignoring Tony's resulting banter, the main trio looked through the information of the serums and how it would affect their effectiveness. Each of them had a few serums assigned to them by Vision due to compatibility between them. Energy wings? Nice. Is there a reason why the serum can't just make me a full energy being? Sam asked after noticing that most of the serums were designed to enhance some of the perks they already have. Trust me, being an energy being isn't all it's cracked up to be. As an energy being, you are more susceptible to being manipulated, and there are quite a few drawbacks to it. So yes, manipulating energy is the better way to go. Sam let out a silent tisk and just went back to perusing his options while Natasha raised a question of her own. Is this form shift what I think it is? It doesn't allow you to change to whatever you want if that is what you're thinking. I don't know how effectively you can use it, but basically it allows you to exhibit the state of a matter you are in contact with, which is why it is accompanied by intangibility. This was something he had come up with after studying Raven's DNA along with his own form shift, and the conclusion was that Natasha would probably be unable to use it at the same level as he could. Steve didn't say anything and glanced through his before picking the one he thought would be good for him. He wasn't a hypocrite that he would reject something like this on the grounds of morality. He just had never seen the need for one before, until now at least. Tony was the only one who didn't get any upgrades before he believed he didn't need one, since he had a game changer he was working on while also having access to Vision's research. Even Clint Barton, who was absent, had a few serums ready for him at any time he decided to come back. Degree. Vision walked through the halls of the Overwatch to the section that was reserved as a temporary prison for Magneto and his aide. You're back. Eric asked in a statement-like manner rather than a question as he saw the familiar red face of his captor. That, I am. Vision said matter-of-factly, and the ground rippled like water and formed a chair behind him which he sat on. Eric didn't react to Vision's show of power, as this was not the first time he's had such a visit. I would ask why you are here, but I think we are already past that point. The Metal Master was the depiction of calmness as he sat leg crossed in his cell room. It's simple. You serve no purpose or benefit to me keeping you here, so my offer remains as it's always been. Work for me and do what you want for the mutant race, under my discretion of course. This was the offer Vision had made to Eric after he was imprisoned, but till now, the self-glorified leader of the Brotherhood refused to budge an inch. Eric snorted upon remembering Vision's offer, as if a red ribbon parceled offer like that could sway a man such as him who had dedicated decades of his life to his own cause and no one else. From your cold-edged mental waves, I know you will be refusing once again, but I just thought to deliver you with an important piece of news. The Brotherhood had been destroyed. Infighting, insubordination, mutiny, terrorism and other hazardous actions eventually led to the once proud group. Mystique actually managed to snatch a few handful of people to her side, so maybe not the whole Brotherhood. After saying his piece, the chair dissolved back into the ground as he stood up to leave, giving Magneto his final sales pitch. Mystique also works for me. I really hope you change your mind, Mr. Lenshair. And with that he was finally gone. Eric gritted his teeth as he heard Vision's words, and as much as he would have loved to believe them lies, something prevented him from fully doing so, as he knew the nature of those he brought under him. It was his iron hand that brought them all under control during his rule. Have the times really changed that much, Charles? he thought gloomily and sighed. I guess even you won't know the answer to that, old friend. Degree. Maybe I should visit Xavier's after this, Vision said as he entered his workshop in the Overwatch. Data analysis of Kang's armor has been fully downloaded. A full-blown smile stretched across Vision's face as he heard that notification. He could truthfully say that this was the best piece of information he has ever gotten since he woke up in that cradle. Alternate mind partition successfully downloaded. Ultron has successfully blocked and altered the data streams recorded on Kang's armor. Now this is good news. The reason for this was simple. With the data on Kang's armor successfully downloaded and altered, he was sure that he had bought enough time and secured his actions from the Council of Kongs. Who was Ultron? This guy was just every bit of a threat as the Council of Kong were, arguably more so than Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet 70% of the time. And with Ultron under his full control, with a series of ever-evolving alternate protocols to employ at any given time, it made sense why he wasn't that worried about the Council of Kongs and decided to take Kang's armor. Hashtag. Image of Vision's new look. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, Davis Day Out. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag. Davis walked around the building that functioned as both a mutant boarding school and a stronghold, waiting patiently for Laura to finish her classes before he took her home. Though it wasn't needed, he and Pietro sometimes came to pick up Laura despite the number of times she tried to skewer them with her claws for something she probably thought was embarrassing. Another reason why he was here was just to relax. Just sitting back and watching other mutant kids go about their day and playing with their powers was always a calming sight. Right now the students were doing their own version of PE, which was them just having fun with their powers with little control exercises mixed to train their abilities in real time. He looked at Laura chatting with some of the older girls, fitting in nicely with a slighter older age group than kids her age. At least she manages to speak a sentence or two every now and then. It was more like Laura listening than she actually doing the talking. Maybe I should have followed Pietro to Australia and done some heroics and sightseeing at the same time. He mused to himself as he laid down under the shade of a tree. He craned his head to the side and saw a group of the older students making their way towards his lazing spot. Hey, anything up? He asked. Yeah. Laura said you were quite strong, and since the professor won't let us out on our own, we thought it would be a good idea to see what sets us apart from those with actual experience. One of the boys, one he recalled was called Bobby Drake, said. Cool, and you want to find that out how? He asked. I thought it was kinda obvious. Bobby asked, but seeing Davis' genuine confused look, he thought the guy was joking around or really slow on the uptake. Regardless, we want to fight against you. A mock battle, of course. Now this got Davis' attention. He looked at the teenage heads before him and rounded up what he knew about them. Telekinesis, optic blast, quakes, cryokinesis and a few others. Got the old man's permission? I don't want him to think I'm just beating up his students for no reason. He didn't mean anything by that, but he forgot how easily teenagers were to rile up and superpowered ones even more. Though his words pricked at them, Bobby just smiled and nodded. Cool then. Hope you got a secluded area for us. They led him inside the building and after a few turns, brought him to the danger room. Davis couldn't even begin to explain half of how this room works, so he just nodded and let them lead him on. So are we doing this 1v1s or you all are ganging up on me? Either way I'm fine, but I'd prefer the latter. In his defense, his words were completely reasonable as that was usually how it was whenever they sparred in the compound. No matter who they were up against, it was usually a 1vs many matchup. Oblivious to their thoughts, he took off his jacket and stood across them as the setting changed to the middle of a destroyed city block. His transformation both surprised them and intimidated them a little, but that was it. Seeing their opponent ready, they fell in sync as Scott called out their roles. Lance and Bobby, you two try to probe him to see how he reacts. Since the others are sitting this one out, Jean and I will run interception. Jean, link us up. If it had been anyone else, they might have commended how synced up they were or how they quickly deferred to their leader and didn't question his decision, but none of those concerned Davis. Just like his predecessor, most of the time the orders he received were simple. Crush them. Lance and Bobby immediately pressed on with their advance as Lance shot seismic waves at Davis' huge frame while Bobby shot a wave of frost at him. With a quick glance, he immediately identified how annoying and strong these abilities were, but that didn't faze him, not like he was planning to tank all of them. He dodged the frost wave and tanked the seismic wave just to get a feel of it, and it ended up pushing him a few steps, but that was enough. All of them are good at mid-long range. A single jump and he covered the distance between him and the two other students who stayed back, surprising all four of them. It was easy to see what they were planning on a basic scale, so he first disrupted that, increasing the mental toll on whoever was commanding. Scott and Jean jumped back to avoid his catastrophic landing, and already knowing what was coming from Scott, he targeted Jean. Jean tried using the destroyed debris to form a shield, but Davis easily smashed through it and launched her hastily erected kinetic field, effectively knocking her away from the rest of the fight from his first attack. He dodged another frost blast before he could turn to Scott, making him click his tongue for the 2-in-1 promo package he was going for. He grabbed a torn car and threw it at Bobby and leapt off the ground the moment he felt the minute rumble and the red lasers heading for him. I can't afford to stay back and let them circle me. Guess I'll have to tank a few of those hits. Landing on the ground, instead of dodging the three-way attack like he had done before, he brought his hand together for a block followed by an explosion as the three attacks hit him. Did we get him? No, Dawn Dash. Before Lance could warn against a potential jinx, Davis burst through the smoke with a speed they never believed his hulking frame possessed. They all tried to attack again, but Davis already expected such a hasty reaction and easily dodged them, bringing him within striking distance of the trio. The first to receive it was Bobby, who tried to hastily freeze him, but Davis smashed through the premature freeze blast and punched him with a reduced force, but one strong enough to knock him a few meters back, and left him wheezing on the floor. Lance stomped on the ground to affect his balance, but all he saw was a grin on Davis' face as the latter copied him and stomped on the ground with a greater force that actually unbalanced him. The small window was all the behemoth needed to pummel him to the distance. He grunted as a laser blast burned against his back. The pain irritated him for a brief moment, one that was apparently too long for him as his face turned unsightly and he did something out of all the spectators' expectations. He ran straight into the blast, not caring if it burned him or not. There was no way for Scott to escape this suicide attack, but before he could surrender, his vision started spinning for a brief moment before he crashed into the ground. Not bad, to be honest, Davis said as he reformed back to his human form. Those abilities sure are a pain to deal with. He could see how Lance's and Bobby's abilities could prove extremely troublesome, and the only thing holding them back was how to apply it. 1 minute 17 seconds. He scratched his head as that time was even worse than his time sparring with Vision. Well, you guys are strong, no doubt, but I am a brute through and through. I'm built to run through things, so don't take it to heart. Just then, his communicator rang out. Boss, really? He asked with a little frown on his face, but then shrugged a moment later. He cut the call and waved at the bunch of teenagers. Later, guys, something important came up. Lance asked while massaging where Davis had punched him. Not that important. I need to run the fade on some rogue mutants. Just the usuals. He took his jacket and left them there, tending to their bruises. Both the physical and psychological ones. That was embarrassing. That's what it was, Jean said, feeling particularly sour since she was the first one knocked out. For some reason, he looks more menacing than the real Hulk. It's like he doesn't feel pain or something. Their discussion continued as they went over what they did, or what they couldn't do. Davis didn't give them enough time to showcase their skills, and while they wanted to use that excuse as the reason they lost so badly, it became even more depressing when they realized that they didn't even last long enough to use their abilities the way they wanted. In his office, Charles, Colossus, and Logan watched the whole match with Logan whistling with mirth in his eyes as he saw they got their ass royally handed to them. They are still too young. The only thing that saved them for a quicker death is their ability and not what they've learned so far, Logan said as he watched the match end. Charles nodded as he was thinking the exact same thing. He acted too much for them, so the only way he would allow them the autonomy they were so eager for is when they prove that they can sufficiently protect themselves. We can always make them more prepared. The world is changing rapidly. The conventional way no longer seems to be working as effectively as it once was. He sighed sadly. At least we have the Avengers as an ally. Are you thinking about accepting that invitation? Colossus asked. I am considering what it can bring us, but for now, no. Not when they are still this far behind. Probably a good idea. Chapter 99, limited choices. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag Vision POV. After successfully fusing with Kang's armor after a thorough remodeling, even to the frequency it vibrates at, I now understand what energy Kang was using and found out that it was completely incompatible with the Mind Stone. Figures. Thankfully it wasn't something enigmatic like the power cosmic, but a more efficient and also one of the cleanest forms of energy that was discovered sometime far off into the future. If Doom can harness science to use magic, then it is not so far off that the Infinity Stones have little use in the future, because they really do. Thankfully energy absorption and assimilation was my thing, and with me no longer being forcefully connected to the Mind Stone, my options were limitless, and that was exactly what I did. I changed the power source. At least this way it is no longer a must for me to require the Mind Stone if I want to use my abilities on a much larger scale than what my energy output can support. Now I'm fully self-sufficient. The new news from Raven is that the Black Queen is starting to make some movements, but that doesn't really change much. I've already empowered Natasha, Steve, and Sam according to their choice. Natasha was basically Kevin Levin with better control and options. Since I based it off my form shift, there was a chance that she might be able to fuse with matter on an atomic level, but at this point in time I can't see it happening. Who knows, maybe she also has a talent for these things. For Sam, he chose the one that gave him energy wings that also functioned as projectiles. I don't know why he chose that, but in the end, it's ultimately their choice in choosing what they want. As for Steve, well, his was somewhat different. He initially wanted to undergo an adamantium grafting on his skeleton, but I didn't want that, so I gave him my best alternative. Rather than having the metal skeleton, why not have the properties that such a skeleton will give? Stars and Spangles got a biological makeover with impossibly sturdy bones, heightened regeneration factor, shock absorptive, and tightly bonded cells. He looked and felt the same way, but became a meaner version of himself underneath all the sunny boy smiles. That's your third book now, the Ancient One said as I came to his office after finishing my third book. I want to ask you a quick question, I said as I sat beside him. Selene Gallio, what's her deal? Oh, quite the nasty one you caught for yourself. Well, she desires what most powerful corrupt people desire, more control. She's ensnared by its intoxicating allure, and also quite dangerous, might I add. And the Sanctum does nothing about it. We don't meddle, Mr. Simons. It might be unsettling to hear, but our order's sole purpose is to preserve the universal law. Unless something goes against that, we will remain as we have always have. We are not enforcers, Mr. Simons, we are forces of balance. Even if I want to disagree with that, I really can't. The Sanctum is founded on the ground that it wouldn't be used to pursue personal interest, so they act as the neutral middle ground between all magical and mystical parties concerning Earth. I hear you, just wanted to pick your mind for a reason. What about Wanda? She is progressing quite finely, but I guess that's expected given who she is. He said that and stroked his beard. Since there was nothing left for me to do here, I bid him farewell and left the Sanctum after having a little chat with Wanda. I'm really excited to find out what she can do after a formal sorcery training. With the meeting of the world leaders drawing closer, I want to make sure that at least phase 2 of my kicks off with it. What is phase 2? For simplicity's sake, it's basically level 100 subterfuge, but not in a subtle way. Thankfully for me, Ultron has already laid down the framework for me to work with, so all I needed to do was implement it, and since it's ever evolving due to constant present changes, the margin of error is drastically reduced. Lamentably for me, the only thing that isn't working out as much as I wanted it to, is the recruitment, which I unfortunately have little to no control over since this world is currently in its infancy when it comes to heroes. I'm still putting off the idea of sending an invitation to the Fantastic Four, but maybe the upcoming meeting will give me a rare surprise. Who knows? Message notification from Eric Lenscher's cell. Talk about the surprise. Well, not really, since he's had a week or two to think about it. Why am I talking as if he's already accepted my offer? Other than the fact that he can't do anything while being locked up, he has a few things to gain from working with me. At least that's how his thought processes work. If he thinks I can't read his mind because of his above-average mental defense, then apparently someone hasn't given him the memo. He's probably thinking along the lines of him being able to grow back his brotherhood stealthily away from my eyes, or gaining more influence to push forth his dream. It's not as if I can blame him for thinking like that. Vision, hey. I turned around and saw Yelena, who finally decided to end her well-deserved sabbatical and join us. I have to admit, I love what you've done to the place. And I see a few widows decided to stay behind. Good for them, I guess. Finally decided to join us, I see. Well, yeah, just finished my redemption arc and I don't know what else to do other than, well, putting my skills to good use. Oh, with that sense of humor I can believe that they are definitely sisters. I don't think I need to give you a tour of the place, so just pick one of the empty rooms and settle in. Catch you later. I waved and parted ways with her. Natasha can catch her up to speed with whatever she needs, and also an upgrade whenever she wants one. I went to check up on Eric soon after, and what he said was all winging the lines of what I expected. I'll join you on a few conditions. I require a certain level of transparency between us, and also those that I take under me are all under my discretion. First of all, I can't bring myself to care about what you just said, and for the second, we are by no means partners in any way. He looked absolutely stunned and confused, so I elaborated ever so clearly so that he could get it. Do some illegal or morally questionable shit and I will be there to bust your ass, no homo. If he was angry, then he didn't allow it to show on his face, because the raging intent I felt from him wasn't as calm as the look on his face. You can do what you want. Hell, you can even go start a country with you as its monarch, as long as you don't cross some laid down rules. Believe it or not, the only reason I let you live is because of Pietro and Wanda, and it's not as if that's going to save you if I really wanted you dead. The threat wasn't a veiled one. It wasn't even a threat, but rather a statement. Whether I like it or not, Eric is the only prominent face the mutants have, but unfortunately it's not a good face, so he's going to be working to change that. Take it as if you're under temporary employment. It's better than doing time in prison. Right. We had a much reserved talk after that, which was him basically trying to get more room to wiggle, but I shot them all down. Degree. The White House. Sir, we've lost all contact with Bolivar Trask. The area where he last radioed in has been destroyed. One of the bodyguards reported to the president, who looked as if he just swallowed a nauseating pill. In other words, not only have we lost a lot of avenues and research facilities, along with having our research materials stolen and destroyed, but everyone we ever placed a bet on is dead. The few people who were in the room had nothing to say to the president's words and just kept silent with their heads down. So not only do the mutants disagree on signing the Registration Act, but we also have some of them blowing up our bases left and right, and the Avengers too. Has there been any word from John Sublime? No, sir. The president let out a fed-up sigh and slumped deeper into his chair. Chapter 100, A Step Closer. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag. Wanda Maximoff POV. She heaved a deep breath and dropped her hands, finally managed to deploy her first advanced spell. Just because it was easier for her to learn magic than it was for other people didn't mean that everything for her was smooth sailing. Some spells really were complicated, and if not for the fact that her powers were imagination/reality bending based, she would have had a harder time grasping it than the average genius. Your progress is astonishing, to say the least. Any particular motivation? The voice of the Ancient One called out to her as soon as she got her breathing in order. Well, my brother, my boyfriend, and the rest of my family are out there doing whatever, and I'm kind of isolated from them, so yeah, she said after giving a formal bow to the Sorcerer Supreme. Due to the uniqueness and secret, even taboo, nature of her magic, the Ancient One was the one who mostly taught her most of the things she knew apart from the basics. He nodded as he walked towards her with his hands behind his back. Matters of the heart can be a very good motivator. So, how goes your training? He asked. The spells are, how should I put this, not based enough, she asked unsurely. He just laughed and looked at her. Interesting choice of words. I know. How about you attack me, so I can get a feel of just why you think it's unbased. The moment those words left his mouth, Wanda saw how her surroundings shimmered as if it were the illusion of a novice spellcaster, until nothing remained except the calm surface of the ocean they stood upon and endless clear blue sky. Go on then. He gestured at her. The thought of ever using her powers against a frail old man never once crossed her mind as she called upon her chaos magic. The water below her and the sky above turned red as her body was covered in a red haze, while the Ancient One only pulled out one of his hand from behind him. A red lightning cloud covered her while a pentagram appeared behind it. Ho, that's quite the application you have there. Not stopping there, the lightning cloud and the pentagram multiplied into 5 and took their positions around the Sorcerer Supreme. The first stage of Wanda's attack made the body of water below them cackle with lightning before shooting upward and engulfing the Ancient One, only for it to clear up and Wanda to see that he was standing upon a yellow construct that fully protected him from the blast. The pentagrams around them started spinning at the same time that 2 magic circles appeared around the Ancient One's hand. Improvising magic circles into your limited reality warping magic. Are you sure one won't hamper the other? His words stopped as he saw one of the magic circles birth out a red 8-headed hydra while the others displayed to her forms of magic. You really are a terrifying student, Wanda Maximoff. he said with acknowledgement, and a third magic circle appeared around his hand before muttering to himself, this should be enough. Now let's see if we can pick up the incongruity in your magic. Degree. Vision POV. I can use Tony to revolutionize the energy sector, but it's not that important at this point. What I need, or rather what is actually vital at the moment, is the health sector. Generating list of known associates that can be used. Emma Frost, Susan Storm, Aurora Monroe, Sarah Kinney, Bruce Banner, Helen Cho, Hank McCoy. Well, no doubt it's going to be Sarah. The reason why I am targeting the health sector is to obviously improve it. Cheaper drugs, both for humans and mutants, and an agenda that will forcefully stop those in power from benefiting from selling partially effective drugs just for a few billions of dollars. This will also put a huge target on Sarah's back, but that will be an inside joke at best. I have a few facilities to use along with billions of dollars at my disposal that I stole from the numerous research facilities I've raided. It will be child's play for me to put Sarah in a global limelight in just months. This will also serve as a hub for all the like-minded geniuses to pool together and further their research, all under my sneaky little eyes. Imagine having everyone on that list working for me. Now that's a billion-dollar idea. Mail the proposal to Sarah. She should be over at Stark Industries. I typed out a few names and ran a tracer, and a few satellites responded and focused in on the group of mutants that had defected to Essex's side. At least someone's taking the bait, but unfortunately it's a clone. I let them do their thing while also keeping an eye on Essex's clone. At this point, it's only a matter of time before Sublime rears his ugly head. At least that's 2 checks on my bucket list. I also taken care of 4 more members of the Hellfire Club, 2 knights, 1 rook and a bishop, brining me ever so meticulously close to checkmate. All I need to look out for is the opponent's black queen and the game is mine. Thankfully my magic is coming along swimmingly. Since I'm a self-sufficient well of unlimited energy, I don't need to draw power from cosmic entities or the universe, but that also conversely severely limits the number of spells I can use since most strong spells are cast with permission of the patron entity. It doesn't matter to me that much because I'm not planning on going the magician route. All I need to do is learn how to manipulate energy the way I see fit, and it's not as if magic is the end all be all of this verse. Degree. Wanda Maximoff POV. She teleported backwards to narrowly avoid the cracking of space centered around where she had just been. This old man sure is something else. It's like no matter how hard she tried, he always had something completely counter her. His magic on its own was on a whole different level. The pentagrams around her had been reduced to 2, but she still pushed forward regardless. You are still holding back, Wanda. You are not like the others. You do not follow logic like your brother, your friends, or even Mr. Simons himself, he said as he waved him hand in an arc and destroyed the hex blast she shot at him. Login are mere building blocks in front of your, like bricks to an architect, use it as you see fit. His words reverberated in her ears and resonated with all what Vision had been telling her from a long time ago. You can do anything you put your mind to. Your magic is such bullshit that it's terrifying, even for me. But who stands above the laws of the universe? A god. The moment she arrived at that epiphany, the entire space they were in turned red and started dripping blood as means that the Ancient One looked at her and nodded with a smile as he saw what she was doing. Good job. Now this can really make me move a step from where I've been standing. All the red hues of the space they were in started melting off the very fabrics of this reality and started swimming towards the tip of Wanda's fingers, leaving the both of them standing in emptiness of a black world with cracks all over it. Wanda's eyes and hair turned blood red as she drew in so much power that the space started crumbling since the powers of its very foundation were sucked off. She pointed her fingers at her master and without so much as an ounce of hesitation, shot the blood-red blob that had gathered on her fingertips at him. The fist-sized orb appeared in front of him the next moment since there was no conventional space for it to move through, but the smile on the Ancient One's face never once faltered. Instead it grew. He made a quick hand gesture and the red shining orb slowed down to a stop just a few centimeters away from his body, and before Wanda could understand what was happening, the Ancient One slowly opened his hands and grabbed the red orb. The safe they were in completely exploded as his hands covered it, bringing them back to the training year of Hammertosh. Congratulations, Wanda. You are now a step closer. Closer to what? She found herself asking. To what you can be. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Running into a problem. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Pietro Maximoff POV. Yes. I heard you loud and clear the first time. If one were to ever ask a question to Pietro about how his life turned out, he would say everything was going well swimmingly, but the only thing he didn't like ironically turned out to be tied to the thing he loved most about himself. His speed. The same ability that made the speed of sound look like toddler jogging to him was the same ability that turned him to an over-glorified errand boy, mailman, and a janitor, running all over the country and the wider globe like a certain mythological speed god. Other than taking out a few gangs and cartel, he was also tasked with taking out the strays that were too far and wide, which includes, and not limited to, mutants, kingpins, crazy scientists, and any of the immoral ilk. He just received a voice note, try 3, from Vision about the splintered groups of mutants that defected from the Magneto's Brotherhood after he was caught and imprisoned. Maybe I should slow down for this one, he thought. One of the disadvantages of being a speedster in a youngster's body was how he used his speed for almost everything, making him more bored than most for the entire day. He arrived at the place they were using as a hideout, an underground fighting ring. Seems like the one spearheading these guys has a few good points on his IQ. They were using one of their own members who had an unnoticeable mutation and enhanced physique to win a lot of the matches. Knock, knock. Anybody home? Not caring a bit for tact, Pietro loudly knocked on a door and waited for the other party to open it. According to his tact lenses, there were 7 people in the room in front of him and they were going over the records and their winnings for the day. The door was slightly opened and a massively buff guy with a gruff voice squinted his eyes as he saw Pietro standing there. What do you want, pal? Night's already over. Oh, I didn't come for that. Someone wants you to vacate the premises. Hey, what's the bozo saying? Vince. He's saying some stupid dash. His words came to an abrupt stop as he looked down at his chest and saw a blurry hand sticking inside his body through the door. Pietro drew back his hand and the man immediately slumped down after going through cardiac arrest. Tant. He managed to croak out before his darkness took over his consciousness. The others in the room immediately reacted upon seeing their friend slumping. Though they didn't clearly hear what he said, they came to the likely conclusion and had no thoughts of holding back. The door was riddled with bullets the very next second after Vince slumped, and it continued for the next 10 seconds before it stopped, revealing over 100 holes on the door and walls. That's kind of cool, I think. Shooting out some kind of metal pebbles at twice the speed of sound, Pietro said after putting the last stack of cash inside a duffel bag before shrinking it and putting it inside of a pouch in his utility belt. Who are you? Did that bastard Marcel send you? We can talk this out and come to an understanding. Mutant to mutant. One of them took the lead and tried to settle whatever was going on without fighting by appealing to the common camaraderie between mutants. Sorry pal. Your eviction notice is due. Pietro smirked as he caught the hardened hair shot at him between his fingers. Strong and fast. Before any of them could react, time slowed down as Pietro walked around them and tapped different joints on their body. 6 thuds resounded in the room as they all fell like noodles, knocked out cold, leaving Pietro bored once again. Unfortunately for these guys, they went into Vision's naughty list as soon as they started making deals with the local crime lords and gangs. If they had stuck to their underground fixed matches, they would have been left alone, but greed for power was something the ambitious had in spades. Would you look at this? Nice execution. Pietro's figure blurred to the other end of the room as he heard the voice behind his ears. His eyes captured the figure of a seductively beautiful woman garbed in all black with a playful smile on her face. No need to be alarmed, my little cutie. I just need someone with a little more power to perform a few tasks for me, she said and took a step towards Pietro. Having already identified the woman in front of him thanks to his contact lenses and Vision's databank, Pietro made the most normal and obvious decision he could take at that moment. Quite the playful youngster, I see, she commented. Pietro ran. Wanda was a pain to deal with before she started practicing magic, and now someone Vision classified as extremely dangerous just showed up behind him. Of course he'd run. Contact Vision, the Black Queen is on my ass. He hastily gave the command and the next second he found himself back in the same room. Shit. Time had already slowed down and he was about to run away again, but he unexpectedly crashed into a magic barrier. Now. Don't be so hasty to leave. I need a strong servant to infiltrate the Avengers and you'd do just well. She had tried locating the people at the last place Trask was, and of the 3 energy signatures she identified, one was shrouded from her prying eyes, the other was but a mutant child, and the last was the prize she currently had her eyes on until she figures out what is blocking her tracking spell. Since she had already identified that they were part of the Avengers, she opted against directly attacking them and chose one of the stronger ones, and luckily for her, this one literally ran into her hands. She'd read his memories first, then make a few changes to it and have him run around the Avengers until he outruns his use. Pietro struggled to escape the hold she had on him, vibrating his body the fastest he could in hopes of phasing through whatever had him bound down. He heard her say with a chuckle as she drew closer and placed a hand on his head. Degree. Vision POV. I already had everything set up for Sarah to step into the spotlight of the medical field with the miraculous discovery of a permanent cure for stage 3 cancer. The forged documents said that she's a geneticist under one of the research facilities that Stark Industries had a partnership with after the Stark Expo. I was about putting the finishing touches in my perfectly calculated plan to take over the medical sector when Pietro's distress signal came in. Emergency message from Pietro Maximoff. The Black Queen is on my ass. That fast. I blurted out. Ultron, how effective will my counter against the Black Queen hold out? 97.3%. A drawn-out battle at this point in time is not advised due to the elusive nature of magic. I beamed myself to Pietro's location and arrived at the scene to witness Selene Gallio putting her hands on Pietro's head. I blasted her with an upgraded version of my former energy thanks to the upgrade of fusing with Kang's armor. The barrier she had around her and Pietro stood their ground against my initial blast. Just the man I wanted to see. I didn't care about what she wanted to spout as laser beams trailed from my eyes and impacted her barriers, bringing a surprised frown to her face as the barrier gained cracks and shattered the very next moment, and the lasers struck her, but she deftly evaded it by bursting in black fumes. The lasers reached Pietro and impacted against the magnetic barrier installed in his suit, which I had forcefully activated the moment I arrived. I shrunk him and stored him inside my body before facing the frowning Selene. I'd say you owe me an explanation for this, but we don't know each other well enough to owe each other anything, wisely said. The frown on her face melted into a calm smile as she spoke. You were rude in interrupting my time with that cute boy you just stole away. I believe I deserve some sort of compensation for that. My retort came out as swift as my mind came up with it. Sorry, I'm his ward for all intent and purposes, and I can't let pedophilia happen before my eyes. Tisk. You are not so cute, and less fun than my little toy, so I'll be taking him back. Black fog covered my vision, but I wasn't much concerned about it since my geographical compass told me I was still in the same room, meaning I haven't switched locations and this was just an attack spell. A yellow barrier covered me and blasted outwards, disrupting whatever spell she was casting and clearing the fog. She didn't show any sort of reaction to me destroying her spell, and I knew why when the fog covered me again out of nowhere with twice its density. My senses sent a ping of an attack from behind, which I dodged by shrinking and enlarging at the same as some type of black scaly and bony hand tried grabbing me. I destroyed it with a concussive kinetic blast and created a swirling Did she pull back? Why, the state of the room, particularly the state of the bodies laying around. Their bodies were pale white and all scrunched up and were currently slowly turning to dust. Every cell in their bodies have been drained of the tiniest amount of vitality in it. Black magic. Can't say I expected something else. My location changed as I arrived in the compound and brought out Pietro to check what Selene might have done to him. I let out a sigh of relief after the scan that showed that she was messing with his mind and I had put a stop to it before she could get into the speedster's head. Just to be sure, I did a few more scans and they all came out with the same result of attempted mental manipulation, before waking Pietro up. Are you alright? Tell me the dream of a black witch about to eat away my mind wasn't real. I think I just got my answer. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, A Play of Hands. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag While the entire world woke up to a pleasant uproar with the announcement of a medical breakthrough brought about by a geneticist named Dr. Sarah Kinney who perfected the cure for stage 3 cancer and 70% chance of curing a stage 4 cancer growth, Vision was putting another plan in motion after releasing Magneto back into the world. You sure that's a good idea? Society is better off with him being locked behind bars, Tony said after being told of Vision's intended actions. That's if he shows himself as a terrorist. Vision said. They were in Tony's building alongside Pietro and Peter after Tony just gave a speech addressing the latest discovery. Tony looked at Vision and voiced out the expression on his face. You really believe that? The math says he won't go back to terrorism. Humans aren't composed of zeros and ones, Vision. We are all sorts of special when it comes to breaking down written rules and natural conventions. Tony freely gave his reasons why he preferred Magneto in a mutant dampening cell regardless of him being Pietro's and Wanda's biological father. Why do you even want him out in the first place? Magneto as an allied force is highly beneficial to have regardless of what front you look at it from. I need him in a position of tangible power since he'll be able to do more for mutants that way. Tony was privy to what Vision needed Magneto for and while he was against the person used for it, he wasn't against the cause. Say, what if he goes back to being a terrorist? But he just had to ask. Vision simply answered calmly. Then he goes back to his cell. You need to give people freedom to let them do what they want. I know what he wants, and I'm giving him that freedom to do so. In the other room, Pietro was going through some of the gadgets Tony had lying around while Peter was geeking out as he saw all the technological marvel Tony had in his workspace. This place is so stoked. Is that an RE energy compressor? He wondered as he saw something that should have been the size of a vending machine in a compatible size of a football. Can you keep it down for a minute, kid? Pietro asked as he scrolled through an interface with the assistance of Friday to find a good gadget he could add to his suit. I'm sorry. Peter hastily apologized and his eyes widened as he saw what Pietro was doing. He silently scooted over and watched Pietro going through cosmetic changes. Yes. Oh, it's just that I think that the dark blue theme with the silver blue for the motif looks better. He hurriedly answered. He was in a room together with a superhero, with 2 other superheroes a few feet away from them. Nothing could top this. You think? I wanted to check out another change. Maybe red with a smaller lighting motif or black with golden aesthetics. Pietro looked at the 4 alternate choices he made and true to Peter's words, his normal color scheme was the best. Peter, right. The boy nodded. I heard you got bit by a radioactive spider. How does it feel living as a human spider? Well, I don't go around laying eggs and making nests of webs so other than being a superhuman, I'd say it's pretty normal. Peter said. Pietro was a little disappointed by the answer, having expected something like a damp underground base with gigantic webs spun across it and an army of the little creepy crawlers walking around. How does it feel being an Avenger? Peter asked curiously. Normal, I guess. Maybe a little bit special. It's not that much different from everybody else. It's just that I can switch between being Pietro and Quicksilver at the drop of a hat. It's just the same way you switch between Nerdy Peter and Spider-Man whenever you want. I see. You got nothing to worry about, Pete. You're just 14 and you are a bona fide superhero. No one in the Avengers can brag about that. Oh, I think Laura got you beat there. Pietro said before remembering the 13-year-old girl he considered his little sister. I see, thanks. Peter accepted Pietro's encouragement with swell. And I just recently turned 15. Pietro, we have a situation. Vision's voice came in through the speakers in the room and when Peter turned, all he saw was a blur and a spinning chair. He walked to the other room where Tony, Pietro, and Vision were. He had gotten over whatever he felt towards Vision a while back after accepting the fact that even though it wasn't something he'd do, the other members of the Avengers weren't the sort to hold back on the trigger when it needed to be fired, even if it was to kill someone. Tony Stark, his idol, included. So this uber-strong guy has a bunch of clones of himself and experiments on mutants? Why can't bad guys find something else to do other than experiments and a boner for world domination? Was Pietro's genuinely curious question after Vision gave him an update of their next target. Some Nathaniel Essex guy. Beats me. Even with my vast library of information, I still can't give you a concrete and better sounding answer. Vision said before turning to Peter who just entered the room. He gave Peter a contemplating look and turned to Tony who shook his head. You can't just take him out to the field like that, Vision. Let him stick to criminals with guns and the few rotations of super-powered bad guys he gets once in a while. He said, not wanting Vision to bring a 14-year-old boy, recently turned 15, to fight Essex. Peter, though he felt a little bit conflicted, said nothing and let the adults make their decision. Even if he was a hero in his part of the city, Tony, and Vision, especially Tony, was responsible for his well-being when it comes to being an Avenger. I just want to see how he fights and reacts when surrounded by danger. You deliberately forget he could wipe the floor with Cap, Sam, and Natasha not too long ago. Maybe he still can, and besides I'll be there. There was actually nothing Tony could do if Peter wanted to go and like Vision said, the kid was already a capable hero on his own. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't go because he needed to be here for a couple more presses since he was the face of Stark Industries and the expo. Hey Natasha, you busy? Yeah, I just got a ping of Essex's real body. Oh, what of Steve and Sam? Okay, no worries. Vision made a quick call to the Overwatch and got Natasha and Davis to tag along. The both of them were beamed to Tony's building where they joined Vision, along with Peter and Pietro, before Vision beamed them to Essex's hideout. Degree. The Hellfire Club. Selene sat alone at a round table as she sipped from her glass of red exotic wine, slowly savoring the taste and mulling over her clash with Alexander Simons, aka Vision. The sound of footsteps disrupted her immersive thoughts, but she ignored the person's presence and continued in her thoughts until the person broke the silence. I didn't think you'd leave a member of the Avengers alive, even after he attacked you. She chuckled and then turned to look at Sebastian Shaw with a lopsided smile that didn't relate anything positive. You are nowhere old enough to spin your words over me, Shaw. Shaw only smiled lightly. Nothing of such nature. I'm just curious why you left him alive when you could have taken the chance to deal a hard strike by killing two of their stronger members. He fluently lied through his teeth, not caring in the slightest that the woman in front of him could likely read him like a book. Manipulation was something that had melded with every fiber of his being, so expecting something different from him was a very foolish thought as far as he was concerned. She swirled the glass in her hand and brought it to her lips but didn't take a sip, only staring at the bloody contents inside it. The Avengers aren't as weak as you think, and not so easily controlled either. As for why I refrained from killing him, other than spoiling my plans, I can understand either way, and I'm not about to charge crazily at him for his head after just meeting him. Even though he didn't like her answer one bit, he didn't let it show on his face and nodded in understanding. So how do you want to go about dealing with the Avengers? He probed once again. There is a reason why patience is a virtue possessed by those morally good and bad alike, Sebastian Shaw, she said with the same unnerving smile on her face. Well, it was a nice chat, but I'm afraid I'll have to cut it short for an engagement that I can't miss. Have a good day, Selene, he said as he got up, then left. No matter how many times he's been subjected to it, the way it felt as if she could dissect him and see through all his facades unsettled him greatly, much more than he was comfortable accepting. Chapter 103. Exterminating Essex. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag. The five of them were teleported to an island, one of the numerous islands Essex had, that served as his residence and also his mutation factory. He's already aware of our presence, so no need to be quiet about it. Vision's words echoed as a reminder as he flew into the huge Dracula castle-like building in front of them. Pietro, take Davis and map out any important point in the building. Peter and I will go in from the front and take care of any hostiles through there, Natasha ordered. Being the newest member, and also his first time following someone else's lead, Peter softly asked Natasha after Pietro took Davis and disappeared inside the building. How are you so sure that there are hostiles inside? And you make it sound as if they have quite the number. That's because there are hostiles and they have quite the number, was her reply. She then added upon seeing his confusion still there. Vision won't have called us out here if there were a few of them, so be expecting a full house of enemy mutants and brainwashed puppets. It's his MO. Peter nodded and spewed a web that swung him inside the house with Natasha behind him. His spider sense rang jingles the moment he entered the castle, forcing him to narrowly dodge a blast from a guy who seemingly had a gun for his hand. Whoa, dude, chill. Can't a guy say hello first before being shot at? He shouted as he nimbly dodged the sporadic shooting from the human gun. He couldn't get close for obvious reasons as the guy had over 10 gun nozzles around his hands coupled with the blasters he was waving around. Fortunately for him, Natasha stepped in and she was bathed in bullets the moment she stepped into the man's crosshairs. Peter wanted to scream as he saw that, only to be stunned as he saw her running forward while stumbling back a butt every time she was hit by a large blast. Seeing that Natasha was okay, he continued his press only for him to forcefully hold down his breakfast as he came across a girl with tubes stuck inside her body with her mouth being sewn shut. This place looks haunted, he complained as he tied her with his web and threw her towards a pillar and webbed her there as soon as she made impact. Enough complaining, Parker, Natasha admonished after she took out the mutants with the gun arms. She held a pair of adamantium daggers and used her abilities to copy its properties, making her impervious to most things she'll encounter on any mission. With a wild card like Peter paired with her deadly techniques, they made quick work of a lot of the mutants they came across because most of them just had a cheap watered-down copy of a stronger ability. In another part of the building, Pietro cracked his neck and ran through a hallway, knocking out and killing quite a number of the mutants and brain-dead husks in his way. He paused as he felt huge vibrations passing through the walls and floor of the building. He was about to run in the direction of the vibration to check out what was causing it but refrained from it as he felt it coming his way very fast. Something burst through the wall, two things specifically, and they were trying to rip each other apart. Get off me, bastard. Davis growled as his opponent, who was a crossbreed between a Hulk and some kind of bear, was trying to eat and cut him open at the same time. Pietro watched as the two of them destroyed everything in their way as they fought savagely against each other. Need help? Got it. He nodded to no one in particular and continued his orders. Davis on the other hand grunted in pain as the monster bear bit under his armpits and tried biting out the flesh but couldn't as Davis was trying to suffocate him that way. Seeing the bastard monster not relenting, he released it a bit and started using his spiked knuckles to hit it square in the face. The monster bear man couldn't handle the pain of a bloody face and released Davis' arm, but Davis was not about done with him. He held his head and brought it to his knee a couple of times before picking him up and drone a spine buster into his back. The monster bear roared in pain and rushed at Davis more frantically, but this time Davis was ready for it. The lid he always kept to remain fully in control of himself was pushed aside and he met the monster bear halfway in his charge. The two of them destroyed the nearby walls and everything around them, turning the unfortunate people that happened to be around them during their berserk dance in meat paste. A clawed hand tore open Davis' chest, but it only heightened his rage as he gave up blocking and accumulated more injuries. They mutilated themselves and fell into attrition as they tried to beat the other to death. The monster bear seeped Davis off his feet and tackled him on the ground, biting and ripping open his flesh. Davis caught his mouth as the monster bear tried to bite open his neck, and with a fast-decking movement, he held open the bear's mouth by sticking one of his hands inside it, roaring in pain, and drove the protruded bones on his knuckles into the armpit of the monster bear, giving it a wonderful taste of its own medicine. The bear tried to scream, biting more into Davis' hands, but the latter didn't care as he kept driving his bones into the bear's armpits until one of it pierced through the shoulders. He pulled out his other hand from the bear's mouth while he flailed his only hand around in pain, only to jolt to a shivering stop as Davis put the 3 claws in his other hand straight into the bear's mouth. He threw the bear off his body and stood up with wounds all over his body. He roared at the dead bear man, whatever it was, and turned around walking away. Animal. Essex frowned as he saw Vision blast away one of his prized underlings, Havoc, with relative ease. He palmed it out and the ground they stood on turned fiery red before it engulfed the both of them in an explosion. Nothing he had tried so far seems to work. Whether it was trying to shut down his powers, enter his mind, illusions, and even creating clones, it was like the man in front of him could see through all of his thoughts and attacks. Worse yet was that he couldn't even use his remote control on the clones outside of the island. It was like something was stopping from extending his mind farther than the edge of the island. His body split into 2 and 2 of them created 2 more clones who immediately ran away while the other 2 stayed behind to try and slow down Vision's advance. One fired a destructive force plasma energy blast while the other one threw everything else at Vision, but before they could question his entire body disintegrated while the other one contorted and compressed into himself till he was the size of a mangled tennis ball before being blasted to oblivion. What a fucking sick place, and not in a good way by any means. Vision muttered to himself, taking his time as he documented every research data in this space. The only wise thing about some villains is that they are intelligent enough to build their own data network, which massively helped against hacking, but as long as he was in the vicinity of such a network, taking over became child's play. I'm having way too much fun experimenting with some of my powers. He fizzled out and appeared behind a running Essex and drove a hand through his body and used his uncontested edge in mental manipulation to destroy every nervous synapses in the clone's body, before completely destroying it. This was the way he came up in cleaning up Essex's bug infestation. You are sorely mistaken if you think you have me cornered. Essex looked at Vision, his mind calmly going through possible ways to facilitate his escape. All he needed was to extend his smile past whatever barrier was over his island. Trust me, such a thought hasn't crossed my mind since I came here. Vision spoke slowly and looked through the entire base until a small, almost imperceptible, frown marred his face. You really are a sick man. I can't even come up with any defense for you even if I tried. Essex scowled as he felt Vision, someone he considered lower than him like everyone else, was looking down on him. How would you understand the pursuit of my ultimate goal? For it I will go to any length perceivable. Oh, you did. You went the farthest length you could. He didn't entertain any of Essex's rants anymore. Just like Essex, the Mind Stone appeared in his forehead and brought the weight of its power down on Essex's mental hive. He wasn't just shattering his mind to kill him, no. He was deleting every bit of data Essex's brain has ever downloaded. From this very moment down to when he first opened his eyes as he came out of his mother's womb. It felt as if he spent days inside Essex's head erasing everything when only a few seconds passed outside. All of his clones around the world fell down like puppets on loose strings, leaving only his programmed experiments moving around. Now I have hours of explaining and healing past traumas to deal with after this. He complained as he cremated Essex's body to dust and went towards the source of his new headache located in one of the numerous rooms in the castle. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. A sibling for you, and a sibling for you. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Vision walked towards the direction of resounding booms and came across a very much enraged Davis who was smashing everything around him that so much as twitched into fine dust. Hey big guy. Bad day, huh? I can relate, believe me. He said lightly to a much bigger and darker gray Davis who looked as if he was contemplating whether or not to attack him. Boss. He said in an unfamiliar growly gruff voice and kicked away a dead body at his feet. Just relax for a second. Vision's eyes flashed yellow as he said that. Davis stumbled for a few seconds then fell on his ass as he failed to find his balance. A gust of wind welcomed the arrival of Pietro who slid to a stop beside Vision looking at Davis who had reverted back to being human. Who's that? Pietro pointed at the floating pod behind Vision that had someone sleeping in it. Someone's clone. Was all Vision have as a reply before jolting Davis awake with a mental tap. Come on, let's go. Up man. Wait, why are you so suddenly heavy? Pietro asked the still drowsy Davis as he supported him to stand up. The 3 of them plus a pod disappeared, with Pietro running with Davis while Vision turned both himself and the pod intangible, and arrived in front of Natasha and Peter who just finished taking care of the last straggler. We done? She asked as she saw the 3 of them, to which Vision nodded. She then turned her head to the floating pod behind him with a questioning look. A complication. He gave a simple answer while Natasha took a good look at who was in the pod and then looked at Vision with a teasing smirk on her face. What's up with you picking girls left and right from everywhere you go? Haha. Vision let out a very dry sarcastic laugh as another body floated towards him, this time a boy. Essex's underling, Havoc. Degree. So let me get this straight. That's his younger brother and that's her clone. Ororo pointed at the 2 people currently sleeping on their infirmary bed. Along with her in the infirmary was Vision who brought them with him to them, Charles, Logan, Hank and the stunned pair of Jean and Scott. While Scott was both surprised and flabbergasted by the fact that he had a younger brother that he completely forgot, Jean was clueless on how to feel about this. Apparently some sick scientist type guy wanted her and her powers to be there so bad that they cultured her DNA and created a clone of her with it. Now she was looking at an identical image of her peacefully sleeping on a bed a feet away from her, and she had no idea on how she was supposed to feel. Vision dash. The name is Alexander Simons. You can call me anyone you want. Vision cut her off with a correction. I see. Then Mr. Simons, does she? She trailed off as the question she wanted to ask died in her throat no matter how much she tried to say it. Knowing what she wanted to ask, Vision explained her clone's situation to her. Albeit a little clueless about certain things. If you are thinking that she's a copy of you and feel somewhat uncomfortable with having to share your identity with someone, then you have nothing to worry about. Jean's head lowered in shame as such a thought did pass through her mind more than once. Jean's not going to dash. Scott wanted to say something. Vision raised a hand to silence whatever defense he had of her. It wasn't her fault. Even the others were slowly getting used to Laura being Logan's daughter through cloning, and now one of their students suddenly gets told that someone grew a clone of her. If not for their life experiences, the other adults in the room would have been just as lost as Jean currently was. She's not you, Jean. Vision said. She has her own name, Madeline Pryor. She'll have her own experiences, as well as likes and dislikes, completely different from you. Rather than looking at her like a cheap copy of you, I'd appreciate it if you saw her as your twin sister of sorts. Vision and Charles cracked a small smile as they felt the energy around her light up. All she needed was another perspective, and Vision gave her just that, and she immediately latched onto it. A few minutes ago she had been distraught and mentally pressed on how to accept something like this, and now she was slightly panicking and also a little bit excited as she waited for her lookalike to wake up. A younger twin sister. She couldn't exactly put what she felt about that into concrete words, but one thing she knew was that she didn't hate it a single bit. With Jeans taken care of, it was now time for them to take care of Scott's tampered memories. Being the one he trusted, Charles dived into Scott's head and tried looking for any sign of a mental tampering in Scott's mind, but couldn't find anything. It's because it was so seamlessly melded with his original memory that it makes it look normal with nothing amiss, but if you test a few points and watch for a reaction. Charles turned around in surprise and saw Vision inside Scott's head with him, and yet he still couldn't sense his mental signatures despite him standing so close. Watch. Under Charles's astonished gaze, Vision started unraveling all the fake memories and separated them from the real ones with alien ease. How did you do that so easily? Charles couldn't help but ask as they both looked through the fragmented memories. Let's just say I'm naturally talented when it comes to anything that involves the mind, and leave it at that. Charles nodded, and they fell into silence as they reworked Scott's mind until Charles gasped when Vision unearthed something in particular. In a way, telepaths are very similar to computer programmers in a way that they can break down something as simple as the picture of a memory and expand it to simpler yet more complicated mental codes, and analyze things such as the person's thoughts and real emotions during the time that memory was made. And what Charles was currently analyzing was Scott's feelings for Jean. Just like everyone else, he thought that Scott's feelings for Jean was a genuine crush and not something that was masterfully planted and festered over time without him knowing. Don't worry. If any part of his feelings for her were genuine, he'll develop a crush on her again or move on. Vision said as he got rid of the last string of implanted memories. Charles was no fool by any means. His infirmary had a clone of Jean and Scott's brother, and the same person responsible for cloning Jean planted borderline obsessive feelings for her inside Scott's head. He could already come up with a few scenarios that it would have led to just by reading the intent behind these emotions. That's the last of them, Vision said, and Charles read through all of them to make sure that they were the fake memories, and only after he confirmed it did Vision go ahead with erasing them. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes with a heavy heart and looked at Scott, who was lying on a bed in front of him. Charles. Hank called out to him as he saw the downcast look on his friend's face. It's all right now. Everything has been taken care of. Though it was good news, no one had in them to be happy about it, as not one but two of their students were being manipulated without anybody catching a whiff of it. I'll be on my way. Do reach out to me if anything happens to them that you don't understand. Vision said and walked out of the infirmary. Mr. Simons. Charles called out to him. Yes. On behalf of my teachers, students, and myself, thank you for what you've done for us. Charles gave his sincere gratitude. You don't need to do that. It's all part of the day job. He waved at them and left, beaming himself back to his base as soon as he stepped out of the building with Logan seeing him off. The people in the infirmary were still coming to terms with what just happened, with Scott sobbing in the background as he finally remembered his younger brother that he had forgotten for years, until a soft frail voice instantly took away all their attention. Excuse me, who are you people and where am I? Everybody paused and subconsciously directed a gaze at Jean, which the person copied. You. Now how the hell was she supposed to go about until the redhead lookalike currently staring at her that she was a clone and she wants to adopt her as a twin sister? You are my sister. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Alternate title. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Will you? You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Eric lends hair POV. Eric snorted as he saw the cowering figures of the ingrates who saw it upon themselves to divvy up the kingdom he built just in the short time he was gone, and none of them heard anything from him. While I picked you lot and put you under my banner because of the potential of your abilities, some of them stood with heads bowed down in fear, while others were in metal binds and cages. These lot were the fools who had gotten so drunk on power that they had tried attacking him when he tried taking back his control of the Brotherhood. An error on my part. He walked away and left them to do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to leave, then they were free to do so. Those who stayed he will use and rebuild the Brotherhood again from the group up. How is the new base coming along? The transparent outline of a person appeared beside him as he walked. It's completed. We only need to map out the orbital coordinates, and that is being done as we speak. Good. We will be pushing our plans forward and our actions will no longer be covert. It is time for the world to be once again reminded of our presence. The figure's outline completely disappeared and Eric was once again walking alone. His destination was a specific room where he could feel someone waiting for him. The metal door to the room, instead of sliding open as it was made, created a circular path for Eric to pass and closed back after he walked through. Eric, how long has it been since we last met like this? Quite a while, Raven. He said lightly and took his seat on the couch opposite Raven, who was in her real form. Why are you here? He stared at her, his powers in play just in case she tried lying to him. Something she's always managed to pull off any time she wanted. No more pleasantries? You really are a stiff one. She chuckled to herself. Eric's face remained as cold as it always was, not interested in entertaining her in any way. What are you doing here, Mystique? Don't make me repeat myself. She clicked her tongue, knowing that Eric currently meant business. Our mutual benefactor told me that you were being let out on parole, so I just came to say hi. Eric's face formed a scowl and the room vibrated to show his extreme displeasure at the way she worded her sentence. You would do well not to provoke me at this moment, Raven. He warned. His threat flew past her with her not batting an eye to it. Regardless of your current mood, your present situation is no different than being on parole. But I didn't come all the way down here to pick at your new wounds. I came with an offer of cooperation. The room settled down, but anyone with an eye could tell that he was not in the least bit impressed with his situation. Even Mystique, that used to work under him with fear and respect, was talking back to him this way. What kind of cooperation? Still he listened. He had to. The woman in front of him wouldn't come back here for anything except for a very good reason. What else but mutants? She started. I came here today to see if there's still a bit of the man I once knew and a proposal for him. I have a considerable amount of money and rising influence. I am drawing up a blueprint that will enable me tackle the oppression of mutants at its core. Join hands with me, Eric. This is the fight that brought us together and pushed us apart, and what I'm extending is a chance at another try. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments with Mystique patiently waiting for Eric's answer. Is this why you finally came back? But all he gave her was a question. She smiled bitterly and shook her head before standing up and straightened the clothes she wore. I wholeheartedly expected another answer from you, Eric. Guess the times do really change. Take care of yourself, Eric. You are not getting any younger, she said and left the room. Eric sat there on his luxurious couch for the next hour with his helmet resting against his legs. At the 90-minute mark, he finally showed movement by opening his palm. A safe in the room opened on its own and an outdated mobile phone flew into his hands. He stared at it for some time, finding reasons not to push the call button under his thumb to call the only number saved inside but found none. At this juncture, all the former reasons that stopped him numerous times in the past suddenly seemed to lack sufficient substance. He dialed the number and brought the old flip phone to his ears as he waited for the call to go through. Hello, hello, are you there? Can I know who is speaking? He closed his eyes as he took in a deep breath. Hopefully this step he wanted to take won't lead to another dead end like his other ones. He finally opened his eyes with resolution as he finally spoke. Hello, Charles. Degree. Vision POV. I cracked a smile as I put down another tome on magic and how different types of energy can be manipulated to get the same results. Since the books I could read and time I could read them were limited, I didn't bother running through all of them in seconds. One of the pros I had when it came to magic was that I held one of the Infinity Stones that greatly helped in magic, with the other being the Soul Stone which the Ancient One safeguarded. Not the Time Stone. One of the basic functions of the Mind Stone was facilitating better understanding in any subject, and that included magic. Hey Vis, done with that one? Wanda asked, to which I nodded. We were currently in her room reading some books, choosing not to do it in the library because it is usually crowded at this time. Do you want to go for another one? She raised her head from her reading and asked. No, I think that's enough for now, I said. I see. Then update me on what's happening outside to pass time. She suggested while paying half her attention to what she was reading and listening to me at the same time. You're not missing anything much. Other than letting Magneto go free a few weeks ago and giving Sarah a footstool in the medical field, nothing much had happened. The hearing of the Accords is just a few days away and the only notable characters I had an eye on was Dr. Doom and the Wakandan representatives. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me slightly disgruntled. So you haven't been doing anything major. Are you not bored? Despite my human appearance, it seems you forget that I'm mostly machine in nature. I can easily stop myself from feeling bored if I want to. She didn't look that satisfied with my answer and then suggested that I find a hobby, but most of the things I've been doing to pass time turn stale very quick in my perspective. Sports and exercises do absolutely nothing for me when talking about hobbies. Unfortunately, it looks as if Wanda didn't want to give up. What about being a teacher or something along those lines? She gave another suggestion. I was about to refute it but paused and thought about it. It is worth considering, so that's one pen down. While I was muttering to myself, Wanda was sitting there with her chin on her palms, watching me with a smile. Yes, Wanda. Damn, you are adorable at times. I need to make some girlfriends so that I can brag about you to them. Right. And be the victim of targeted seduction due to the indie actions. I'd rather you don't do anything of that nature. She flew into a cascade of laughter while holding her sides. Oh Vis, you speak as if you could fall for that. You wouldn't, right? I let out an exasperated sigh and looked straight at her. Do you want an answer from me being human or being logical? Both. Well, I might for the first since I'm human and all, but the chances of that happening are really low. As for me being logical, unless you give me a good reason why, it's just not possible. She crossed her hands under her chest and we both fell into an impassive stare off until she broke it with a question that took me from an unexpected angle. Not to brag, but who would you even cheat on me with, if there was ever a chance you could? She asked. Thankfully I knew her too well to believe that this was not a trap question of sorts. She is just being curious is all. I thought of it for a moment and got my answer straight away. The only person I can think of is Natasha. I said with a shrug, but my answer had caught her interest. Why Natasha? Apart from the fact that we get along swimmingly well, she's the only female I know and understand that is near your level. I replied while also running a few magic tests inside my head. So it's about who you know first, and feelings second. She asked. Isn't that the basis for any relationship? I looked at her wondering why she was asking something so obvious. Hey, it's not every day that I get to pick that mind of yours apart, so cut me some slack. You realize that it's very hard for someone to truly understand you because of the kind of existence you are, right? I'm perfectly aware of it, Wanda. It's why I'm glad that we are so compatible with each other, I said, before later adding, it's also why I disconnected my entire network from the Mind Stone, just in case of any slight chance of it influencing my emotions and logic. Now she was the one to sigh in exasperation and went back to her book. Geez Vis, you can be quite extra at times, you know. Not that I'm complaining. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Day of the Accords. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Today is the day the meeting concerning the signing of the Sokovia Accords kicks off, and quite a few countries have sent in their representatives, but none of that mattered to me right now. Some of my teammates were still a bit worried about it, as we could be branded as enemies of the state depending on what they decided on and whether or not it stood against our decision. For me, I couldn't care less about it. Leave politics for those interested in it. I have already dug up gigabytes of blackmail material on over 90% of the dignitaries that are in attendance, and depending on what they vote for, they'll either be sword or the internet will completely ruin them. That aside, I have been expecting Selene to be on my ass by now, but it's been a month and I haven't seen a peep from her. I am actually thankful for her taking her time and allowing me to focus on other things, but that didn't also seem to work out. You won't know how hard it is to find a single bacteria cell in the midst of 7 billion plus people until you start to look. There's just no way to track the dude. He found a dude named John Sublime, but that was also a dud as well. And the worst part is that you won't even know if a body inhabited by Sublime walks in front of you. You are not following up on the hearing, Bruce asked as he came into the lounge where I am currently watching a series. Don't need to. It won't matter in the end even if I did. Better to just let them do their thing and I'll respond in wise. He let out a strained haha before plopping down on one of the chairs with a weary sigh. You look bleak. Well, more bleak than you usually do. I asked out of curiosity. Really funny, he said while laying back with a hand over his face, and released another weary sigh. I continued watching my series for the next 30 minutes until he decided that he could no longer keep it in and started telling me what got him down so much. Wow, that's one fucking conundrum you've got yourself in right there, I remarked. Tell me about it, he said with a dry tone. The universe decided to fuck with Green Boy once again, and where worked with Sarah on new medical breakthroughs just so happens to have a person old Bruce thought he had nothing to do with anymore. Betty Ross. I don't even want to imagine how awkward finding that out must have been for Bruce when he came face to face with his old flame for the first time. What are you going to do? I asked. I really have no idea. You are the one with the internet for a brain. Can't you come up with a solution for me? He drawled out. I switched to another episode with a blink of my eyelid and snickered at Bruce's whining. Do you really want to receive relationship advice from Google? He groaned with heavy frustration and threw his hands in the air. Where's Sarah? She's at her lab with a group of widows with her. There's been 5 cases of attempted assassinations so far. Somehow I pity those guys. It's a no-brainer that some parties would be butthurt by her discovery and try to eliminate the rising competition, especially when she had full ownership of her research and findings. Well, they tried, and that's all that matters. Not that it really does when they find themselves against trained widows only to find out too late that the mission was not worth dying so quickly. I thought you and Natasha had a thing going on. They did, but I didn't focus on it, so maybe I missed something? We did, or maybe tried to. Let me guess, you backed out when you were supposed to push forward, I said. Knowing Bruce's character and how severely low his self-esteem was, I am not really surprised. I didn't expect something like this, but I'm not surprised by it either. And now that Betty is around, you don't know what to do, huh? It's like my head is being split in 5 different places. Gah, I hate this. He screamed out in anger, and my hand was already prepped up to blast him away if he transformed. Bruce. He took a deep breath and gave me a thumbs up. I'm good, thanks. Just at that moment, Natasha and Steve walked in, and if not for the info dump that Bruce just gave me, I never would have known that they were on a rough patch. But it wasn't my place to say, so I filed it away and shelved it. Pokemon. Natasha pointed at the holographic screen where an intense battle was going on. I had limited options to choose from. Trust me, I said, and shooed her away to focus on my entertainment. You know the hearing is already underway, right? Steve repeated the same question Bruce asked me, so I gave him the same answer I gave Bruce. It doesn't matter at the end of it all. It all comes down to how their final decision stacks up against our choice. Just for the sake of it, I projected another holographic visual of what was currently going on inside the closed doors, and they still haven't touched upon the main topic. Knowing all about how these sort of hearings and how they went, and seeing it with a panoramic view was something else. I guess they are still divvying up Steve's shield. 20 says it's Bruce next before Tony. I placed a wager, but no one bothered picking it up because they were just dumbfounded watching them argue about something that absolutely didn't matter, at least to us watching it. I'd rather use my time to try finishing this series than wasting it on that. I commented and resumed my pastime. So we have to wait for 3 days before they can come to a decision over something they could just vote for? Sounds like a waste of time, Natasha remarked. That is a sentiment Doom also agrees on. I cranked my head a little higher to look at the new intrusion. Steve and Natasha were already facing Doom with hands held out as the armored man descended through the floor-height open windows. I thought you were at the hearing, I asked, even though I already knew the answer. A mere replacement. Doom only accepted the invitation to this sham because something caught Doom's interest. You. he said with his hands behind his back as he stared down at me. I'm sorry, but you don't have permission to be here. As a monarch of a country and one on official visit, this could be counted as invasion and disregarding the protection given to you by the country as a foreign guest. Natasha quoted with a rigid expression on her face as she watched all of Doom's movements. I finally sat up since it is quite clear at this point that I can't resume my series until the reason for Doom's visit is taken care of. Doom doesn't care for such threats, he said without straining his eyes from me. I really don't know what he wants, so I decided to ask. Why are you looking for me? I don't believe we've ever been acquainted at any time. Damn, this guy really knows how to be intense even when doing nothing. Like, he just stood there, but I can feel Natasha and Steve's muscle straining in preparation for any sudden movement. Thankfully, he finally decided to speak after the dramatic suspense. The energy index that fully assimilated your mechanics and bionics to a seamlessly working nervous system. I want it. Not just me, but even Bruce was floored by this guy's outrageous request. He was outright demanding the Mind Stone. Sorry, but I can't give the gem to you. It's integral for my continued existence. I lied through my teeth, but there is no way he knows that. Even if he did, there is no way I'm giving him an Infinity Stone just because he asked. Then ask for a suitable compensation and Doom will consider it, he said. Not pleased a bit by my refusal, but I still refused it. I can't. The gem was found by the Avengers and it is the Avengers to safekeep. There is no equivalent compensation for the gem. His eyes that have never left me since the beginning seemed to narrow for a bit before going back to normal. Is that your final decision? Yes. We can't just give it to you. That thing is too dangerous in the wrong hands for us to take any chances with it. Steve was the one who replied to Doom's final question. We just continued there in a face-off until Doom decided that he was done with his shakedown and turned around to leave. You will be hearing from Doom soon. He left us with that and flew outside before disappearing. Well, time to continue my series. Vision, do you know what he might need the stone for? Natasha asked. I guess not. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, The Day of the Accords 2. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Even after 10 minutes had passed since Doom left, the four people relaxing in the lounge still didn't understand the abrupt visit from the fully armored Laparayan monarch. Are we going to have any problems with him? Steve asked in concern. An international incident that might blow up is the last thing anyone wants at the moment, especially one involving us. Even if they knew that they were not signing the accords, they wanted to avoid avoidable incidents that will have the public start doubting them and reject them, like how they practically turned Sokovia into a no heroes allowed zone. The three of them looked at Vision, who was tapping his chin and looking at the ceiling. We don't have to worry about Doom for now, probably never. I doubt he sees us as an enemy just because we rejected him this one time. The reason for his assessment was that the Doom of now was in his early 30s and is rather young when compared to most of his powerful versions. Not that he wasn't already classified as a threat as he was. Vision was cautious of Doom, not afraid of him. This is a guy who can crack celestial technology if he is motivated to. He blurred the line between magic and science in a way Kong never could. Caution is definitely advised when it comes to him, but we don't have to watch out for Doom. I have a feeling he'd let us know if he wants to come for us. Vision reasoned. Wait, if that's the real Victor Von Doom, what is taking his place in the hearing? Bruce questioned no one in particular, but Vision replied. It's a robot, he stated. Even the one that was here some minutes ago might have been a robot. I doubt he'd come to a foreign/possible hostile territory without first probing it. Natasha caught the implications of Vision's first sentence and pointed it out. You couldn't tell if that was really him. Not specifically. The suit repels external signals of any kind acting on it that I couldn't even hear a heartbeat. He would have immediately been alerted if I had tried pushing it, he said, and snuggled deeper into the impossibly soft cushion and gave the rest of his attention to the series he was watching. Degree. The X Mansion. Unlike other days in the mansion that consisted of hyper kids and teenagers running around at every given time, today was very different because apart from a few specific people, everybody else locked themselves inside their room. Charles sat on his wheelchair in front of the mansion with his teachers and a few students behind him. Hank, Aurora, Logan, Colossus, Scott, Jean, Lance, and Bobby stood in their combat gears with taut expression as they regarded the incoming group. Approaching them was someone they all knew to varying levels with a few people behind him. Magneto, in his gear along with Sunspot, Blob, Pyro, Sabretooth, and Avalanche, stood in front of Charles and his people. Quite the welcome line you brought out for us, old friend. Magneto smirked as he saw the reception. I had to show my hospitality since it's been forever since you last visited. I sincerely hope you don't find it lacking, old friend. Charles calmly replied with a soft smile of his own as both old men looked at the other. Taking the initiative, Magneto stretched his hand towards Charles, who looked at it for a few seconds before finally taking it for a shake. It's good to see you in good health, Charles. Charles could tell he was being sincere and cracked a joke to puncture the tension bubble around them. What can I say? The daily exercise helps a lot in freeing these old bones. You should try it sometime. It's very therapeutic. Ha ha ha, good. I'll take you up on that some other time. How about we continue our talk inside? Unlike normally, Charles didn't control his wheelchair to move as Magneto was already behind him and pushing him forward. They didn't use Charles's office for their meeting and just settled in the living room where the two groups were once again seated across from each other. I was taken by surprise when you called, Eric. I can't say how many times I hoped I would receive a call over the decades. Charles spoke. You of all people should know that I was constrained by the times and the circumstances that surrounded me throughout the years prevented me giving you a call, was Magneto's reply. Only the experienced ones of the group understood what was happening and the nature of the conversation both men were having. After exchanging a few veiled pleasantries, Charles took a good look at his old friend's entourage and inquired. I know that the call wasn't just for an overdue social visit. So tell me, Eric, what truly brought you here? Before you judge me or have your people cast stones, can you tell me why you thought my approach was not something worth supporting? Magneto asked slowly. Charles held his hands up to stop any of his people from saying anything. The simplest would be that you didn't care about the consequences of your actions and you saw humans as nothing more than weed, a disturbance in the clean garden you cultivated. I see. Magneto nodded. To me, I think my approach veered off when I started discriminating among mutants. The very mutants I wanted to protect. Agreed. Raven reached out to me recently and proposed something to be a coalition. And that's why I came here. It's the start of a new revolution, Charles. This is the chance for a perfect do-over for us. I'm afraid I still don't follow, Eric. Charles expressed his confusion. Despite being a telepath, you are still slow on the uptake, Charles. Raven has a growing influence and a steady source of income. I have the needed deterrence and much-needed manpower. You on the other hand have the voice and public presence. Eric, what I am asking is this, an alliance towards the same goal. While the human government debates about accords and removing the last protection of anonymity, mutants have by implementing the Registration Act. This is the best time if there ever was to leave the stagnant cesspool we've guarded for decades. Charles kept his breath even as he looked curiously at Eric. What changed him was the only thing he could think of. Thankfully I cleared my schedule for the day. Let's have a discussion, Eric. Degree. Shield HQ. Sir, it's an emergency. An agent rushed inside an office where 4 people were standing and looking at numerous active monitors. What is it? Maria Hill addressed the agent. The satellite just picked up a group entering the mutant school and upon running deep scans on all of them, the results came out as Magneto and 5 other known members of the Brotherhood. That piece of information was what got the attention of the rest of the people in the room. Has he left yet? And how long did their meeting take place? Nick Fury asked calmly as he fumbled with a Rubik's Cube in his hands. No one has left the school since Magneto's arrival and it's been a little over 10 minutes now, the agent crisply relayed. Dismissed. Nick Fury waved him off and dropped the completed Rubik's to the side. Add Magneto and Charles to the files. He calmly ordered after giving a few cursory glances at the video. Sir, Charles too? Maria Hill asked. As far as they all knew, Charles was a pacifist and he rarely resorted to fights. Did I stutter? No. For Magneto and Charles to meet for this long with a fight breaking out is something that hasn't happened in like 20 years. He explained and turned to Phil Coulson who kept an ear open. The Avengers. No notable movements, which is a bug error. We can't get real-time info on the Avengers. The only thing we picked up is an animated Pokemon battle. Phil said with frustration, but Nick Fury was not in the least bit surprised. Probably Vision's work. Leave the Avengers on blank. Watch all the other priorities and potentials. Sir, I know why these individuals are under surveillance, but for extended periods? Why? Maria Hill asked. Fury sat on a chair at the corner of the room and started arranging the scattered Rubiks. I no longer have my eyes and ears inside the Avengers, and while I trust them to a certain degree, that trust is extremely subjective. And I have a hunch, mostly with the few recent individuals they recruited. And that is, they are becoming a centralized power, and that is something that should not be allowed to happen in any way. The Avengers were given their anonymity quite easily because of how volatile the group was, and we can see the predicted result of that anonymity with Sokovia. Now think, how do you supervise an organization of independent superhumans when they are spread throughout the country, or even worse, the world? Chapter 108. Chapter 108, The Internet. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag It didn't come as a surprise to anyone after the third day of the hearing passed and a message was sent to the Avengers by Tony along with copies of the newly signed bill, stating that all members of the Avengers are required to sign the presented documents and submit it. They were given a week as the deadline, but none of them looked as if they cared. Even Tony was more focused in perfecting what he called his broken dreams armor, which if no one could tell, was tailored to be an antithesis to Vision. Oh, the country as a whole was tense because anyone with a small thinking power could tell that a lot was riding on whatever decision the Avengers made. And this was what Fury was worried about. He 100% supported the Avengers, fully aware that it was a necessary fighting force, but even he didn't expect it to become something akin to a focal power in such a short time. While all this was happening, Peter Parker was having the toughest battle of his life as he faced off against 6 of the most notorious villains he's ever fought. What's wrong, Spider-Man? Feeling queasy all of a sudden, Electro laughed boisterously as he rained down blasts of electricity on Spider-Man, who tried his best to wade his way through. His spider sense rang as a shadow fell over him, forcing him to dodge as a fist made of sand slammed at him. Even with the upgrade of his new suit, it was too much for him to face off against not only Electro and Sandman, but also Dr. Octopus, Vulture, Rhino, and Scorpion. Vulture's wings snapped his webs, which left him open for one of Doc Ock's prosthetics to wrap around him and smash him through a cafe. He clutched his sides in pain and winced as he felt a few broken bones and bruises from the fall. He had lost a good amount of blood, but his suit was doing a good job with stopping them as much as it could. It just had to be today of all days. Under his damaged mask was a wry smile as he cursed his fate. He just had to be jumped right when he was finishing off his patrol to go for his date. Don't tell me you're already dead, Spider. I still haven't had enough fun yet. Scorpion's scraggly voice entered his ears, just be a pointed tail punctured through where he had been lying down. He grabbed the tail and drew the Scorpion in to smash him through the other side of the cafe out to the open. So far his greatest problem was the one currently under his feet, Sandman, and the one above him, Electro. He flipped backwards and grabbed a coffee machine and swung it square at Vulture's face, but paid the price for it as electricity coursed through his body. God, I love this suit, he said with labored breaths as he dodged the horned behemoth and webbed his legs before jumping away from Sandman's grab. At least let me catch my breath, he said weakly as he kicked Doc Ock away, only to be swatted away by Rhino. Right now, he was laboriously out of breath and his eyesight was getting blurry, forcing him to rely mostly on his senses and his suit. Give it up, Spider-Man. You might beat on our own, but together all you can do is get squashed like the bug you are. Scorpion cackled venomously as the 6 of them surrounded the badly beaten Spider-Man. I wonder about that. A calm voice sounded out, causing them to turn with a frown. And who do why? Vulture's words escaped his throat as a shield hit him across the face and into the ground. The others were surprised, not with Vulture being attacked but with who attacked him. Cap. Peter exclaimed weakly and was about to fall down but something invisible caught him and a voice entered his ears. You are in trouble, kid. What did I tell you about underestimating your opponents? Black Widow chided as she carried him out of the way and had him beamed up to the Overwatch for medicals. Avengers. Electro said wearily and looked around for the others but all he saw was the Falcon with Captain America and nobody else. Widow. Secured Cap. He's already receiving treatment back at base. Black Widow said as she appeared beside Captain America. Hey, Doc. We agreed on putting the spider under. No one said anything about fighting the Avengers. Scorpion shouted at a confused Doc Ock. The spider, the Avengers. I couldn't care less. I ain't going back to cell block D. Electro wasn't fazed by the appearance of the Avengers. They were just 3 humans after all. Could a shield and a pair of wings stop him? Under the influx of confidence, he shot bolts of electricity at the 3 heroes in front of him, laughing maniacally as he did so. Falcon flew away while Black Widow jumped away, leaving Steve to tank the blast with his shield. Falcon flapped his yellow wings, still reveling in their novelty, and yellow features shot at Electro who easily dodged it. TCH. Stupid bird. On the ground, the first person to get knocked out of the fight was Scorpion who had his tail cut by Black Widow and had a knee driven into his face after he was stunned. Shit. She tried to escape but a huge hand grabbed her and coiled into a fist. Sandman opened his hand with a grin on his face, expecting to see her crushed in a bloody splatter but all he saw was an empty hand. Peekaboo. He screamed in pain as bolts of electricity wrecked his body from Black Widow's stun baton. I'm out of here. Vulture cried out after seeing Scorpion and Sandman out for the count. Rhino screamed and charged towards Captain America, even more annoyed when the man didn't panic as he drew near. Seeing Rhino's charge, Captain America balanced himself and used one hand to grab the gigantic horn trying to skewer him and his other hand to hold down the Rhino on his shoulder. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Captain America only skidded for a few steps before stopping the Rhino dead in his charge. "Za fuck." A perplexed Rhino exclaimed in more disbelief as he felt himself slowly losing his balance as the man who stopped him gritted his teeth in exertion and lifted him up and plunged him headfirst into the ground. What followed next was a fast roundup of the remaining members of the newly formed Sinister Six. Electro was regretful since he didn't escape when he had the chance only for Falcon to shoot him with a glowing disc that absorbed all his electrical discharges and effectively nullified his powers. These guys are getting more bold by the day. Black Widow said as the authorities took away the villains after stripping them of their suit. Falcon nodded. Yeah, and they are starting to form groups. It's slowly turning into a disaster for the local authorities. After they were beamed up to the Overwatch, Natasha and Steve made their way to the medbay where Peter was being patched up. Vision and Bruce had worked together to create something akin to the cradle that birthed Vision. Something capable of stitching broken tissues and bones at an atomic level. Looking pretty good, kid. Natasha said as she sat beside him while Steve folded his hands at the foot of the bed with a look of disapproval on his face. Peter shrunk deeper into his pillow under Steve's gaze. Why didn't you call back when you realized that you couldn't take them on? In the end, Peter couldn't come up with any reasonable excuse. Am I in trouble? It was quite a funny question given he was a superhero, but rookie mistakes like these should not happen on the field, Peter. We can heal you up, but we can't bring you back from the dead. Natasha said. She had trained Peter and having him make such a bad decision when his life was on the line went against the very first thing she taught him. Guys, I'm sorry, okay, I had a date and I thought that since I've beaten them before, that I could do it again but, yeah, bad decision. It's okay, we are just worried. We can't have you dying on us due to any form of negligence on our part. Steve said. Peter nodded in understanding. He knew just how risky being a superhero was and today was just another reminder. How did you know I was in trouble? He asked. The internet. Natasha simply replied. People were posting about you fighting off against 6 villains and thankfully we quickly caught wind of it. Steve added. Peter's face went up with an ah. Right, the internet. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Prelude to Change 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Vision POV. I can't say I didn't see this coming. Breaking news, the Avengers to face arrest or denied sanctions, says government. 4. Well that happened. I have thought that they'd send out another warning before branding us as criminals, Steve said with a frown on his face as he watched the news. He then turned to look at me and asked, what of Tony? Are they going after him too? Unfortunately for them, they can't. I said and waved a sheet of paper in front of him while snickering at the irony. On paper, he's no longer part of Avengers. Funny that all it takes is ink on a piece of paper and they can't do anything. Steve sighed in relief since Tony wasn't embroiled in this mess. He was the only one they could publicly attack by placing a lot of sanctions. I don't think it'll look good if we start beating up law enforcement coming for your arrest. True. Can't have them bitching about it and whatnot. We don't have to do anything though, I said, much to his confusion until he looked around where we were and realization dawned on him. Language. Hiding in plain sight. He asked and I nodded. None of their satellites can track the Overwatch's location so realistically, we don't have to go anywhere. Well, we have to vacate the ground base as that's now private property. 1. He scratched his head and though he was finding it hard to say, I knew exactly what was bugging him. This overly passionate bear wore his emotions like his suit. Relax, it's temporary. Hell, we don't have to move a bit. We can still use the compound after the authorities do their check. They'll be begging us to come back with full pardons very soon, just watch. I reassured Steve. 1. Unlike me and the Maximovs who couldn't care less about being branded outlaws, the others had their homes here. Even my logical thinking can clearly see that they'll miss being free men one way or the other. What now? He asked as we started walking. Turns out that us taking a stand against the Accords and the Registration Act pushed a lot of people to our side. I took the opportunity and sent out a few invitations to local vigilantes and crime fighters, some even across the country, and the response has been positive so far. No one, not even Steve and Tony, had an idea of just how much power we had under us. The Ultron kept a close surveillance on all members who accepted the invitation, making sure that they weren't doing anything questionable. This was why I refrained from inviting those morally gray heroes. Let them just do their own thing. All of us were surprised when even the members of the Fantastic Four, minus Reed Richards, accepted the invitation. 2. Our focus now should be on the mutants. Thankfully I foresaw this and have a few avenues planned out, I said, and we came into a room full of people, mutants specifically. Letting Magneto out at the last second was the real pincer. And after 2 months of back and forths of exchanging ideals, with me pointing out all his flaws, I was glad that I could at least get him to listen. I think most of it had to do with his children, since Pietro visited him a lot and Wanda sent messages. Having him, Raven, and Charles working together on the same front created the result in front of us. I'm still surprised by this. Who knew there were this many displaced mutants across the country? Steve said in wonder. How come they can all fit inside this room? Did you increase the inside of the room? He asked after seeing over 1,000 people fitting easily inside what was once a small room. The opposite actually. Everything that steps inside this room gets shrunk down. I explained. Oh, so that's why I feel a tingle every time I come in here. Steve, Alexander. Oh, speak of the devil. Susan, any problems? I think we might need some dampening bracelets for some of the younger mutants. Some have powers prone to sporadically going out of control. She was dressed in a typical doctor's gown with a tablet on her hand, looking completely in her element. Tony and I are working on them, I said after giving her the ones I had stored inside me. These bracelets were more like regulators than blockers for mutants still struggling with control. It's one of the avenues Sarah was working on for mutants in society. They came in different forms and shapes like earrings, bracelets, watches, necklaces, rings, belts, braces, and a lot more. Since they weren't blockers, the energy required for them was far lesser than the ones we use to restrain criminals. Thanks. I've sent over the biologics for all the mutants here. No contaminable or harmful bacteria or virus detected, she said as she looked at her tablet. I was quite surprised at that given most of their diverse anatomy. What can we say? We know very little when it comes to species evolution, much less when it's ours. I'm looking over the data you sent over. I'll notify you if I find something, I said to her, to which she nodded and left. You know we can't keep sheltering them here, right? We did a round of checking and after making sure everything was alright we left. I shifted back to my android form and touched my chin and mused over my options before answering. Raven and the others down below are looking into that. We just need a secluded community for the time being until I'm done with the government. 2. And that is, show the people what they'd be losing if the heroes and mutants leave them on their own. And I don't think I need to remind you that you have to keep the civilians out of whatever it is that you're planning, right? 1. Relax, Steve. It's just some political games with a little bit of publicity, nothing else. I have it detailed on the network if you want to read through it. I waved off his concerns. After Steve and I went our separate ways, I gave Raven the phone call she's been expecting. Hey there, partner. I was beginning to think you've forgotten about me. You can start releasing those information. Is Emma Frost's full cooperation assured? I asked. I can't have her playing both sides at this juncture. You don't have to worry about that. She's been forthcoming with her cooperation. Eric. She kept quiet for a few seconds before answering, her tone carrying a hint of suspicion. I don't know what you told him, but he's been strangely cooperative. I'm curious. Don't be. We had a talk is all. I cut the call after that. 3. I'm glad I got Raven at my side from the beginning because she's one hell of a capable woman. Along with Emma, they targeted a few politicians on my hit list and some of the information they got were things even I had no idea of. Regardless, America and any other county following in its footsteps are going to be shocked speechless. If the debacle with Buckman caused a ruckus, then this one was full-blown panic. Probably civil war if I don't correctly fan the flames towards where I want. Degree. A few days later, America, and the world watching, woke up to the vice president's apology and the internet buzzing with secret files, all stamped from the president's office about the country's agenda for seizing power through wars. Not only that, the real reason for the mutant acts and the plans to force them into signing it and elimination if they refused, came to light. 1. Structured blackmail against the country was there for all to see and the sharks all over the world didn't hesitate to take a bite of it. The reason why the vice president came forward in tears was because his son just awakened as a mutant. Whether it was drugs, weapons, fanning the flames of war, black deals, plans for global power, why the Avengers were forcefully sanctioned, etc. Everything came out in an unexpected fashion that no one knew how to react until it was too late. 3. For the next 24 hours no one knew how to correctly react, but they knew one thing. Everything was about to blow up in a hot mess. World War III. Maybe. On the whole Earth, less than 10 people were privy to why this had happened, and even they were shocked as they watched everything play out. Unfortunately for them, a few politicians and military generals are going to be sacrificed for the groundwork. I said as I took a pleasing sip from my cup of tea. 4. I was about to take another sip when a red foggy portal started forming a few feet away from me until someone walked through. 2. Hey, Wanda. Good to have you back, I said. I walked towards Wanda, who was smiling at me. Heard you've been busy, she said. Nothing I can't handle. 11. I think I've been a little busy recently. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Reunion and Inconveniences. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Our lips remained fully pressed against each other, dancing a tempo only familiar to us as our tongues clashed against each other. The emotions I got from this kiss was so vibrant and strong that it became an empathic wave that spread across the room. Thankfully nobody was here or else they would have been affected by the emotions Wanda was projecting just with a kiss. It would have overwhelmed me if not for me strong mental shields that stopped me from becoming an ensnared robot. We finally separated from each other and stared into each other's eyes. Only one word can describe what we felt from just that kiss. Wow, wow. I ignored the prominent changes in her body and just focused on capturing this moment. That was just wow. Her hands wrapped around my neck drew my head closer with a smile adorning her face as our heads touched. She closed her eyes and I could feel her magic permeating through my head and I let it pass. She pushed both our emotions for each other into a loop that flowed through the both of us. I remained silent and just cherished the feeling of her raw, borderline obsessive, love flowing through me until she stopped with a content smile and kissed me again. Can I know why you're so hyper today? I asked after she stopped to catch her breath. She asked with a lopsided smile. I chuckled and gave up on knowing why. Yes, you can. I was just a little surprised. I pulled her into me as I sat down and just let her as she took my two hands and wrapped around her body. I missed this. I missed you, she murmured in content as she snuggled comfortably. I visit you every week. I said speechlessly but she shook her head and replied, it's not the same. I left it at that and finally took note of her changes and the first thing I noticed was that she felt fuller. It was more of a feeling but it felt as if she finally became complete. I brought my hand overhead and stroked her cheek while allowing my energy to seep into her in small amounts and what I felt from that was chaos. No form, no reason, no attribute. Just chaos. I finally learned how to use pure chaos, but the ancient one said I should be cautious every time I use it. Something about it being sentient or something like that. She said after I took my hands away from her face and wrapped it around her. Sentient huh? Never knew of that. How does it feel? I was curious about how she perceived chaos. Ironically, I can't tell. I just feel everything. A wisp of red danced around the top of her fingers as she spoke. It encompasses everything I can touch, see, hear. But you want to know what I feel the most. What? You. I feel you everywhere around me. She looked up at me and kissed my cheek, my nose, then my forehead, before giving my lips a soft peck. Did chaos magic make her more vibrant? Because like she said, all I could feel in this room was her. We remained like that and just drowned in the other's presence until Wanda slept off. I looked at the young woman sleeping above me, almost defenseless, and shook my hand and materialized a blanket over us. I can spend a few hours doing nothing so I just laid there with her and closed my eyes to fall asleep. Degree. Pietro just came back from helping a new group of mutants settle in and made his way towards Vision to ask him for his medicals on the mutants. Sue said he kept his mouth shut as he saw Vision and Wanda sleeping in each other's embrace and smartly retreated as if he didn't see anything. Some twin she is. Couldn't even tell me when she came back. Though he grumbled, what he felt when he saw them like that was entirely different. I'll just tell Sue that I couldn't find Viscount, he said before running away. Degree. Vision POV. I woke up as I felt Wanda groggily waking up and took note of the time. Over 3 hours. A little short for the best sleep I've ever had. Woke up yet? I asked her as she pulled herself up and sat on my lap. She took a few seconds to realize that she was no longer at Camartage and stole a quick kiss before pulling away. That was some quality nap. Let me go take a bath and check what changed in my absence before I come back to you, she said as she walked away. The red off-shoulder top and the black leather pants she wore did for me a lot of visual wonders but I quickly got my biological hormones in order and stood up. I looked at where we slept and thought to myself that we should do this more often. Cranking my neck, I got back to work and went through the notifications that came in while I was asleep. Those concerning the news and everything involved with it were all taken care of by the Ultron code. I just dealt with the minor inconveniences that came from everything else. Something quickly caught my attention and thankfully Steve and a few people were already on it. The White House was going completely bonkers and running around like headless chickens that they had no time to sit and plan through the shitstorm smashing against them. Case in point was one idiot in the military. The guy who took over Russ gave the go-ahead for a group of specialized military units to attack Charles' school on the grounds and use the unit with world-known terrorist Magneto. There were a few mutates among the military and they even took precautions against Charles' telepathy and surrounded the estate. It started like 10 minutes ago so the place was still a hot battlefield. Looks like Wanda just went down there. I don't see a reason for me to go when she's already there. Now, who's the fool that approved this? Guess another one joins the sacrificial lambs. Degree. Jenkins cursed loudly into his mouthpiece as he saw a tank fly over his head and explode as it crashed behind him. The orders came in and they were all armed to the teeth with special weaponry to deal with Magneto in case he showed up and as they started pressing forward. Not like the few strong mutants inside the huge could stop them. It all changed. Who the hell forgot to tell Jenkins that he might fight the Avengers? Even if he complained, he never thought that the Avengers could do anything against them unless heavy hitters like Stark, Thor and the Hulk were present but none of them were and they were getting pushed back all the same. Are you sure you want to raise your shield against the country you swore an oath to serve, Captain Rogers? Jenkins forced himself from shooting the lieutenant who just asked that. What the fuck did you think they've been doing? I took an oath of servitude to end the war, not to be a tyrant to the people. You are too young to lecture me, son. The lieutenant became speechless before he gave the order that Jenkins wished he would never hear in his life. On top of being wanted by the law to face trial, Captain America has joined forces with mutant terrorists. The man spoke grimly as he made sure his voice was heard. Run them through. They have served their use. They changed their weapons from suppression fire to eliminating rounds and another salvo of guns and destruction rang out, and yet they still couldn't break through. Even the mutates they had, 15 in number, were being pushed back. Are super soldiers this strong? Jenkins thought with surprise and shock when he saw how the war hero took the charge and was fighting off everything thrown at him, even throwing back a tank. Press forward. We have the numbers. They can't hold out against us forever. Target the ones trying to hide. Order flowed in through their speakers and they finally saw the shadow of success. Yes, a shadow of success because that was all it was after a red portal appeared out of nowhere and a young woman clad in red and black walked through. They had all been briefed a long time ago about the Avengers, so they easily identified her as Wanda Maximoff, a psychic. That was their first mistake because Jenkins swore that she was anything but a psychic when she joined the attack. The very tanks they rode on turned against them as it sunk into the ground while some just straight up disappeared along with those inside. As for Jenkins, he was one of those who gave up when they realized that not even 10 of them were left standing. He could even swear that he saw a monster wrapping itself around the woman before he blacked out. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Reunion and Inconveniences 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Our lips remained fully pressed against each other, dancing a tempo only familiar to us as our tongues clashed against each other. The emotions I got from this kiss was so vibrant and strong that it became an empathic wave that spread across the room. Thankfully nobody was here or else they would have been affected by the emotions Wanda was projecting just with a kiss. It would have overwhelmed me if not for me strong mental shields that stopped me from becoming an ensnared robot. We finally separated from each other and stared into each other's eyes. Only one word can describe what we felt from just that kiss. Wow, wow. I ignored the prominent changes in her body and just focused on capturing this moment. That was just me. Her hands wrapped around my neck drew my head closer with a smile adorning her face as our heads touched. She closed her eyes and I could feel her magic permeating through my head and I let it pass. She pushed both our emotions for each other into a loop that flowed through the both of us. I remained silent and just cherished the feeling of her raw, borderline obsessive, love flowing through me until she stopped with a content smile and kissed me again. Can I know why you're so hyper today? I asked after she stopped to catch her breath. So I can't kiss you whenever I want? She asked with a lopsided smile. I chuckled and gave up on knowing why. Yes, you can. I was just a little surprised. I pulled her into me as I sat down and just let her as she took my two hands and wrapped around her body. I missed this. I missed you, she murmured in content as she snuggled comfortably. I visit you every week. I said speechlessly but she shook her head and replied. It's not the same. I left it at that and finally took note of her changes and the first thing I noticed was that she felt fuller. It was more of a feeling but it felt as if she finally became complete. I brought my hand overhead and stroked her cheek while allowing my energy to seep into her in small amounts and what I felt from that was chaos. No form, no reason, no attribute. Just chaos. I finally learned how to use pure chaos, but the ancient one said I should be cautious every time I use it. Something about it being sentient or something like that. She said after I took my hands away from her face and wrapped it around her. Sentient huh? Never knew of that. How does it feel? I was curious about how she perceived chaos. Ironically, I can't tell. I just feel everything. A wisp of red danced around the top of her fingers as she spoke. It encompasses everything I can touch, see, hear. But you want to know what I feel the most. 1. What? You. I feel you everywhere around me. She looked up at me and kissed my cheek, my nose, then my forehead, before giving my lips a soft peck. Did chaos magic make her more vibrant? Because like she said, all I could feel in this room was her. We remained like that and just drowned in the other's presence until Wanda slept off. I looked at the young woman sleeping above me, almost defenseless, and shook my hand and materialized a blanket over us. I can spend a few hours doing nothing so I just laid there with her and closed my eyes to fall asleep. Degree. Pietro just came back from helping a new group of mutants settle in and made his way towards Vision to ask him for his medicals on the mutants. Sue said he kept his mouth shut as he saw Vision and Wanda sleeping in each other's embrace and smartly retreated as if he didn't see anything. Some twin she is. Couldn't even tell me when she came back. Though he grumbled, what he felt when he saw them like that was entirely different. I'll just tell Sue that I couldn't find Viscount. Degree. Vision POV. I woke up as I felt Wanda groggily waking up and took note of the time. Over 3 hours. A little short for the best sleep I've ever had. Woke up yet? I asked her as she pulled herself up and sat on my lap. She took a few seconds to realize that she was no longer at Camartage and stole a quick kiss before pulling away. That was some quality nap. Let me go take a bath and check what changed in my absence before I come back to you, she said as she walked away. The red off-shoulder top and the black leather pants she wore did for me a lot of visual wonders, but I quickly got my biological hormones in order and stood up. I looked at where we slept and thought to myself that we should do this more often. Cranking my neck, I got back to work and went through the notifications that came in while I was asleep. Those concerning the news and everything involved with it were all taken care of by the Ultron code. I just dealt with the minor inconveniences that came from everything else. Something quickly caught my attention and thankfully Steve and a few people were already on it. The White House was going completely bonkers and running around like headless chickens that they had no time to sit and plan through the shitstorm smashing against them. Case in point as one idiot in the military, the guy who took over Ross, gave the go-ahead for a group of specialized military units to attack Charles's school on the grounds that he was colluding with world-known terrorist, Magneto. There were a few mutates among the military and they even took precautions against Charles' telepathy and surrounded the estate. It started like 10 minutes ago so the place was still a hot battlefield. Looks like Wanda just went down there. I don't see a reason for me to go when she's already there. Now, who's the fool that approved this? Guess another one joins the sacrificial lambs. Degree. Jenkins cursed loudly into his mouthpiece as he saw a tank fly over his head and explode as it crashed behind him. 1. The orders came in and they were all armed to the teeth with special weaponry to deal with Magneto in case he showed up, and as they started pressing forward, not like the few strong mutants inside the huge could stop them, it all changed. who the hell forgot to tell Jenkins that he might fight the Avengers. Even if he complained, he never thought that the Avengers could do anything against them unless heavy hitters like Stark, Thor and the Hulk were present, but none of them were, and they were getting pushed back all the same. Are you sure you want to raise your shield against the country you swore an oath to serve, Captain Rogers? Jenkins forced himself from shooting the lieutenant who just asked that. What the fuck did you think they've been doing? I took an oath of servitude to end the war, not to be a tyrant to the people. You are too young to lecture me, son. 1. The lieutenant became speechless before he gave the order that Jenkins wished he would never hear in his life. On top of being wanted by the law to face trial, Captain America has joined forces with mutant terrorists. The man spoke grimly as he made sure his voice was heard. Run them through. They have served their use. They changed their weapons from suppression fire to eliminating rounds, and another salvo of guns and destruction rang out, and yet they still couldn't break through. Even the mutates they had, 15 in number, were being pushed back. Are super soldiers this strong? Jenkins thought with surprise and shock when he saw how the war hero took the charge and was fighting off everything thrown at him, even throwing back a tank. Press forward. We have the numbers. They can't hold out against us forever. Target the ones trying to hide. Order flowed in through their speakers, and they finally saw the shadow of success. Yes, a shadow of success, because that was all it was after a red portal appeared out of nowhere and a young woman clad in red and black walked through. They had all been briefed a long time ago about the Avengers, so they easily identified her as Wanda Maximoff, a psychic. That was their first mistake, because Jenkins swore that she was anything but a psychic when she joined the attack. The very tanks they rode on turned against them as it sunk into the ground, while some just straight up disappeared along with those inside. As for Jenkins, he was one of those who gave up when they realized that not even 10 of them were left standing. He could even swear that he saw a monster wrapping itself around the woman before he blacked out. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Wanda's Prowess 1. A/N. Sorry for how late posts have been for the past week or two. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. After the battle, the teachers at the school went inside to try calming down the children, who must have been terrified with such a fight happening just outside their home. Steve regarded Wanda and thanked her for her help. Finally decided to come back to us, huh? Yeah, I wanted to come back sooner, but my teacher set the exam bar a little too high, so I had to put in the extra work and ended up coming back later than intended, she said as they made their way to the medbay as some of the mutants got injured during the fight. 1. She also noted how different Steve and the others were from what she remembered. Looks like I'm not the only one who got the needed power boost. Steve laughed awkwardly and slid his hand through his hair as he came up with a reply. Vision did a good job in making it clear how important it was. I ended up agreeing and took what was made available for me. Their short conversation ended there as they entered the medbay and saw 4 of the students being tended to. I thank you for the backup, Mr. Rogers. We managed to prevent any casualty because of your timely appearance. Charles wheeled towards them to give his gratitude, but Steve shook his head. It's our job. You don't have to thank us for it. But I have to ask, what are you going to do now? 1. Steve's question made everywhere go silent, showing that they were all listening and now were looking at Charles for his direction. Charles fell silent and contemplated his options. He had a few safe houses he had prepared years ago in case something like this happened, but he wasn't sure if they weren't all under watch. Remaining here was out of the question, as he knew another unit was already on their way. The government were already grasping at straws at the moment and were looking for anything to take the blame as a sacrificial lamb just to shift some of the focus away from them. Seeing Charles still in his thoughts, Steve gave an offer. They had more than enough space in the expanded rooms to comfortably accommodate everyone in this building. How about taking temporary refuge aboard the Overwatch? Steve suggested. You can't get everyone out at once before the next wave comes. You can make whatever plans you want after the children's safety have been assured. Charles thought it over, and while he had a few hesitations, he trusted the captains as a man of his words. Then I will be troubling you with helping us get the children to safety. Don't worry. Vision is already working on increasing the beam-up capacity so we can get them up there faster. Wanda added after getting a notification from Vision. Steve nodded upon getting the same notification. In the meantime, we'll hold back the approaching group until the last child makes it up there safely. Charles nodded in agreement, but one thing made him hesitant, and that was the Cerebro system located under the building. The last thing he wanted to do was giving the government a way to find mutants. He had no doubt that they could modify it with an artificial power source to power it up. He debated on whether to destroy it or not. He had the blueprints, but rebuilding it from the ground up would take time, and it would then be a race on who could get it running, and he knew the government would beat him to it any day. He was brought out of his thoughts by words that not only surprised him, but everyone else in the room. Vision said to tell you that you don't need to worry about losing the Cerebro. Steve noticed their surprised faces and realized that whatever the Cerebro was probably an inside secret. Charles's suspicion grew, but before he could question it, Wanda made everything clear. Vision is also a technopath, and given that he's been here a few times, he's probably connected to it after sensing him. You can grill him later for answers, but we have to start moving. Charles was reminded of what was more important and kept back the question he wanted to ask in favor of another. How is he going to safeguard the Cerebro? At this point, the boom tube was already calibrated to move up to 50 people at once, and the children were being grouped in groups of 50 behind the mansion. Charles led them to where Cerebro was built into, still wondering how they were going to keep it safe. Wanda floated forward to take a look at it by creating a spell that enlarged to encase the whole place. She turned around to the confused group below and informed Charles. Some parts, roughly 30%, might need repair when you reinstall it next time. Are you good with that? Charles nodded. That won't be a problem. Just do whatever you need to do. Getting his confirmation, Wanda activated her magic, and under their astonished eyes, the panels and wires all over the entire room dislodged themselves from the surroundings. It took a few minutes for every single thing to be gathered by Wanda and encased in a red ball that slowly turned crystalline. Wanda then took out a disc and slapped it against the gigantic crystal globe and shrunk it to the size of a basketball and threw it at Hank, who was standing dumbly beside Charles and Steve. There. We're done, so let's get moving, she said and flew away, leaving Charles and Hank staring at the white opaque ball in the latter's hand. Let's go, Hank. You can wonder about that later. Charles laughed and wheeled himself out of the now empty room, feeling a breezy lightness in his steps as he did. 3. What the hell are they doing? Steve said with a dark face as his suit's HUD identified an incoming missile. Things were quickly going out of control and panic was about setting in because they couldn't stop the fastly approaching heat seeker with suffering casualties. Don't worry, I got this, Wanda said as a thick red fog covered her form as she flew higher. Everyone watched with bated breaths as red circles formed in front of Wanda and started intersecting through each other to form a ring-like circle as the missile drew dangerously closer. Some closed their eyes and ears, but the explosion they were expecting never sounded as the moment the missile touched the red circle. The air cracked like glass and the missile slowly disappeared into it. The pilots of the 2 incoming jets panicked as they saw what just happened and hastily fired 4 other missiles, hoping that something within expectations would happen. 1. Wanda regarded the 4 missiles coming at her with indifference. The red glow in her eyes flashed brighter and the glass-like phenomenon before her enlarged while spinning in a circular motion and shot towards the 2 jets as it got progressively larger to the point that it swallowed the missiles and moved towards the escaping jets and swallowed them too. The glass turned yellow for a brief moment before it mended itself back into the fabrics of reality and disappeared. 1. Wanda gave herself a nod for a job well done and descended after making sure that no other fighter jets were inbound for them. Nice trick, Steve commented before making his way to the back of the mansion along with a group of speechless younger X-Men. The numbers were quickly decreasing and before the incoming reinforcement arrived, the last batch went through leaving only Steve and Wanda behind. Wanda, let's go. We don't need to fight them. Steve looked at her, wondering why she kept staring at the mansion. 3. Wanda didn't reply and took another disc and threw it at the house to shrink it. The mini-sized mansion flew towards her before disappearing in a red fog. Now we can go, she said as she turned to Steve and activated the boom tube to whisk them away to the Overwatch. All in all, it was a job well done on her part. Degree. The widows and the other younger members of the Avengers worked fluidly to get everyone settled in. The room the mutants of Xavier were put in was quickly demarcated into 4 parts according to age group and genders. It felt like they were in a large camping ground because inside the room were shrunken hostile buildings fitted with every needed basic amenities for a comfortable living. Steve had been surprised when the first groups of mutants were rescued and showed to a room just like this. It just went to show how prepared Vision was for any situation that came with his actions. Degree. Meanwhile, back at the site of where Xavier's mansion used to be, a contingent of specialized military soldiers arrived at the location, but what they saw, or rather the lack of it, rendered them speechless. What do you mean nothing is there? A paranoid voice blared through an intercom after the leading agent reported back. 1. I mean there's nothing here, sir. Apart from the bodies and scraps from the first strike unit, there's nothing else here. No single mutant of any state. Even the building is somehow missing. His lips twitched as even saying those words sounded stupid to his ears despite what his eyes could see. Fuck. He nodded in understanding as he heard the frustrated shout from the other party. Since there's nothing there, salvage what you can and report back to base. He clicked his tongue after the call went dead, pissed off at being relegated to cleanup duty after they came out fully decked for a fight. Marco, tell the boys to do a survey. We are doing a 180 back to base in 10. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Protective Wanda. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag Charles, accompanied by Ororo and Hank, were seated around a table with members of the Avengers, which included Steve, Vision, Natasha, Sam, and a holographic projection of Tony. The 2 groups in a temporary coalition were discussing the effects of the recent attacks and some of the laid-down precautions put in place in the event of another one. I doubt something like this will happen again, so you can rest a bit easy for the time being. Vision, opting for his android form, stated casually. Since not everyone had the same basis for the confidence he had, Sam had asked why he felt assured of that fact, and Vision's reply came as easily as he made it sound. Unless they want to go on a wild goose chase for harmless civilian mutants, which will backfire on them since the public will be further incensed, it's best they go for a group they have under observation. Us, Charles said softly, understanding Vision's line of thought. Yes, Vision affirmed. They would have gone for the Brotherhood, but it has dissolved as long as everyone is concerned. And now that they've lost their prized lamb, who do you reckon is next on the chopping block? Tony asked while frivolously chewing on a licorice. Fortunately for you, they can't go against you since you are as public as can get, so they might start digging at themselves for someone to throw into the flames, Natasha said while ignoring Tony's snickering. She turned to Charles and spoke. I heard you have a number of emergency bases you can use in the likelihood of something like this happening, and while I wouldn't recommend it, we will make sure the children are safe until you are done with your scouting. Sooner or later, which meant that they had to make sure that none of Charles's hidden hideouts were under watch. It's fine. I know I can trust you with the safety of the children while we settle the issue of another residence, Charles said, receiving a nod of appreciation from those around, before continuing. That aside, while I'm extremely thankful for the help your team has rendered us, I'm still curious as to how Mr. Simons here knew about the Cerebro and how it functioned. At that, the whole table turned to Vision to hear what he had to say. Even if he was a technopath, he would have to be searching for something for his radar sensing to go down below and pick up the Cerebro's signal, and all these were too much of a coincidence for Charles to acknowledge as true. Seeing their focus on him, Vision's face and voice remained as it had always been on default. It's just as you said. The Cerebro is a huge broadcasting antenna, and like you noticed with the Jean Grey, I have a habit of keeping a psychic field spread wide around me. I just happened to sense something that acted the same as my psychic field. It's like me, and the machine both, were beaming Morse code in an open channel only we could access. While the explanation flew through the heads of most of the people present, Hank, Stark, and Charles understood what he was saying. Hearing Vision's words, Hank couldn't help but be a little curious. You can speak with Cerebro. Unfortunately, Vision shook his head. It doesn't possess sentience, so it can only receive signals it is configured to. It can't interpret them on its own. Hank felt a little disappointed for appearing too hopeful. It's not as if the Cerebro could just birth an intelligence quotient and start learning on its own. Seeing no one putting forth any other issue, Ororo called the attention of both Tony and Stark and inquired about the regulators some of the other mutant kids were wearing. This time it was Tony who answered her. It's basically a lower-powered version of the dampening cuffs we use when apprehending mutants. Rather than completely nullifying the effects of the X gene, it instead reduces its activity and lowers the output of mutants wearing it. They can either manually or let it automatically regulate their output to a level where they can safely use it. It's basically a crutch to learn basic control over their abilities. He finished. Vision then added, it works well on those with emission type X gene and has little to no effect on those with physical mutations. After that, they just talked about a few mundane things before the meeting was called off and everyone went their separate ways. Degree. Vision nodded as Ultron kept running on its and following laid down protocols that it kept updating with every minute changes those involved in it made. The prosecution it mentioned didn't necessarily mean them dying. Most of them will live but spend the rest of their lives behind bars after losing every single thing they ever earned in their lives. Keep on fanning the flames, Sublime. I'll soon catch your trail, Vision said, mostly to himself. Before he could continue, the door to his workspace opened and Wanda walked in with a frown on her face. I could feel your irritation from down the hallway before you came in here. What's got you upset, Wanda? Vision asked without turning back as Wanda soon made her way to stand in front of him. She folded her arms below her chest and stared questioningly at her metal-headed boyfriend. I can tell that you are irritated, but as for why, that I can't tell you. So mind filling me in? He directed his whole attention to her and asked. Wanda held her stare for a few seconds before voicing her query. You didn't tell me that Selene tried getting inside Pietro's head, Viscount. Vision combed through his memory and saw that he only told her that Selene tried attacking Pietro before he intervened. Seeing his look of realization, she asked with mild disbelief. You forgot. Vision breathed out and partially went back to his work while also giving his excuse. In my defense, I unintentionally glossed over it while spending time with you in Camartage. Why so pissed anyway? Wanda replied with distaste painted all over her words. No one has the right to mess with my brother's memories. I don't care if she's thousands of years old, I'll make her regret trying to do that. Unlike Vision, Wanda had a better chance against Selene Gallio due to being a magical being and having a mastery over it than Vision. Even with the Mind Stone in his possession, the things he could do with it were limited. He had no way of using it to telepathically control every living being in this solar system, despite the fact that the stone was a universal aspect. While you've become strong during your time away, Selene has been around long before even the Ancient One was born. To survive that long and even the fact that she hasn't done anything to get back at me since that time speaks a lot of things about her character. Vision calmly advised. Wanda wasn't too pleased with his words and turned away with a displeased pout. You think I would lose if we were to fight? Vision nodded while staring directly at her. There's a high chance you might. Your chaos magic is strong, possibly one of the strongest forces in the known universe and beyond, but that doesn't make you unbeatable. He ignored her frown as picked her up with his telekinesis and pulled her closer even as she remained looking away while frowning with folded arms. He hugged her with his left hand and parted her hair sideways with his other hand. If Selene comes then we'll deal with her and get done with it. You are being irritated for no good reason. She sighed and dropped her hands with the frown fading off from her face. It's just that I don't like the idea that someone can just attack my brother because they think they can and think I can't do anything about it. Vision just laughed as this was the first time he was seeing just how Wanda could get protective of Pietro, almost as if she was the older one. He knew that Pietro also had a mean streak when it came to his sister, but he had yet to see it from the speedster. Then don't stress your pretty little head worrying too much about it. I'm moving for the Hellfire Club once I get Sublime and by then we'll have no choice but to fight her. You'll get your chance then. He coaxed her until her mood improved. The extreme differences that shows in Wanda's character when she was with him in private and when she was in any other place away from him somehow both amused and baffled him. She was strong, capable, and smart. A figure of considerable power to anyone who saw her and made them aware of the disparity existing between them. But when she was with him, mostly when alone, he had no choice but to pamper her whenever she wanted. And she made sure to demand it regularly. But I can't say I don't prefer this happy-go-lucky version of Wanda. Beats the emo one in MCU and far outstrips the one responsible for M-Day. Vision realized that he had nothing to complain about. Chapter 113, Fighting the Hellfire Club I2. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag Vision POV. I can't lie and say I wasn't having fun after finally getting an open chance to get rid of a good number of people I've been targeting for the past few months. Every passing hour had a piece of news that made news channels all over the world in a steady buzz as new updates came in. I made sure not to go too far when striking the government as I didn't want to destroy the economy of the country, so I made sure everything I did maintained the line along a certain threshold. It's been a few days now since the late vice president opened up Pandora's box in front of the world and died soon after, and with the reason behind why they implemented the Registration Act out in the open, something that required my own touch of expertise. Even ordinary humans had to sympathize with the unlucky mutants. While all this was happening, I kept a birdwatch on every mutant hate post and activity that was going on in the internet and also the real world. There was no better time than now for Sublime to grab hold of a few strings and try to manipulate the narrative, and that was what I was on the lookout for. Since I couldn't leave any stone unturned, I started tracing back every hate post and comment, taking control of the entire internet in a way that I've never done before. I created a few mind partitions that ran on the same directives as my Ultron code, basically mini Ultrons, and had them do the same thing that I was doing. The result was the largest data web in the history of the world, and I was yet to catch Sublime. I had to trace back every strand of data and also track every interception it made, along with the similarities it shared with millions of identical posts, and at the end of it all, I was getting tired. Combing through billions upon billions of data would take a toll on anyone, and my only saving grace was that I can convert the mental fatigue I was feeling to data discrepancies and recycle them. Nothing beats being an android. I breathed out and cracked my neck. After putting hours into overtime, I finally found a string, and now all I need to do is sit back and let my partitions detangle the lump of data thread and lead me in a direction that is not a dead end. I can't even catch a breath. The complaint was automatic as I just finished one assignment and dived into another one. Since I was using this chance to do a countrywide spring cleaning, I had to take this chance and deal with the Hellfire Club once and for all. I targeted their public persona and used the rabid government to swiftly deal with almost half of them. I guess we'll be facing off against Selene sooner than I expected. I don't think she'll sit back and let Shaw be captured. She might, since as far as I know, she held no meaningful ties with the club and only became a member for the influence it had on the world. The only one I know she might move for is Shaw, and that is if he struck a deal with her. Prepare for everything I can think of. I see. I am confident of my chances against Selene, and with Wanda by my side, I doubt we'll lose against her. Catching her on the other hand is something I'm not sure of. I'm taking any kill shot I can get on her. I muttered to myself and kicked the gears into motion. Tell Steve and the others that we are finally moving against the Hellfire Club. 1. Order affirmed. All core members of the Avengers have been notified. Then let's get this out of the way. I shifted my form to my dark armor android form and walked towards the teleportation station where everyone else was headed. 5. Seriously, man? A 24 HR heads up would have been nice. Sam grumbled while looking as if he just woke up from a nap. You are a superhero, Sam. We don't get a heads up. I replied, hoping to leave it at that, but it looked like the irritation of being woken up mid-nap was getting to him. Really? Is that what your logic says? No, it's what common sense says. I then proceeded to ignore him as the last two people finally arrived, Steve along with Tony, surprisingly. So what are we looking at? Steve asked after everyone was assembled. A thousands of years old dark witch and a mutant figurehead, along with their posse of sorcerers and mutants. I sent the limited information I had to their HUDs before continuing. Wanda and I will take care of Selene Gallio since we are the only ones better equipped to deal with magic, while you all can take care of the others. Neither Raven nor Emma Frost could get me detailed information on the mutants under Shaw, so we were going in without much information, which admittedly didn't mean anything much since that's the whole jig of being superheroes. Magic, huh? Makes me miss Blonde and drapes with his magic hammer. Tony said. I really need to see if I can reach out to Thor. Hopefully Ragnarok doesn't happen in this universe like it did in the movies. 2. Let's go. Degree. We landed a few meters away from the New York branch of the Hellfire Club, and a simple scan of the building told me that Shaw, along with a few other people, were in there. No signs of Selene or any of her acolytes. I informed them and looked towards Wanda, who nodded back at me, and we both disappeared. I'll be erecting a barrier over the building. Wanda's voice sounded in my head, and soon after, I sensed a barrier that disconnected me and away from the outside world. I appeared inside the building, and all of them, seemingly in a circle meeting, turned to look at me. Not entertaining the facade any longer, I looked towards the two of them and said, the building is already surrounded and this place is just seconds from being stormed. The two communicated mentally and swiftly separated themselves from the rest after Emma confirmed my words. Shaw only showed a momentary surprise and addressed the both of them with disappointment in his voice. I always knew you might betray us for greater benefits, but I never expected you'd do it in such a boorish fashion, Emma. Emma snorted at his words. Spare me those eloquent words. True. But unfortunately for you, this time you chose the wrong benefits. I was already on it before Wanda's transmission came through and blasted Shaw before the shadow beneath his feet could swallow him. I don't know how she got in. Shadows, I said as I saw the swirling mass of darkness from which the Black Queen stepped out. We meet again. Since you took the time to come see me tonight, that means you don't mind staying over, right? She laughed as she dodged the red lightning that tore through the roof above her. And you brought the child I've been looking for all this while? How sweet. Chaos ensued soon after as Wanda and I attacked Selene while leaving the others to take care of the emerging dark acolytes and Shaw's group of mutants. I'll make you pay for laying your withered hands on Pietro. The clouds above brewed into a storm in response to Wanda's magic. I blasted her with lightning and energy beams to disrupt her every time I saw her powering up a spell, and Wanda would press on as she tried to dodge my sniping. Quaint techniques, girl. But you lack the finesse that comes with experience. Let me show you. A portal swallowed Wanda's hex blasts, which forced me to dodge as I sensed them behind me, but doing that let a portal engulf me and brought me decimeters away from her hands. Her surprise as I phased through her let her react a little too late as Wanda's magic slammed into her. Using my electromagnetic field manipulation, I increased the magnetic polarity of the area around her and mirrored the effect of an increased gravitational pull while I channeled a blast from my chest and hands and blasted it towards her. 2. Don't hold back. I informed Wanda as I saw how a barrier formed around her right before my last attack hit. A huge red pentagram appeared around Wanda's hands as I continued increasing the pull of the earth around her that was slowly losing its effects on her. Insolence. She disappeared from my senses, and the next thing I knew was that I was being flung into the ground while Wanda's magic fizzled out as she was hit square with black lightning. Chapter 114, Test Week. Yeah, sorry for not giving the notice yesterday or the day before, but I'm not sure I will be able to post this week because, well, tests. Ugh. 6. I just want to sleep through the whole thing. Might post or not. Fingers crossed. Crossed fingers. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. 2 left. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Fighting the Hellfire Club 2-1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 hashtag. General POV. Vision grunted at the violent feedback he received from whatever it was Selene had struck him with and pushed himself off the ground, but the irritated Black Queen had no intentions of making anything easy for him. No matter how much force he used, he found it difficult to push himself off the ground. Shadows, really. He saw something darker mixed into his own shadow and knew that whatever it was what was restraining him to the ground. Seeing that he couldn't force himself out of the hold like that, he simply shrunk himself down to microscopic size and swiftly escaped whatever had been holding him down. He saw Wanda dodging Selene's attacks while clutching her sides where he could see the faint outline of black veins. Since the barrier was already down, he had no need to limit his output for worry of potential damage. Cracks appeared on the ground as Vision joined his palms together before they broke off into huge lumps of earth and floated upwards. He sped blitz towards Selene with force fields around his hands and punched the empty air a few meters from her. Selene felt as if she was telekinetically punched and the force sent her careening backwards. 1. Are you okay? Vision came to Wanda's side and asked. I'm fine. She blindsided me for a moment, but it's not fatal, only painfully distracting. Being in the middle of a fight, he couldn't focus too much on Wanda's injuries right now, so he directed his focus back on Selene. All close in on her this time. Watch my 6. In a spark of light and Vision was gone and the sound of explosions rang out again. Selene formed an X with 4 of her fingers but cursed under her breath as one of the floating lumps of earth above her glowed red and turned into the head of a giant serpent and bit down at her. Wanda and Vision watched with frowns on their faces as the serpent disintegrated to dust and in its place was an altar that blew up plumes of smoke. Vision tried smashing the altar but his hands harmlessly passed through it. He felt a baleful aura around the altar that only got thicker faster he attacked it. He didn't waste his time trying to deal with the baleful altar, trusting Wanda to deal with it, while he engaged Selene. He fired off laser beams from his eyes which she easily blocked but slowed her down for him to engage her in close combat. She conjured up a short black as he got too dangerously close and slashed at him, but he used his hands to deflect it and drove his leg into her ribs. 2. With his monstrous superhuman strength that didn't lose to the Hulk's, it was more surprising that Selene survived it, though she bled furiously through her orifices. Come, baleful curses. At this time, the plumes of black smoke that the altar released had covered the entire area they were in and with Selene's words, started coalescing into specters. Begone. Wanda shouted angrily and a blood-red wave was emitted from her body and cleared all the specters that covered the sky. 1. You're seriously pissing me off. She growled at the sight of Selene's infuriating smirk. Oh please, darling. Don't feel special just because I pissed you off. Selene wiped off the blood on her mouth and winced as she counted her broken bones. All the floating rocks and lumps of earth turned red as Wanda's response to Selene and started glowing with a rising intensity. Oh shit. Vision immediately retreated the next second to a safe distance and narrowly escaped the explosion that swallowed the entire landscape. She sounded heavily displeased as she couldn't sense a wisp of Selene's presence. Vision on the other hand didn't look too surprised about the outcome. It would have been quite strange if we actually managed to catch her. None of us were going all out of caution for the other and I'm sure she has a handful of escape options ready at any given moment. 3. The other party was both one of the oldest mutants alive as well as well-experienced sorceress. Even if she couldn't easily deal with them, she could have easily escaped whenever she wanted to. I keep having new reasons to hate her by the second. Wanda said before taking in a deep breath to calm herself. Are your injuries okay? I asked in light concern. She nodded and showed me the area she was injured and the blackened veins were already receding. An hour or 2 and I'm good to go. She casually remarked. Degree. Inside the club a few minutes after Vision and Selene relocated outside. Facing off against a group of sorcerers and mutants, along with Shep, the Avengers showed just how much individual experience they had as they went through the numbers stealthily. Tony kicked one of the sorcerers in his nutsack and blasted another one creeping up behind him. 1. He pointed his blasters at another wannabe Merlin but a shield smashed into the dude's head and knocked him out flat. Just in case anyone wants clarification, I completely had that. Focus, Tony. Ironic that no one listens to the genius nowadays. He faked being hurt before deciding to heal his hurt by facing the group of street magicians. Steve once more cursed his shitty luck as his opponent just had to be a mutant that could fully transform his body into some hard crystalline ore, just like Piotr of the X-Men did. Unfortunately for Steve, his opponent was built to withstand heavy physical hits. What's the problem, old man? Experiencing back pains. The young man taunted boisterously only to eat a mouthful of Steve's shield, which just pissed him off more. I'm going to retire you Gramps. He rushed at Steve and dived Steve to the ground but Steve managed to position his legs just under the man's abdomen and used himself as a fulcrum to launch the man up into the air. The man could only stare dumbly as he flew a few feet into the air only to see Iron Man sending a few tiny missiles his way. He braced for the explosion, confident that he could tank it, but no explosion came. Instead he found himself being encased in some sticky substance that continued growing until his whole body, except for his head, was covered. Pietro was the one who brought Emma and Raven out of the building after the fight started and apprehended the remaining members of the Hellfire Club after casing the entire building. Flexing his fingers, he jogged lightly in his slow world and punched any acolyte and mutant in his way as he moved towards Shaw, and Pietro winds up for a fantastic throw. He jokingly imitated the commentary of a baseball game and swung his hand in large circles and punched Shaw flat against his nose. He could see the propagation of the resulting sound waves from his fist hitting Shaw, but something else caught his attention. Shaw's face lit up around where he punched as if there was a torch inside his head. Oh fuck. This guy could absorb kinetic impacts, right? Thinking fast before he made everything worse, he ran his hand through his utility belt and brought out the dampening cuffs and cranked them to maximum output and slammed them against Shaw's wrist. Everything returned back to its normal speed and a few acolytes were blasted to the side while Shaw crashed into the ground while screaming from the mind-numbing pain that came from his pulverized nose. Well, I thought I had messed it up for a few seconds back there. The speedster's sweat dropped at what his mistake could have cost. For the next few minutes, the team worked together and quickly rounded up everybody, which was the same time Vision and Wanda came back. "Where's Morgana?" Tony asked as he saw them returning alone. "She escaped." Vision simply replied. "That means we have a vengeful but-hurt witch coming for our asses anytime soon in the coming future? Great job, RoboCop." Vision did not bother with a retort to Tony's sarcastic comment and simply walked towards Shaw along with Tony. He looked between Shaw and Pietro, and the latter made sure not to cross sights with him as he conversed with his sister. He left it at that and held Shaw's hands in his, still ignoring Tony's suspicious gaze, and took the ring on Shaw's finger. "I'll be needing the information inside this ring, so I'll be borrowing it." Shaw tried to protest, but a sticky substance covered his mouth and left him mute. 2. What's with the crafted ring? Steve asked, perplexed by Vision's actions. "There's a chip of binary codes inside it that contains information only Shaw knew about. I want to find out what's in it." He sighed as Tony swapped the ring and was already having Friday running a scan on it. The police and other armed forces were coming to their location, so they made sure that everyone was in metal binds before they left. The police and Dawes office were already mailed files concerning the key figures in this place, so they knew how to take it from there. 1. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. 2 left. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Prelude to Change 2. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Vision POV. Turns out that a fight like that was something I needed to calm my nerves. It felt like taking a cold bath after a sunny day. As for Selene escaping, I don't have anything to say on that. It is what it is. There was very little either I or Wanda could do about it. As for the ring I nabbed off Shaw, which Tony then nabbed off me, it consisted of a few things such as hidden caches, blackmail material, secret intelligence, and a few other things he didn't dare hide on the internet. Shaw was as meticulous as he was cautious that he wrote every single digit of ones and zeros by himself onto the chip. Task completed. A few data trails have been identified with the possibility of leading to the individual named Sublime being 89%. This is more than enough. Better than any other thing available to me at the moment. I'm leaving for a few minutes to take care of a small problem, I said to the team a few seconds after we came back and beamed myself to the first location marker. There are 18 data trails, which means 18 bodies that Sublime most have inhabited recently. I meticulously went through every single person on the list, even combing through their memories to make sure that none of Sublime's residual imprints were left in their head. This will take more than a few minutes. And like that, I went through everyone on the list, and it wasn't until I came to the 13th person that I finally found who I was looking for. The moment I identified his presence, I shrunk down to atomic size and entered the middle-aged man's head and came face to face with the slimy fucker. Of course he tried escaping as soon as he saw me, but given that I was blocking any telepathic wave from leaving and entering this man's body, he quickly understood that he was trapped in here with me. Now how do I kill a sentient bacteria with more IQ than the average genius? Since every single part of his body is a collective mind of its own, I don't think killing him the same way like I did Essex will work. Maybe I should do it the traditional way and kill it with fire. Yeah, that should work. With all the headaches this little piece of evolution waste caused me since I started looking for him, I wasn't interested in hearing even a word from it and started blasting it with an unhealthy dose of lightning. It was strangely durable, so I botched up the output and even added the Mind Stone to the mix to make sure that I get every sentient part of this parasite. A few more minutes of complete erasure and humanity was now less one bacteria. A very good deed on my part. After making doubly sure that he was truly gone, I didn't waste another second and went back from whence I came. Sublime, gone. Hellfire Club, taken care of. Hero sanctions and mutants' rights, still ongoing. With how active we've been in the last few days in stopping any instances of chaos across the country, the number of people who supported us for standing against the Accord stealthily grew in number. Alongside it was video evidence being posted online of American military agents forcefully abducting mutants, or at least tried to, only to be stopped by either the Avengers, Magneto's revived Brotherhood, or Charles's X-Men. No one needed to put the Persuasion Act on display as the citizens and scared mutants happily denounced the current government and their policies. The president didn't even know how to respond when a court hearing for the petition of his impeachment was approved. They had to sacrifice somebody, and not just any low-level runt, but someone at the top or near the top of the power pyramid to appease the public. A few politicians were even afraid of picking a side and chose to remain neutral and kept their mouth shut, fearing that they would be the next ones featured on the 9 o'clock news. All good for me either way. Either being too scared to make a move or being too rattled to calmly think of a game changer. You all are just where I want you to be. Maybe I can take a brief period to relax after all this. I wondered out loud and concluded that it wasn't such a bad idea. I've been too active lately. Maybe take a few weeks to just sit back and relax after everything settles down. Degree. Selene Gallio's POV. The black fog covering her vision cleared away and she was naked. My lady. One of her attendants entered the throne room and gasped in shock as she saw a sight she had never seen before. Before she could make any more of a ruckus, Selene silenced her with her hands and spoke with a seductive voice that felt deathly frigid to the attendant who heard it. Prepare my bath for me. The attendant bowed and retreated from the throne room to carry out the lady's order. Selene looked at her hands and clicked her tongue, and in the next moment, all her wounds and broken bones were healed. Much better. Remembering the details of the fight, her irrigation came back, and so did the desire to rip off Wanda's skin from her bones, especially when she remembered what the girl had said to her. I will have my fill of the two of you until I grow bored, and then have you watch as I slowly pull out your life from your body. She sighed and composed herself and stood up from her throne to take her bath. Getting riled up by such upstarts with every single thing they do does not fit her bearing and noble grace. She closed her eyes and relaxed in her bath as 4 female servants washed and worshipped her body to her feet until she was content. Maybe I'll use them to stave off boredom for the coming decade or two, she mused with a wistful grin. Degree. Just like Vision said, the current situation didn't last long. Or rather, he did not want it to last long. If they continue stretching it for a longer time frame, the people's resentment and anger will bundle together with their frustrations and fear of what might happen tomorrow, and before you know it, citywide panic will ensue, and then comes the Civil War. Waiting for the reaction of the public won't be a good thing for anyone, and the fact that the country was made vulnerable in front of the whole world forced them to kick the president to the sharks. So it came to no surprise when, after a few days of blowing up people's cover, over 80% of both the American citizens and the legislature supported the president's impeachment. It has been well over a week since everything started, and the first thing the person who was acting as the president did was immediately call for another hearing to lighten the stipulations stated on the accords, if not outright remove it, and abolishing the Registration Act. It was also at the same time when Dr. Sarah Kinney, one of the world's leading researchers of the mutant X gene, developed a compact gene-suppressing bracelet for civilian use to help mutants in controlling their powers better. It came in a plethora of various forms and sizes, and the company behind all this was none other than Stark Industries. With a lot of the old legislators facing a heap of legal and illegal crimes, a whole lot of elections were going to be held in the following months to fill in all the vacant seats. It was as if everybody was given a clean slate to start from zero, and though the hate towards mutants was still there, people were at least learning to be considerate. If they were this hateful and biased towards their own kind, then why were they still talking of making contact with aliens in the future and hopefully establishing a healthy relationship with them? No one knows who brought up the question, but many people felt that it was reasonable. Why make movies about aliens crash landing on Earth and making friends with humans when they can't even make friends with themselves? All in all, the country was in a very delicate position, and everyone was being reflective. That and keeping a closer eye on the new bastards who will be contesting for the upcoming elections. The X-Men went back to their mansion, beyond grateful to Wanda, who helped them secure not only Cerebro, but also their building. They could have moved and lived on one of Charles's other estates, but they refused and went back to their old site. The destroyed surroundings needed some work, but thankfully they were mutants, which made it 100 times much easier. The Avengers returned back the displaced mutants they had rescued, and while some returned to their old homes, some chose to return with Charles and others went with Eric. As for Vision, he was seriously contemplating if he should rent a house and get a day job, carefully weighing his options while spending almost all of his time with Wanda. Chapter 114, Test Week. Yeah, sorry for not giving the notice yesterday or the day before, but I'm not sure I will be able to post this week because, well, tests. Ugh. 6. I just want to sleep through the whole thing. Might post or not, fingers crossed. Crossed fingers. Comment. 10 comments. Vote. 2 left. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Fighting the Hellfire Club 2-1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag General POV. Vision grunted at the violent feedback he received from whatever it was Selene had struck him with and pushed himself off the ground, but the irritated Black Queen had no intentions of making anything easy for him. No matter how much force he used, he found it difficult to push himself off the ground. Shadows, really. He saw something darker mixed into his own shadow and knew that whatever it was what was restraining him to the ground. Seeing that he couldn't force himself out of the hold like that, he simply shrunk himself down to microscopic size and swiftly escaped whatever had been holding him down. He saw Wanda dodging Selene's attacks while clutching her sides where he could see the faint outline of black veins. Since the barrier was already down, he had no need to limit his output for worry of potential damage. Cracks appeared on the ground as Vision joined his palms together before they broke off into huge lumps of earth and floated upwards. He sped blitz towards Selene with force fields around his hands and punched the empty air a few meters from her. Selene felt as if she was telekinetically punched, and the force sent her careening backwards. 1. Are you okay? Vision came to Wanda's side and asked. I'm fine. She blindsided me for a moment, but it's not fatal, only painfully distracting. Being in the middle of a fight, he couldn't focus too much on Wanda's injuries right now, so he directed his focus back on Selene. I'll close in on her this time. Watch my 6. In a spark of light and Vision was gone and the sound of explosions rang out again. Selene formed an X with 4 of her fingers but cursed under her breath as one of the floating lumps of earth above her glowed red and turned into the head of a giant serpent and bit down at her. Wanda and Vision watched with frowns on their faces as the serpent disintegrated to dust, and in its place was an altar that blew up plumes of smoke. Vision tried smashing the altar, but his hands harmlessly passed through it. He felt a baleful aura around the altar that only got thicker faster he attacked it. He didn't waste his time trying to deal with the baleful altar, trusting Wanda to deal with it, while he engaged Selene. He fired off laser beams from his eyes which she easily blocked but slowed her down for him to engage her in close combat. She conjured up a short black as he got too dangerously close and slashed at him, but he used his hands to deflect it and drove his leg into her ribs. 2. With his monstrous superhuman strength that didn't lose to the Hulk's, it was more surprising that Selene survived it, though she bled furiously through her orifices. Come, baleful curses. At this time, the plumes of black smoke that the altar released had covered the entire area they were in, and with Selene's words, started coalescing into splinters. Begone. Wanda shouted angrily, and a blood-red wave was emitted from her body and cleared all the specters that covered the sky. 1. You're seriously pissing me off. She growled at the sight of Selene's infuriating smirk. Oh please, darling. Don't feel special just because I pissed you off. Selene wiped off the blood on her mouth and winced as she counted her broken bones. All the floating rocks and lumps of earth turned red as Wanda's response to Selene and started glowing with a rising intensity. Oh shit. Vision immediately retreated the next second to a safe distance and narrowly escaped the explosion that swallowed the entire landscape. The bitch escaped. She sounded heavily displeased as she couldn't sense a wisp of Seleni's presence. Vision on the other hand didn't look too surprised about the outcome. It would have been quite strange if we actually managed to catch her. None of us were going all out of caution for the other, and I'm sure she has a handful of escape options ready at any given moment. 3. The other party was both one of the oldest mutants alive as well as well-experienced sorceress. Even if she couldn't easily deal with them, she could have easily escaped whenever she wanted to. I keep having new reasons to hate her by the second, Wanda said before taking in a deep breath to calm herself. Are your injuries okay? I asked in light concern. She nodded and showed me the area she was injured, and the blackened veins were already receding. An hour or two and I'm good to go, she casually remarked. Degree. Inside the club a few minutes after Vision and Selene relocated outside. Facing off against a group of sorcerers and mutants, along with Shaw, the Avengers showed just how much individual experience they had as they went through the numbers stealthily. Tony kicked one of the sorcerers in his nutsack and blasted another one creeping up behind him. 1. He pointed his blasters at another wannabe Merlin, but a shield smashed into the dude's head and knocked him out flat. Just in case anyone wants clarification, I completely had that. Focus, Tony. Ironic that no one listens to the genius nowadays. He faked being hurt before deciding to heal his hurt by facing the group of street magicians. Steve once more cursed his shitty luck as his opponent just had to be a mutant that could fully transform his body into some hard crystalline ore, just like Piotr of the X-Men did. Unfortunately for Steve, his opponent was built to withstand heavy physical hits. What's the problem, old man? Experiencing back pains. The young man taunted boisterously only to eat a mouthful of Steve's shield, which just pissed him off more. I'm going to retire you, Gramps. He rushed at Steve and dived Steve to the ground, but Steve managed to position his legs just under the man's abdomen and used himself as a fulcrum to launch the man up into the air. The man could only stare dumbly as he flew a few feet into the air, only to see Iron Man sending a few tiny missiles his way. He braced for the explosion, confident that he could tank it, but no explosion came. Instead, he found himself being encased in some sticky substance that continued growing until his whole body, except for his head, was covered. 1. Pietro was the one who brought Emma and Raven out of the building after the fight started and apprehended the remaining members of the Hellfire Club after casing the entire building. Flexing his fingers, he jogged lightly in his slow world and punched any acolyte and mutant in his way as he moved towards Shaw, and Pietro winds up for a fantastic throw. He jokingly imitated the commentary of a baseball game and swung his hand in large circles and punched Shaw flat against his nose. He could see the propagation of the resulting sound waves from his fist hitting Shaw, but something else caught his attention. Shaw's face lit up around where he punched as if there was a torch inside his head. Oh fuck. This guy could absorb kinetic impacts, right? Thinking fast before he made everything worse, he ran his hand through his utility belt and brought out the dampening cuffs and cranked them to maximum output and slammed them against Shaw's wrist. Everything returned back to its normal speed and a few acolytes were blasted to the side while Shaw crashed into the ground while screaming from the mind-numbing pain that came from his pulverized nose. Whew, I thought I had messed it up for a few seconds back there. The speedster sweat dropped at what his mistake could have cost. For the next few minutes, the team worked together and quickly rounded up everybody, which was the same time Vision and Wanda came back. Where's Morgana? Tony asked as he saw them returning alone. She escaped. Vision simply replied, that means we have a vengeful but hurt witch coming for our asses anytime soon in the coming future? Great job, Robocop. Vision did not bother with a retort to Tony's sarcastic comment and simply walked towards Shaw along with Tony. He looked between Shaw and Pietro, and the latter made sure not to cross sights with him as he conversed with his sister. He left it at that and held Shaw's hands in his, still ignoring Tony's suspicious gaze, and took the ring on Shaw's finger. I'll be needing the information inside this ring, so I'll be borrowing it. Shaw tried to protest, but a sticky substance covered his mouth and left him mute. 2. What's with the crafted ring? Steve asked, perplexed by Vision's actions. There's a chip of binary codes inside it that contains information only Shaw knew about. I want to find out what's in it. He sighed as Tony swapped the ring and was already having Friday running a scan on it. The police and other armed forces were coming to their location, so they made sure that everyone was in metal binds before they left. The police and Dawes office were already mailed files concerning the key figures in this place, so they knew how to take it from there. 1. Comment. 15 comments. Vote. 2 left. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Prelude to Change to 1. You can find plus 15 chapters ahead on my Patreon. Patreon.com/QuackVader. Hashtag 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 Vision POV. Turns out that a fight like that was something I needed to calm my nerves. It felt like taking a cold bath after a sunny day. As for Selene escaping, I don't have anything to say on that. It is what it is. There was very little either I or Wanda could do about it. As for the ring I nabbed off Shaw, which Tony then nabbed off me, it consisted of a few things such as hidden caches, blackmail material, secret intelligence, and a few other things he didn't dare hide on the internet. Shaw was as meticulous as he was cautious that he wrote every single digit of ones and zeros by himself onto the chip. Task completed. A few data trails have been identified with the possibility of leading to the individual named Sublime being 89%. This is more than enough. Better than any other thing available to me at the moment. I'm leaving for a few minutes to take care of a small problem, I said to the team a few seconds after we came back and beamed myself to the first location marker. There are 18 data trails, which means 18 bodies that Sublime most have inhabited recently. I meticulously went through every single person on the list, even combing through their memories to make sure that none of Sublime's residual imprints were left in their head. This will take more than a few minutes. And like that, I went through everyone on the list, and it wasn't until I came to the 13th person that I finally found who I was looking for. The moment I identified his presence, I shrunk down to atomic size and entered the middle-aged man's head and came face to face with the slimy fucker. Of course he tried escaping as soon as he saw me, but given that I was blocking any telepathic wave from leaving and entering this man's body, he quickly understood that he was trapped in here with me. 1. Now how do I kill a sentient bacteria with more IQ than the average genius? Since every single part of his body is a collective mind of its own, I don't think killing him the same way like I did Essex will work. Maybe I should do it the traditional way and kill it with fire. Yeah, that should work. With all the headaches this little piece of evolution waste caused me since I started looking for him, I wasn't interested in hearing even a word from it and started blasting it with an unhealthy dose of lightning. 3. It was strangely durable, so I botched up the output and even added the Mind Stone to the mix to make sure that I get every sentient part of this parasite. A few more minutes of complete erasure and humanity was now less one bacteria. A very good deed on my part. After making doubly sure that he was truly gone, I didn't waste another second and went back from whence I came. Sublime, gone. Hellfire Club, taken care of. Hero sanctions and mutants' rights, still ongoing. With how active we've been in the last few days in stopping any instances of chaos across the country, the number of people who supported us for standing against the Accord stealthily grew in number. Alongside it was video evidence being posted online of American military agents forcefully abducting mutants, or at least tried to, only to be stopped by either the Avengers, Magneto's revived Brotherhood, or Charles's X-Men. No one needed to put the Persuasion Act on display as the citizens and scared mutants happily denounced the current government and their policies. The president didn't even know how to respond when a court hearing for the petition of his impeachment was approved. They had to sacrifice somebody, and not just any low-level runt, but someone at the top or near the top of the power pyramid to appease the public. A few politicians were even afraid of picking a side and chose to remain neutral and kept their mouth shut, fearing that they would be the next ones featured on the 9 o'clock news. All good for me either way. Either being too scared to make a move or being too rattled to calmly think of a game changer. You all are just where I want you to be. Maybe I can take a brief period to relax after all this. I wondered out loud and concluded that it wasn't such a bad idea. I've been too active lately. Maybe take a few weeks to just sit back and relax after everything settles down. Degree. Selene Gallio's POV. The black fog covering her vision cleared away and she was back in her throne room, where she faltered for a bit but held herself together and sat down on her throne with royal dignity despite the dried blood splattered over her body. My lady. One of her attendants entered the throne room and gasped in shock as she saw a sight she had never seen before. Before she could make any more of a ruckus, Selene silenced her with her hands and spoke with a seductive voice that felt deathly frigid to the attendant who heard it. Prepare my bath for me. The attendant bowed and retreated from the throne room to carry out the lady's order. Selene looked at her hands and clicked her tongue, and in the next moment, all her wounds and broken bones were healed. Much better. Remembering the details of the fight, her irrigation came back, and so did the desire to rip off Wanda's skin from her bones, especially when she remembered what the girl had said to her. 1. You and him both. I will have my fill of the two of you until I grow bored, and then have you watch as I slowly pull out your life from your body. She sighed and composed herself and stood up from her throne to take her bath. Getting riled up by such upstarts with every single thing they do does not fit her bearing and noble grace. She closed her eyes and relaxed in her bath as 4 female servants washed and worshipped her body to her feet until she was content. Maybe I'll use them to stave off boredom for the coming decade or two. She mused with a wistful grin. Degree. Just like Vision said, the current situation didn't last long. Or rather, he did not want it to last long. If they continue stretching it for a longer time frame, the people's resentment and anger will bundle together with their frustrations and fear of what might happen tomorrow, and before you know it, citywide panic will ensue, and then comes the Civil War. Waiting for the reaction of the public won't be a good thing for anyone, and the fact that the country was made vulnerable in front of the whole world forced them to kick the president to the sharks. So it came to no surprise when, after a few days of blowing up people's cover, over 80% of both the American citizens and the legislature supported the president's impeachment. It has been well over a week since everything started, and the first thing the person who was acting as the president did was immediately call for another hearing to lighten the stipulations stated on the Accords, if not outright remove it, and abolishing the Registration Act. It was also at the same time when Dr. Sarah Kinney, one of the world's leading researchers of the mutant X gene, developed a compact gene-suppressing bracelet for civilian use to help mutants in controlling their powers better. It came in a plethora of various forms and sizes, and the company behind all this was none other than Stark Industries. With a lot of the old legislators facing a heap of legal and illegal crimes, a whole lot of elections were going to be held in the following months to fill in all the vacant seats. It was as if everybody was given a clean slate to start from zero, and though the hate towards mutants was still there, people were at least learning to be considerate. If they were this hateful and biased towards their own kind, then why were they still talking of making contact with aliens in the future and hopefully establishing a healthy relationship with them? No one knows who brought up the question, but many people felt that it was reasonable. Why make movies about aliens crash landing on Earth and making friends with humans when they can't even make friends with themselves? All in all, the country was in a very delicate position, and everyone was being reflective. That and keeping a closer eye on the new bastards who will be contesting for the upcoming elections. The X-Men went back to their mansion, beyond grateful to Wanda, who helped them secure not only Cerebro, but also their building. They could have moved and lived on one of Charles's other estates, but they refused and went back to their old site. The destroyed surroundings needed some work, but thankfully they were mutants, which made it 100 times much easier. The Avengers returned back the displaced mutants they had rescued, and while some returned to their old homes, some chose to return with Charles and others went with Eric. As for Vision, he was seriously contemplating if he should rent a house and get a day job, carefully weighing his options while spending almost all of his time with Wanda. 4. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. 2 left. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.